Chapter 1105. The perfect body's words seemed to have the intention of using Zichun as a tool, but in fact, that wasn't the case. Just as he said, if Zichun couldn't pass through the corridor ahead, no one present could. If the power of the flames was really like the flames of life, only Zichun could pass through them. This was because the flames of life were just too powerful. It was so powerful that no one dared to take the risk. If they touched it, they would die. Although it wasn't wrong to insist on searching for treasures, one had to act according to one's capabilities, especially when there was still a path to choose from. No one was willing to die for nothing. Therefore, only Zichun dared to step forward and give it a try. After nodding, Zichun stepped forward. His expression was equally cautious as he didn't dare be careless. Gold and silver light emitted from his eyes. He wanted to use the yin-yang eye to observe carefully, but the yin-yang eye had repeatedly proven to Zichun that it wasn't omnipotent. It was the same this time. If he couldn't figure out anything, he could only barge in. Zichun walked to the front of the castle and was about to step into it. Then, his body began to glow as a resplendent golden light rushed out from his body and charged forward. As he charged forward, the golden light immediately transformed into a figure. This figure was extremely resplendent, but after its feet landed, it suddenly dimmed. Fireballs appeared in the sky once again and rained down at the golden avatar. Behind Zichun, everyone's pupils constricted. For Zichun to be so careful, it was enough to prove that the castle was extraordinary. The golden avatar raised its head and looked at the fiery rain with indifferent eyes. Light flickered in its eyes. This was a deduction. Of course, it wasn't the kind of deduction that Su Mingyao used to predict the future and search for a chance of survival. Instead, it was calculating the landing point of the fiery rain. Although it looked like a fiery rain that filled the sky, there was actually a gap when it landed. As for the golden avatar, it knew extreme speed and could dodge through this gap. Just as the fiery rain was about to land on him, golden light began to flash around his body, forming a light barrier. Then, he moved at extreme speed and began to dodge through the gaps. At the same time, he dodged forward. Outside the castle, everyone widened their eyes as they carefully watched the golden avatar dodge the fiery rain and pass through it. Suddenly, a ball of flame brushed past the golden light barrier, and the entire light barrier immediately burst into flames. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. However, the clone did not stop. It continued to dodge until it reached the end of the rain of fire. Only then was it burned and dissipated by the flames. After the clone disappeared, everyone came to the conclusion that there was a gap in the fiery rain, and the flame was not the flame of life. This discovery made everyone slightly relieved. Many of them were able to pass through the rain of fire alone. But was it just a rain of fire? The golden light flashed again, and the second doppelganger entered the rain of fire. Because he had experience this time, his dodging speed was much more agile. Just as he was about to walk out of the rain of fire, he was grazed by the flames. Then, the clone passed through the rain of fire and rushed toward the main hall. The golden doppelganger had only taken a few steps forward when streaks of sword light appeared in the sky without any warning. These streaks of sword light were burning with flames. They were swords of fire. Although the sword of fire was not as dense as the previous rain of fire, it was much stronger in terms of speed and power. Although the clone that was charging forward was constantly on guard and began dodging the moment the sword light appeared, it was still shattered by the sword light after only advancing a few meters. The second doppelganger dissipated, but there were sighs from the surroundings. Clearly, at least half of the people who had seen Zichun's two clones had lost the right to enter. These people were extremely depressed and sighed repeatedly. However, they were in the mortal origin realm after all. They had crossed the sea of blood and climbed the stairway to heaven, so they had extraordinary intelligence. They quickly adjusted their emotions and walked towards the passage and the stairs. "How is it?" asked the perfect body when he saw Zichun not moving. "It's about time." With that said, Zichun took a deep breath and stepped into the castle. Princess's eyes lit up when she saw Zichun enter the castle. She was a demon and a demon highness. She had never believed in gods, but now she was praying. She was praying for the gods to bless her. She prayed that this was a huge opportunity. Zichun entered the castle, and the rain of fire descended. He looked up at the sky and saw the gap in the rain of fire. His feet flashed rapidly. The speed displayed by the doppelganger had already shocked many people. At this moment, the speed displayed by his true body was even faster than the doppelganger. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. With 2 experiences and a faster speed, it was naturally easy for him to dodge the rain of fire. As the light flashed, Zichun passed through the rain of fire like a beam of light. After passing the rain of fire, he arrived at the spot where the sword light was. The flaming sword light appeared without any warning and silently slashed towards Zichun's true body. Zichun used his extreme speed to dodge the sword light. When he couldn't dodge in time, he would shoot out a beam of energy with a flick of his finger. He didn't seek to shatter the sword light, but only to change its trajectory. He naturally couldn't make any mistakes while moving forward because mistakes would result in death. Therefore, Zichun successfully passed the sword light, but he was still 1/3 of the way to the door. After he took a step, his entire body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. He stood there motionless. Seeing Zichun pass through the rain of fire and the sword light, the others became restless and prepared to go forward. However, when they saw Zichun suddenly stop moving, their expressions changed and they stopped what they were doing. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. I hope there will be more tests. The only one present who wasn't in a hurry was the princess. It's you. Looking at the person in front of him, Zichun was stunned. It was a young man. At this moment, he was looking at Zichun with a smile and said, "You're quite lucky. Even the ban on killing didn't kill you." Zichun's expression changed. "You saw it." The young man said proudly, "Of course. This world is under my control. There's nothing I can't see." Zichun asked, "That means it's very easy for you to break the ban on killing." The young man stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Zichun. Then, he used another finger to draw an area the size of a grain of rice. He said, "You only need to move a little, and you'll be able to break the formation." Zichun's expression became extremely complicated. He asked, "Are you saying this now to show off? Or were you prepared to save me but didn't expect me to break the formation myself?" The young man said seriously, "Of course I'm showing off. As for me helping you, it's impossible because I don't want to break the rules." Zichun was speechless. At the same time, he had the urge to vomit blood. He thought to himself, "Why are you showing off in front of me if you don't want to save me?" He took a deep breath and asked, "You came here just to show off to me?" The young man shook his head and said, "Of course not. Other than showing off, I'm also giving you a sword. You can dodge it, but if you can't, you'll die." Zichun's expression changed a few times. He said, "This should be the 3rd test. Come then." The young man didn't waste any more words. A flaming sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the sword and slashed at Zichun. "Wait!" Zichun shouted. The sword light stopped in between his eyebrows. The young man asked, "There's a problem. What's in the castle?" The young man smiled faintly. "Didn't you feel it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light between his eyebrows suddenly released an endless killing intent. A powerful aura was released. It was as if a fire dragon had rushed out and crazily bit at Zichun. Zichun was so close to the sword light, but the other party launched an attack. He only wanted to curse for being shameless, but at this moment, he didn't even have the time to do so. The fire dragon was already rushing towards him. Scram! Zichun shouted and clenched his fist to strike. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't mobilize the perfect energy in his body. Other than that, even his perfect elemental energy seemed to be suppressed. However, it was still perfect elemental energy. Even if it was suppressed, its power wasn't small. Zichun mobilized his perfect elemental energy and used a tyrannical punch. Boom! The fist light collided with the fire dragon, creating an explosion. The 2 types of energy began to collide. Zichun's perfect elemental energy contained in his fist light successfully tore apart the fire dragon. Then, before the elemental energy dissipated, the fire dragon was crushed. The fire dragon dissipated. Zichun looked at the palace door on the stairs in front of him. He didn't know when he had walked through the corridor. As for the young man from before, he didn't know where he had gone. Standing in front of the palace door, Zichun didn't immediately push the door open. Instead, he turned around and looked at the crowd. At this moment, no one had entered, so naturally, there was no fire rain or sword light. Therefore, everyone could clearly see Zichun. When they saw that there was blood at the corner of Zichun's mouth, their expressions suddenly changed. Devil Ape asked from across the corridor, "Zichun, what happened?" Zichun pointed at the corridor and said, "This place is strange. It suppresses the body's strength and elemental energy. The third stage is the power of the sword. If you block it, you pass. That sword is not weak, especially after elemental energy is suppressed." Zichun's explanation was very clear, so everyone naturally understood. Upon hearing this, many people gave up. This was because some people weren't good at speed to begin with, yet they could suppress their elemental energy. If they rashly entered, they would be courting death. With people retreating, there were naturally people who went forward. Devil Ape was one of them. Zichun had already entered. Of course, he didn't have the intention of entering to obtain treasures. Instead, he wanted to take a look out of curiosity. Just as Devil Ape stepped forward and entered the castle, the perfect body jumped in as well. Of course, he had the pure intention of seeking treasures. After the perfect body, Ape Dragon walked into the castle, followed by a dragon person. Apart from that, Ming Xin chanted a Buddhist proclamation as resplendent Buddhist light shimmered around her. She propped up the strongest defense and walked in. After that, some extremely confident leaders of the factions entered one after another. Just as Zichun had said earlier, this place would suppress the strength of the physical body, and it also had a suppressive effect on the origin energy. The moment they stepped into the fort, the light around them immediately dimmed. Among the people present, the one who wasn't in a hurry was the fiend. When the princess saw that almost everyone had entered, she slowly stepped into the castle. Her face was filled with curiosity and calmness. It was as though she wasn't entering the castle to seek treasures, but to have fun. After the princess entered, the middle-aged fiend followed. As a guard, he naturally had to stay by her side at all times. Chapter 1106. With a gentle push, the door opened. The deep hall seemed to be a little dim because it had not been opened for a long time. The door was very tall, and the hall looked very tall from afar. However, the entire hall only had one floor. At a glance, the dim hall seemed very empty, with almost no decorations. At the end of his line of sight, Zichun saw a black stone table. 2 rows of stone shelves were placed on both sides of the stone table. There was a row of slots on the stone shelves, each of which held 3 black weapons. They were saber, sword, halberd, staff, axe, and hammer. From afar, there were some patterns carved on the surface of the black weapons, which looked like balls of burning flames. The weapons were the same color as the stone table and the ancient castle, and seemed to be made of the same material. Although Zichun did not sense any soul power from them, they should be extremely extraordinary since they were placed here. Zichun shifted his gaze from the stone shelves to the stone table. On the flat and smooth stone table, there was an item. This item was placed in the middle of the stone table, supported by a small black shelf. It was a pure black token, and the pattern on the token was also a flame. Looking at the position of the token, it was obviously more precious than the 6 weapons. However, Zichun could not guess its specific use. Just as Zichun was sizing up the hall, a scream came from behind him. It was a human cultivator who was set on fire by the rain of fire, his body melting in the rain of fire. The people behind him would enter soon. Zichun did not waste any more time and stepped into the hall. Just as he stepped into the hall, a mysterious force descended from the sky. Under the effect of this force, Zichun's physical strength was completely sealed. In addition, his perfect spiritual sense was also sealed, leaving only perfect origin power. Even so, the hall was still enveloped by a strong pressure. This pressure was very strong, and it forcibly suppressed Zichun's perfect origin power to the limit. Of course, this alone had no effect on Zichun entering the hall. However, Zichun suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from his abdomen, as if there was a ball of fire calcining his elemental core. A sharp pain came, and it was heart-wrenching. Zichun frowned slightly, thinking that there were indeed many tests. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and walked towards the palace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step forward, he felt the pain in his Yuan Dan increase slightly. After 5 steps, the pain had almost doubled. Sensing the unusual aura in the hall and recalling what the young man had said, Zichen's gaze once again fell on the token. There were traces of light emanating from it, and he had already vaguely guessed the use of the token. If that's the case, then we're really lucky. Zichun took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and continued forward. From time to time, there would be miserable screams coming from the corridor behind him. It was the unfortunate deaths of the challengers. At this moment, Zichun had already taken 10 steps forward. The burning sensation was 3 times stronger than when he first entered. 10 steps meant 10 meters. And behind 10 meters, the perfect body and the demonic ape arrived almost at the same time. The two of them naturally saw the things in the hall. Without any hesitation, they stepped into the hall one after another. Just as his feet stepped into the hall, the perfect body let out a tragic cry. He collapsed to the ground like a boneless person. What's wrong? The demonic ape looked at the perfect body beside him and bent down to pull him up. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. It's hot. It's very hot. I'm about to catch fire, the perfect body shouted. Why are you nagging? Is it that serious? The demonic ape glanced at the perfect body with a mocking expression. He ignored the perfect body and walked forward. Although his footsteps weren't as fast as Zichen's, every step was firm. Damn it! Damn it! How did this happen? Looking at Zichun, who was more than 10 meters away, and then at the relaxed demonic ape, the perfect body clenched his fists and constantly waved them forward. A perfect body could suppress a spirit body. The most powerful aspect of a perfect body was his perfect physique, which was also his physical strength. As for the essence energy in his body, it was really ordinary. This was his weakness, but he usually didn't care because strength was enough. However, in this hall, his physical strength was sealed. The suppressed essence energy felt like it was being roasted by fire. The intense pain made him unable to stand up. Of course, this didn't mean that the perfect body's willpower was too weak, but that the essence energy in his body was too weak. He couldn't withstand the roasting of the flames. Zhang Haoyan stood outside and didn't enter. He saw Zichun push open the door and then see the things in the hall from afar. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it turned somewhat ugly. Looking at the spirit-devouring rat and Su Mingyao beside him, their expressions were unnatural. Even though Zichun was first, their expressions were extremely unnatural. This was because Princess was the last. From her expression, she had no intention of fighting for it. However, did she really ignore the things in the hall? The answer was definitely not. The real reason was that she wanted to take a shortcut. This was also the reason why the spirit-devouring rat had deliberately put on an act. As for Zichun, although he didn't understand why, he didn't have the time to ask back then. He could only cooperate with the act. As for later on, he didn't ask because he trusted her. This woman is really detestable, the spirit-devouring rat said fiercely. Zhang Haoyan sighed and said, but so what? Back then, compared to Zichen's life, everything was fleeting. Zichen didn't know about the deal. In this situation, as insiders, they could enter the next level and wait for the demons to talk to Zichen. Unfortunately, although the people present weren't good people, they all valued their promises. In the entire Boundless sect, there was only one person who didn't care about promises. That was Monk Good and Evil. To him, as long as there were benefits and benefits, he would be shameless. Unfortunately, the monk wasn't here. The ape dragon and the dragon man also entered the hall one after another. Feeling the pressure, their brows furrowed slightly, but it wasn't as bad as the perfect body's performance. After adjusting their emotions slightly, they walked forward. At this moment, Zichun had already walked far away. Everyone shouldn't have been able to catch up and should have completely given up, but no one gave up. Everyone walked towards the end of the hall because Zichen's speed had clearly decreased. Screams could be heard from time to time. There were still people who were unwilling to accept this and wanted to enter, but most of them had already given up. After giving up, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood outside the castle and watched. They wanted to see who would obtain the things in the castle. As he moved forward, the burning sensation of the flames became more and more intense. Waves of indescribable pain emerged. Zichen's forehead was already covered in sweat. Zichen didn't know what the flames were, but he felt that they were extraordinary. This was because the elemental energy in his body, which was said to be perfect and suppressed to the limit without any impurities, was being compressed again at this moment. In addition to the compression, there were also traces of impurities in the perfect elemental energy. The perfect elemental energy was being roasted out of impurities. What kind of situation was this? This was a situation that no one could imagine. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Zichen's gaze was still incomparably resolute. He had already guessed and confirmed the use of this hall, so he had to obtain that token. Because this hall was not only useful to him, but also to the entire Boundless sect. At the same time, the other existences who had entered the hall also sensed the extraordinariness of the hall and guessed its use. Naturally, they couldn't give up. As they sped up with all their might, they also secretly prayed that Zichun wouldn't be able to hold on and wouldn't be able to go up. But as they prayed, they did not think that if even Zichun could not cross and reach the end, then who else could reach the end? Even more people entered the hall, but not everyone could keep moving forward. A few people walked for about 10 steps before they couldn't hold on and directly sat down cross-legged on the ground, no longer moving forward. Even the perfect body from before crawled for 5 steps before sitting down cross-legged and controlling his elemental energy to resist the flames, no longer moving forward. Those who advanced continued to move forward, while those who couldn't move forward stopped and began to resist the flames, increasing the purity of their elemental energy. Like a flower stroll, the princess finally walked through the long corridor and arrived outside the hall. When she saw the people sitting cross-legged in the hall, a trace of joy appeared on her face. At this moment, Zichun was almost at the stone table. Wherever Zichun passed, large puddles of sweat would be left on the ground. His entire body had long since been drenched in sweat. It could be said that for the token, Zichun was going all out. However, Zichun would never have thought that there was already someone waiting outside, demanding for his harvest with righteous indignation. The princess stood outside the hall and didn't enter. The middle-aged demon walked in and sensed something. His expression changed dramatically. He wanted to send a message, but found that his spiritual consciousness was suppressed. As such, he retreated and explained the situation in the hall. Oh, the princess's eyes began to shine. Looking at the people sitting cross-legged, she guessed the use of this hall. It seems that this is a place specially for cultivating elemental energy. Our luck is really good. Once we get this hall, the demonic energy in our bodies will be much purer. At the same level, we can already suppress humans. With this hall, humans won't be able to do anything. The middle-aged demon hesitated. Then, Your Highness, this thing is so precious. Is Zichun really willing to give it to us? The princess's expression changed. In the end, she said, Humph, he has to give it. Even if he pesters me, we have to get it. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the hall. It was Zichun, but he couldn't hold it in any longer because of the flames. At this moment, Zichen was only 5 steps away from the token. But these 5 steps were so close that they seemed to be worlds apart. Sweat dripped down like water droplets, soaking Zichen's body. Just 5 more steps. He panted, looking at the token in front of him, trying to adjust his breathing. Then, he took another step. At this moment, everyone seemed to have reached their limit. Even if they were unwilling, they could only give up. Because if they took another step, the flames would completely ignite the primal core in Abdomen's body. They watched Zichun, watching as Zichen approached the stone table with great determination. Zichun now needed a long time to adjust and prepare for every step he took, but he still moved forward. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Finally, there were only 2 steps left. This time, Zichun rested for a long time before standing up. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Zichun took another step. With 1 step, Zichen's legs went soft and he almost fell. Chapter 1107. Zichun was still 1 step away from the stone table and 2 steps away from the stone token. However, as long as he took this step, he would be able to reach out and grab the token. He stood in the center of the stone table and ignored the 6 extraordinary weapons on both sides. Since he had guessed the use of the token, he would naturally take it first. In fact, Zichun's worries were completely unnecessary. Regardless of whether it was the devil ape or the others, they would not be able to reach this point in a short amount of time. In this world, only those with perfect elemental energy could reach this point in one try. Although this was the last step, it was also the most difficult step. Within Zichun's abdomen, layers of flames had already appeared on the surface of his elemental core. This was a sign that his entire elemental core was about to be ignited. If Zichun meditated here for 8 to 10 days, 3 months, or 2 months, he would naturally be confident that he would be able to take this step easily. However, although he had a few hours now, he did not have the time for 8 to 10 days. Under the pressure of the flames and the large hall, Zichun could not use the elemental energy in his body. As for techniques, he could not use them at all. Right now, he was just like an ordinary person. Zichun did not move, but no one urged him. This was because everyone knew how dangerous this last step was. The devil ape's face was full of worry. He advised, "If you really can't do it, then forget it. Rest for a while more. I don't want to see your entire body catch fire the moment you take a step." This sounded like a joke, but it was also the truth. The reason they did not continue forward was because they had sensed their own limits and were afraid that their bodies would catch fire the next moment. However, Zichun had already reached his limit previously. Right now, he was already putting his life on the line. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Zichun said. His voice was rough and hoarse. Under everyone's attention, Zichun slowly stood up and took a step forward. As he lifted his foot, his elemental core was ignited. As soon as his foot landed, flames started to burn on his body. Upon seeing Zichun's body on fire, everyone exclaimed. This was because this time, Zichun was being ignited and not enveloped by the flames of life. However, it was precisely because of his experience of being burned by fire that Zichun remained calm even though his body was on fire. He was so calm that it was as if the one burning was someone else. As a result, he took a step forward, and a second step naturally followed. It was simple and natural. At the same time, he leaned over and reached out to touch the black command medallion. Then, he exerted force and grabbed it. At this moment, the origin energy in his body was utterly unable to be mobilized, and the command token was unable to recognize him as its owner after he grabbed it, so he was naturally unable to break free of the pressure here. However, Zichun acted as if he hadn't considered this problem at all. His expression was as calm as ever, and he didn't even frown in the face of the flames. The instant he gripped the command medallion, a surge of origin power rushed out from his body and landed on the medallion, which then recognized it as its owner. The process of master recognition was very simple, so simple that it only took an instant. After master recognition, the pressure on his body dissipated, and so did the flames that ignited his body. In the entire hall, the pressure on everyone was relieved. They knew that Zichun had succeeded. The hall had recognized him as its master, and their expressions became extremely complicated. The demonic ape transformed into a streak of black light, then swept up the 6 black weapons on the stone table as quickly as it could. Everyone sighed, but they had already discussed this beforehand, so they couldn't criticize the demonic ape at this moment. Zichun gripped the command medallion tightly and sat down cross-legged. It had to be said that the moment he took that step forward and grasped the command medallion, his body had already been burned by the flames. The demonic ape wielded the black staff and stood guard beside Zichun. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a cold breeze pass by. Zhang Haoyan had already appeared beside Zichun. Zichun was injured, and with the demonic ape and Zhang Haoyan present, no one dared to fight over the command medallion, not to mention LV Pong and the others. However, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Because of this hall, the Boundless sect would probably be able to cultivate even more experts with pure origin power. Your Highness, Zichun succeeded. When he saw that all of the restrictions had disappeared, a trace of excitement appeared in the middle-aged demon's eyes. Mitchum, the princess nodded, her voice trembling. Now, all they could do was wait. Zichen's injuries weren't light, but in a situation where there was no pressure, Zichen's recovery ability naturally increased, and his injuries rapidly healed. During this time, the others glanced around the hall and discovered that it was extremely empty. Apart from the pillars, there was nothing else. Of course, there were also 2 black stone shelves and a stone table, but no one was shameless enough to say that they wanted to take those things away. They gazed curiously at the hall, then began to quietly discuss the hall's effects. A moment later, Zichen opened his eyes. His injuries had completely healed. When he saw the people around him, he nodded and stood up. When they saw that Zichen had stood up, everyone came forward to inquire about his well-being and whether or not he was injured. When he saw the desire in their eyes, Zichen knew that they weren't concerned about his injuries. He smiled and replied that he was fine. Then, he took out the command medallion and sensed it again. Sect Master Zichen, this command medallion controls this hall. What are its effects? One of them asked. Zichen learned about the command medallion's effects in the shortest time possible. At the same time, he also learned about the hall's function. With the injection of a strand of elemental energy, the command medallion began to glow. Then, the entire hall began to rumble. In the empty hall, there seemed to be a mechanism on the ground as cracks appeared. Then, black stone walls appeared from the cracks, blocking everyone's path. The rumbling continued as stone walls appeared in all directions of the hall. From there, the entire hall was divided into small spaces. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. In their hearts, they were even more certain of the hall's main effect. Following the disappearance of the rumbling sound, the previously spacious hall now seemed extremely small. Through Zichen's perception, there were now 99 additional rooms in the hall. The 99 rooms divided the pressure in the hall into 10 major levels and 99 minor levels. It could be said that the pressure in each room was different, but the difference was not very big. However, from the 1st to the 10th room, the difference in pressure was almost double. This was something that Zichen had risked his life to obtain, so it naturally belonged to him. He could enjoy everyone's jealous gazes and compliments without any guilt. Zichen was very satisfied with this palace, extremely satisfied. With this palace, his perfect Yuan Li would be able to go one step further. Correspondingly, the Yuan Li of the Devil Ape and the others would also be able to go one step further. It can even be divided. It's not a problem for 10 people to stay in each room. This is indeed a good thing. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Zichen. You've obtained another great treasure. Everyone congratulated him. Zichen was in a good mood and nodded in response. Besides Zichen, Zhang Haoyin and the others couldn't feel happy because this palace was too precious. It was precious to the point that it could allow a power to rise up. Not only was it useful to individuals, it was even more useful to a power. They glanced at the princess, who had yet to enter. Her expression was calm, but she had been paying attention to Zichen the entire time. They naturally knew what she was thinking. Everyone, are you going to the 2nd floor, or are you going to cultivate here? When he saw that everyone was unwilling to leave, Zichen chuckled. There are still opportunities on the 2nd floor. If you're late, you'll miss them. As for here, once we return to the Boundless Sect, you can go into seclusion at any time. When everyone heard this, they smiled and nodded, indicating that they would talk about it when they returned. Afterwards, the group of people headed outside. But just as they reached the door, they were blocked by 2 people. It was the princess and the middle-aged demon. The princess blocked Zichen and stretched out her hand. Give it to me. Give what? Zichen looked at her, confused. The hall's medallion. The princess pointed at the hall. Zichen stared at the princess intently for a full 3 seconds. During this time, his expression slowly changed. Even though Zichen did not say anything, his expression said it all. She was either calling him an idiot, a madman, or an idiot who had forgotten to take his medicine. But no matter what her expression was, Zichen did not curse her. Instead, he said seriously, I'm not giving it to you. It's mine. Indeed, this was Zichen's. He had risked his life for it. At this moment, it wasn't just Zichen who thought this. Everyone else thought the same. In fact, they all believed that the princess was being unreasonable. But what they did not understand was that even though the demons had the advantage in numbers, in front of Zichun, they were not unreasonable bargaining chips. The princess didn't care about the expressions of the surrounding people. Instead, she looked at Zichun and faintly smiled. Then, she said in an extremely serious tone, "I know that in your heart, you definitely think that I am being unreasonable, or that I am an idiot or a madman. However, what I want to tell you is that this thing is indeed mine." Zichun stared at her, his expression growing more and more strange. He wondered if she had really forgotten to take her medicine. But why hadn't this guy reminded her? Indeed, a moment later, the demon sovereign next to her spoke, but not to remind the princess to take her medicine. Instead, he looked at Zichun and said, "Sect Master Zichun, this thing really is ours. If you don't believe me, you can ask your friends." Zichun turned to look at the demon ape. The middle-aged demon said, "Oh, I didn't say it clearly, so your friends might not know. But you can ask this brother here. It should be Zhang Haoyin, Brother Haoyin, right?" Zhang Haoyin wanted to curse. "What Brother Haoyin? You want to steal my things, but you call me Brother Haoyin? What's going on here?" Zichun asked Zhang Haoyin in confusion. Zhang Haoyin raised his head and found that everyone was looking at him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After all, there were many factions that were helping Zichun. If he made a promise to each of them, then the Boundless sect would have nothing to do with it. But everyone was looking at him. Under these circumstances, he had to say something. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I promised her that I would help her once." Zichun looked at Zhang Haoyin with a strange expression. He glanced at the princess, then at Zhang Haoyin. After knowing Zhang Haoyin for so many years, he believed that he understood Zhang Haoyin very well. He knew that Zhang Haoyin was not this kind of person, but under these circumstances, he naturally couldn't get to the bottom of it, even though his heart was already burning with curiosity. As such, he asked, "Are you serious?" Zhang Haoyin took a deep breath and said, "Of course, this is a promise." Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he patted Zhang Haoyin's shoulder and took out the black token without hesitation. Chapter 1108. The medallion was in his hand. He had obtained it just like that. Holding the medallion, the middle-aged demon felt like he was dreaming, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was a black medallion, a medallion that controlled the entire hall and castle, and one that Zichun had risked his life to obtain. From everyone's expressions just now, one could see how precious this hall was. Even Zichun valued it greatly. And just now, when Her Highness had asked for it, Zichun had directly refused, as if calling Her Highness an idiot. But with just one sentence from Zhang Haoyin, Zichun had given it to her. The middle-aged demon felt his mind in a mess. Wasn't Zhang Haoyin Zichun's subordinate? Why would Zichun give away such a precious item with just one sentence from his subordinate? He didn't understand, so he naturally didn't understand. But the medallion was in his hand. Even if the other side was playing tricks, it was already too late. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the medallion, then carefully handed it to the princess. Compared to Zichun's magnanimity, this Earth Origin Realm middle-aged demon was much more stingy. But no one laughed at him, because if they were in his shoes, they might not have done any better. These people also didn't dare to believe it. They didn't understand why Zichun would give such a precious item to the demon princess just because of one sentence from Zhang Haoyin. Didn't Zichun know that giving this item to the demon race would strengthen the demon race? Didn't Zichun know that giving this item to the demon race would strengthen the demon race and kill many humans in the future? Zichun really didn't know, because he didn't even think about it, so he naturally didn't care. They stared blankly at Zichun, and the expression on their faces became very strange. The princess took the medallion. Although her calm expression didn't change, her heart was already in turmoil. She naturally knew how precious the medallion was, and at the same time, she was prepared to use any means to obtain it. Jesting, threatening with promises, threatening with the demon race, and when necessary, she could even make some sacrifices. Of course, these sacrifices were limited to the demon race giving up some benefits, such as brilliant demon crystals. Even though she was standing there without moving, she had already thought of many things and made several preparations. It could be said that she was using all of her strength. However, The feeling of her full strength hitting the air in the next moment made her feel uncomfortable, but at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zichun was the strongest person here. It was indeed extraordinary to be able to snatch a piece of fatty meat from him. Let's go. Handing over the token, Zichun signaled Su Mingyao and the others to leave, wanting to give Zhang Haoyan some time. However, as soon as they left, Zhang Haoyan followed them. A hint of doubt appeared in Zichun's eyes, but he did not ask any questions. Zichun and the others left and entered the second level. In the blink of an eye, the master of the hall had changed from Zichun to a demon. There was no point for the others to stay, so they all left. Only the princess and the middle-aged demon were left in the hall. The middle-aged demon said excitedly, "Congratulations, Your Highness, for obtaining a great treasure." The princess nodded. For some reason, she, who should have been excited and happy, could not feel happy at this moment. Looking at the situation just now, Zichun obviously did not know why he had given the token, but Zhang Haoyan had given it to him. What was this? Trust? Was it really trust? However, Zhang Haoyan was just a subordinate. Why should she trust a subordinate? The princess could not understand. She did not even trust her siblings, so why should she trust a subordinate? Not to mention her brothers and sisters. Even if her father was here and suddenly asked her for this token, she would probably hesitate. Subordinate? If Zichun heard this, he would probably laugh. If Zhang Haoyan and the others heard this, they would probably laugh as well. Since she could not understand, she stopped thinking about it. Many demons were still waiting outside. Just now, the demons had already surrounded this place. She used her spiritual sense to activate the token, and the hall shrunk until it was put away. The second level was not much different from the first level. There were many heavenly beasts here, so it was easier for Zichun and the others to kill them. And without the large factions here, there were far fewer people trying to steal from them. As they walked, Zichun's desire for gossip continued to burn. When they reached the second level, he could not help but ask, "When did the two of you begin?" Zhang Haoyan glanced at Zichun suspiciously. "That shouldn't be the case. This is the first time you've met, and you haven't had much time to interact before," Zichun muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could it be love at first sight? It turned out that Zichun had thought that the two of them were having an affair. So that was why Zichun had taken the initiative to hand over the token. When Zhang Haoyan heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. However, Zichun had obviously misunderstood. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not stupid. Even if it was love at first sight, I could have just given you something else. Why would I give you that ancient castle? That thing is as important to the Boundless sect as the heavenly scripture. I know what's right and wrong." Then why? Zichun did not understand. "Because of you." Zhang Haoyan stared at Zichun. The others did not say anything. "Me." Zichun quickly realized what was going on. "Because you wanted to save me, you made a deal with me." Zhang Haoyan nodded and then explained their deal. At the time, the situation was urgent, and Zichun's life was in danger. Zhang Haoyan had no time to think about it. When Zichun heard this, he said, as expected of the princess, "She's quite intelligent and knows how to raise the price. If you run into her in the future, you need to be careful." "You're not angry?" Zhang Haoyan asked. Zichun chuckled. "What's the point of being angry? Am I supposed to steal it back? But it's a pity that the ancient castle is gone. If I had known earlier, I would have taken those weapons first. That way, I wouldn't have come out empty-handed," Zichun sighed. "The weapons are with me," the demonic ape suddenly said. Zichun turned around and glanced at the demonic ape. "After the token recognized me as its master and the pressure disappeared, I immediately took those weapons. I was so angry that I forgot about it." As he spoke, the demonic ape took out the 6 black weapons from before and stabbed them into the ground in front of him. Zichun looked at the sky piercer and felt extremely satisfied. He then grabbed it in his hand. The weight of the sky piercer was out of Zichun's expectations. As Zichun picked up the sky piercer, he felt an indescribable power coming from the sky piercer. This power entered his body and went straight to abdomen. Then, it began to suppress abdomen's elemental energy. Just as Zichun picked up the sky piercer, the demonic ape also picked up the black staff. His expression changed when he felt the strange power in it. Immediately after, Zhang Haoyan picked up the black sword and felt a strange feeling coming from it. The three of them looked at each other, and their expressions became extremely strange. After a while, Zichen said, "Not bad, it's very convenient." The demonic ape said, "It's very convenient. It's good for elemental energy if you keep holding it." Zhang Haoyan asked, "You can keep holding it?" Zichen said generously, "Of course, let's split it." Zichen took the sky piercer, Zhang Haoyan took the sword, and the demonic ape took the staff. 3 out of the 6 items were gone, leaving only the saber, axe, and hammer. However, there was no one to choose from these 3 items. LV Peng was an array player, and Su Mingyao wouldn't choose this. Long Hu didn't know how to use it at all, so these 3 items were empty. Me too. I'm better at using axes and hammers. I also know more than 10 powerful saber techniques. A voice sounded from afar as a golden beam flew over. Seeing the golden beam fly over, Zichen and the demonic ape looked at each other and attacked tacitly. He took the saber and the demonic ape took the hammer, leaving only the black axe. "Aren't you being too unloyal? You can't use it, so why don't you give it to me?" The perfect body appeared and took the axe without standing on ceremony. When the axe entered his hand, it was extremely heavy. Then, it suppressed his essence energy, causing his expression to change. Then, he seemed to recall something as he nodded and sighed in admiration. "Yes, as expected of an ancient armament. It's indeed good stuff. It's not a soul spirit armament, but it's better than a soul spirit armament." The perfect body waved his wrist in satisfaction as the axe sliced through the air, emitting a whistling sound. Previously, he had only thought that this item could suppress and strengthen his essence energy, but he had forgotten to sense if it was a soul spirit armament. Now, after sensing that there was no soul in it, Zichen asked, "Ancient armament. You're saying that this is an ancient armament?" Many years ago, Zichen had come into contact with ancient armaments and knew of their existence. However, the ancient armaments he had come into contact with back then were worlds apart from the one in his hand. It's much stronger than a mortal level armament and also stronger than a soul spirit armament. However, there's no soul in it. For such a situation to happen in this world, it can only be an ancient armament, the perfect body said confidently. Ancient armament literally meant a weapon refined by the ancient race. However, this ancient race didn't refer to the current ancient race, but the original ancient race. It was the ancient race ruled by the 4 royal races. Although the current ancient race wasn't weak, many of their skills had been lost. To be able to discover an ancient armament here, the perfect body was still very excited. In the team, the spirit-devouring rats had long left to search for a relatively mysterious place in this area alone. As for Zichen and company, they began their boring monster hunting mode. When they saw heavenly beasts, they would step forward to kill them, dig out their inner cores, and leave. This meaningless cycle continued because they were waiting for the spirit-devouring rats to discover something again. No one would be willing to lose the ancient castle they had obtained. Although Zichen had given it away in a carefree manner and didn't care about it, losing it still pained him. Apart from Zichen and company, the other factions were also searching for strange places in this area. Some people even stopped killing heavenly beasts and specially searched for the so-called fake passageway. This was because after finding the passageway and taking 99 steps corresponding to the passageway, an impressive ancient castle hall would appear. Along the way, Zichen and company kept holding black weapons in their hands. These weapons had a suppressive effect on essence energy. Although the effect wasn't as good as the hall, the most important thing was that they could always be held in their hands. Furthermore, the black weapons were very heavy and extremely extraordinary. They could be used as weapons. It's been 5 days, but the spirit-devouring rats still haven't sent out a signal. Don't tell me there's no hall on this level. After 5 days of no news, everyone appeared somewhat anxious. Although they had already obtained quite a number of heavenly beast inner cores, no matter how valuable these things were, they weren't even a tenth of the hall. Therefore, everyone was still thinking of the hall with extraordinary effects. This world is so big. It's impossible to finish exploring it in 5 days. Let's wait, said Zichen. After the perfect body took the black axe, he didn't stay any longer and left. Only Zichun and company waited. 5 days passed, but the spirit-devouring rats found nothing. Apart from that, the other factions didn't discover anything either. Thousands of people scattered, but they didn't discover anything. They didn't even find an exit. This couldn't be a sealed world. There had to be an exit, but no one could find it. During this period, LV Pong tried to break through and build a teleportation array, but it was useless. On the 20th day of their arrival in this world, just as everyone was about to despair, Zichun finally received a voice transmission from the spirit-devouring rats. Chapter 11:09. The voice transmission of the spirit-devouring rat came a little slowly, but after hearing it, Zichun and the others moved towards the place pointed by the spirit-devouring rat as fast as they could. As Zichun and the others moved forward, there would always be cultivators around them. These people were in charge of monitoring Zichun, and when they saw Zichun move, they would follow suit. At the same time, they would send out signals to their companions. For a time, all the surviving cultivators in this world flew towards the place pointed by the spirit-devouring rat. When Zichun and the others arrived, there were already many people gathered here. These people were the ones who had been following the spirit-devouring rat. These days, the spirit-devouring rat had been moving forward to search, and they had also followed the spirit-devouring rat. At this moment, when they saw the spirit-devouring rat stop and received the news that everyone was rushing over, they naturally concluded that there was something strange about this place. Thus, they spread out in all directions and launched attacks at a certain spot in the void, wanting to find that strange place. Zichun and the others arrived just in time to see this scene. The spirit-devouring rat looked at the people who were attacking randomly and mocked disdainfully. "What a bunch of idiots! Do you think a miracle will appear with just a few gestures?" "How is it?" Zichun asked. He did not care whether these people were idiots or not. What he cared about was the main hall. The spirit-devouring rat said, "It's the same as before. If we can get it, the harvest will definitely not be smaller than before." The spirit-devouring rat did not use a voice transmission and directly spoke. The cultivators who were paying attention to this side in the distance all heard it and immediately became excited. Glancing at the crowd that was trying to approach with disdain, the spirit-devouring rat led Zichun and the others towards the east. They flew for a full 10 miles before stopping. Seeing the place where the spirit-devouring rat stopped, Zichun and the others felt funny. As for the others, their expressions were very ugly. When they passed by here, they did not notice anything unusual at all. The spirit-devouring rat did not stop here. They did not expect that the place was here, and the spirit-devouring rat flew for a full 10 miles in order to guard against them. The next step was to accurately search. After finding the location, the spirit-devouring rat pointed again. Because it had experience this time, it was not sent flying. In a flash of light, an ancient castle shrouded in restrictions appeared. On the side of the ancient castle, there was a staircase leading to the upper level. There's still one more level. Upon seeing the staircase, the eyes of many lit up. As for the ancient castle, they chose to ignore it. There's also an ancient castle. However, the majority of the people's gazes were on the ancient castle. The first floor of the ancient castle had already brought endless surprises. What about this floor? Looking at the ancient castle in front of him, Zichun's expression was also rather excited. He then said, "Break the formation with all your might." Under everyone's concerted efforts, the restriction shattered, and the ancient castle appeared in front of everyone. The entire castle gave off a heavy feeling. With the previous experience, Zichun no longer hesitated and was the first to push open the door. Compared to the first castle gate, this gate was much heavier. Zichun had to expend a lot of effort to push it open. As the gate opened, a thick and ancient aura rushed out. Because of the previous experience, when the gate opened this time, no one dared to enter. However, the entrance of the ancient castle was completely blocked by some powerful existences. Only Zhang Haoyan, the devil ape, and Zichun had space to stand. As for the others, they were all pushed outside. They blocked the entrance but did not go forward. They were waiting for Zichun to create a clone to investigate. Zichun did not disappoint. With a flash of light, a golden clone appeared and walked into the castle. Just like before, as soon as it entered the castle, the light around the golden clone suddenly dimmed. At the same time, the clone's body swayed, as if it had lost its balance and almost fell. After taking a step, the clone stopped moving. After a long time, it took another step. No one knew what had happened, so they could only look at Zichun. However, at this moment, Zichun was solemnly looking ahead. At the same time, he was calmly sensing everything that the clone had sensed. He had no time to pay attention to them. There was nothing unusual in front of them, but the clone was walking very slowly. Just as everyone was getting impatient and wanted to take a step forward, they heard a pong sound in front of them. It was the clone that had exploded. What happened? Why did it explode for no reason? Everyone looked at Zichun in puzzlement. How is it? Besides Zichun, the perfect body asked. Zichun glanced at the perfect body and said, "Feel it yourself." The perfect body glared. "You." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zichun flash into the castle. Zichun entered and sent a voice transmission. "Come in too. Be careful of the perfect body. He's a threat to us this time. At the critical moment, we need to stop him." The devil ape and Zhang Haoyan were taken aback when they heard the voice transmission. Following that, they rushed into the castle without any hesitation. No matter how fast everyone rushed in, they could only take one step in before stopping. Therefore, as the castle door was occupied, the others were blocked. They couldn't enter even if they wanted to. As soon as Zichun stepped into the castle, a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. "Attack or defend?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zichun frowned slightly and said, "It's you again." The youth appeared in front of him and laughed out loud. "Of course it's me, Zichun. We meet again. I just asked. You didn't appear in their challenge. Are you here to find me?" Zichun asked. "I'm not here to find you. I'm here to see you." The youth corrected him. "Look at me." "That's right. Why are you looking at me? I'm not doing anything. I'm just looking." Zichun immediately had goosebumps. He wanted to end this meaningless conversation as soon as possible, so he asked again, "You're the keeper again?" "You can say that. However, you have a choice this time. Attack or defend. Which do you choose?" When his clone entered just now, he didn't encounter this multiple-choice question. Therefore, Zichun was very puzzled and asked, "How do I attack or defend?" Attack means to keep fighting your way in. Defend means to let others fight your way in, the youth explained. "Then I'll attack. I'm not good at defense." After Zichun made his choice, the youth regretfully disappeared. If it was an attack, he could naturally make a move. However, if it was a defense, he couldn't just stand there and let Zichun attack. A mysterious force fell on Zichun from the void. Immediately after, Zichun felt his elemental energy disappear. Only his physical strength was left in his body. After that, a wall appeared in front of Zichun. Without any prompting, Zichun knew what to do. He clenched his fist and punched out. His physical strength was displayed. Bang! With a loud bang, the wall in front of him was shattered by Zichun's great force. The rebound force was easily neutralized by Zichun. In reality, Zichun took the first step. Almost as soon as he took a step, the perfect body beside him also took a step. However, the two of them were in the midst of the test, so they didn't notice each other. After taking a step, Zichun took another step forward. Following that, he walked forward as though he was walking normally. His speed wasn't considered slow, but it was definitely not the fastest. The perfect body was almost at the same pace as him. Next was the demon ape, the dragon man, the ape unicorn, and monk Ming Xian. Finally, it was Zhang Haoyan and company. These people had all made a multiple-choice question. Furthermore, all of them chose to attack. Only by attacking would one have the initiative, so their speed was relatively fast. As for those who weren't given a choice, they could only choose to defend. This made their advancement speed much slower. Zichun punched out as the stone wall in front of him constantly shattered. As he advanced, the stone wall's toughness increased, but it couldn't stop Zichun. When his avatar vanished, he had already understood some things. Therefore, he got the demon ape and Zhang Haoyan to pay attention to the perfect body. This was because only the perfect body had a physique comparable to Zichun's. Zichun followed the perfect body forward without slowing down. The demon ape and company followed behind and advanced step by step. Compared to them, the others walked much slower. Sigh, there's no chance again. From the looks of it, Zichun obtained it again. That might not be the case. That's an ancient race perfect body. Its speed isn't slower than Zichun's. Zichun has met his match. Many people gave up again and entered the third level. More people stayed outside to watch the outcome. Among them, Demonis and the middle-aged fiend were also present. The two of them didn't enter. Your Highness, if we really don't enter, there might be a chance, the middle-aged fiend said. Ignoring the fact that the chances of success aren't high, even if there's a chance we won't enter, Princess said indifferently. They had already gained something, so it was naturally impossible for them to obtain another one. This was because no one would be willing to do so. The middle-aged fiend naturally understood this logic, but he only asked again to verify it. And the result of his verification was that even though there were the most fiends present, Princess still didn't want to offend Zichun. Even if an ancient castle was placed in front of her, Princess wasn't willing to fight for it. Every time a stone wall was broken, another stone wall would appear. The area in front of Zichun was always dark. Finally, after breaking through countless stone walls, Zichun saw light. The moment he saw the light, he had already completed the test and arrived at the front of the hall, at the bottom of the stairs. Just as Zichun was about to take a step, he felt someone beside him. As he turned his head, he saw the perfect body. At that moment, the perfect body was standing beside him. When it saw Zichun look over, it smiled at Zichun with a malicious expression. Let's rely on our own abilities. The smart perfect body had already guessed what test there would be in the hall. Its face was filled with smugness. Zichun ignored it and looked behind him. The first thing he saw was Demon Ape. It wasn't far from the end. Zichun didn't respond. The perfect body walked forward smugly, full of ambition. Zichun, I'm afraid you won't have a chance this time. He took a few steps up the stairs and walked to the front of the hall before pushing the door open. Suddenly, he felt a force coming from behind him. It was his clothes being grabbed from behind. He turned his head and saw Zichun calmly looking at him, as well as Zichun who was grabbing his collar. The perfect body asked smugly, Why? Do you want to fight? That's what I was thinking. Zichun grabbed the perfect body's clothes and refused to let go. I'm not free. Go play somewhere else. The perfect body waved his hand, but his clothes were still grabbed. Shameless. Chapter 11:10. The fist wind howled as it charged straight at Zichun's face with powerful force. The perfect body didn't show any mercy in this strike. He used all his strength. In a battle with Zichun, showing mercy was equivalent to asking for trouble. It was purely asking for abuse. Zichun's body flashed with golden light as he released a powerful force and similarly punched out. The two fists moved forward in a straight line, emitting a whistling sound as they were about to collide head-on. One was called a perfect body, while the other had a perfect body. The head-on clash between the two would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, when the fists collided in front of the naked eye, there was no sound. There wasn't even an energy fluctuation. The fist beam dissipated upon contact. It was silent. Immediately after, another fist beam appeared and charged towards the other party at an extremely fast speed. The whistling sound rang out again, but there was no sound of collision. Both of their bodies emitted resplendent golden light, as though two golden men were constantly colliding. The two of them constantly struck out with their palms, fists, fingers, knees, elbows. Every part of their bodies that could erupt with powerful strength was their weapon. However, such a collision should have caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. It had the aura of thousands of thunderclaps, but it didn't. The collision between the two of them was silent. Furthermore, the two of them's attack movements were almost identical. It looked like a person was demonstrating in front of a mirror. That's right, it was a mirror. This was because the two's attacks seemed to touch, but in fact, there was still some distance between them. Some people saw through the trick. The two of them didn't really clash, but it didn't mean that the two of them were putting on a show or acting. On the contrary, The two of them were attacking with all their might. The reason why they didn't collide was because the two of them felt that such attacks were ineffective and couldn't deal a fatal blow to each other. They were waiting for an opportunity to severely injure each other in one strike. If anyone's reaction was half a beat slower, they would definitely suffer a devastating blow. Seeing the true situation of the battle in front of them, everyone couldn't help but be in an uproar. Weren't the two of them good friends? Why were they fighting with all their might at this moment? Zichen's original magnanimity was still in everyone's minds. At this moment, they couldn't understand why he was fighting to the death with his friend because of an external object. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows. An ear-piercing whistle sounded in the air, but none of their attacks landed on each other. Then, the demonic ape took a step forward and walked up the stone steps. It was completely awake. From everyone's point of view, the demonic ape's appearance would definitely stop the two of them. After all, they were all friends and brothers. Furthermore, they were the kind that had shared lives with perfect bodies. However, to their surprise, the demonic ape appeared. When it saw the two fighting, it roared and took a step forward. As it took a step forward, a black rod appeared in its hand. It used all its strength to grip the black rod tightly and smashed it at the perfect body's head. Outside the castle, there was an uproar again. They didn't expect the demonic ape to be serious. In the current world, who among those of the same level could withstand the combined might of Zichun and the sky-splitting battle ape? An ear-piercing screech sounded in the air as a surging force began to vibrate. A terrifying aura spread out as the black pole headed straight for the perfect body. The devil ape's indomitable stick shadow represented a kind of attitude, an attitude that it was determined to win. You guys are serious. The perfect body let out a strange cry as its face was filled with anger. It had no choice but to retreat. As for why it didn't take the opportunity to retreat into the hall, it was because Zichun didn't give it a chance. The perfect body retreated several steps as Zichun took the opportunity to take 2 steps forward. Then, he turned around, pushed open the door, and entered the hall. Zichun, you are shameless. The perfect body shouted indignantly. Zichun turned his head and smiled smugly at the other party. The perfect body retreated and dodged the demonic ape strike. However, the black rod in the demonic ape's hand suddenly trembled before sweeping at the perfect body. Shameless! You bunch of shameless scoundrels! The perfect body shouted as it brandished its fists and threw them at the stick shadow. A fist against a stick shadow. Even a perfect body has to retreat. The demonic ape smiled indifferently as the stick shadow smashed down. Boom! The two sides collided, and a delayed boom spread out. The ancient castle began to tremble as a destructive force surged out. The demonic ape held the black rod in its hand as its body swayed slightly. After looking at the perfect body again, it took a few steps back and distanced itself from the door. The 2 strikes were equivalent to 1 strike. After repelling the perfect body, the demonic ape put away its rod and easily walked to the entrance of the hall. It smiled at the enraged perfect body before stepping in. After that, Ape Dragon and company entered one after another. Instead, the perfect body that was the first to arrive was a little slower. Shameless. Truly shameless. I never expected the mighty Zichun of the Infinity Sect to be so shameless. The perfect body gritted his teeth as though Zichan was in his mouth. He reluctantly stepped forward and entered the hall. After the battle ended, everyone outside was dumbfounded. In their minds, although Zichen killed people like scything flax, his way of doing things was definitely righteous. He killed those who deserved to be killed, kept his promise, and was loyal. Back then, because of Zhang Haoyan's words, he could calmly give away an ancient castle. It was likely that he was someone who treated external objects as dung. However, the situation in front of them greatly exceeded their expectations. This was because Zichen was fighting his brothers to the death for these external objects. This made their impression of Zichun change drastically. Outside the castle, the princess glanced at the middle-aged demon. Her gaze seemed to say, "Look, Zichun has gone crazy. If we snatch it again, we will definitely have an intense conflict with the Infinity Sect." The hall in front of him was the same size as the previous one. As the door opened, Zichun stepped in. When he stepped in, a mysterious force descended. This force sealed his essence energy and spiritual senses. At the same time, it began to suppress his physical strength. If the first hall was said to have a great effect on essence energy, then this hall targeted his physical constitution. Zichun had already guessed it, which was why he felt that the perfect body was a threat to him. Thankfully, he stopped the perfect body and was the first to walk in. Although he took 2 more steps than the other party, at critical moments, 1 step could determine victory. A powerful pressure began to suppress his physical strength. At the same time, Zichun felt a burning pain in his body as though flames were burning his body. This time, Zichun didn't even frown as he strode forward. As he walked forward, he had the time to carefully size up the hall. The hall was still very empty. There was nothing around it. The only thing that had something was right in front of him. It was almost the same as before. There was a stone table with a small stone shelf on it that supported a black token in the middle. The black token was naturally the token to control this ancient castle. In addition, on both sides of the stone table, there were 2 weapon racks. However, on one of the weapon racks, there was a layer of blackboard cover. On the cover, there were 3 items. On the other shelf, there were 3 weapons. The 3 weapons were very unique. The first one was a black saber. It was 2 meters long and 3 times as wide as an ordinary saber. It could be said to be huge. The saber's body was engraved with burning flames. When the saber was inserted into the weapon rack, the wide saber gave off a heavy feeling. The second weapon was a black axe. The head of the black axe was very large, like a half-moon millstone. It was very sharp, and the back had a long tip that resembled a long thorn. The handle of the axe was nearly 1.5 meters long. It could be said to be a black axe. One could imagine how astonishing it would be if someone brandished the axe to attack. The first 2 weapons were very large, so the third was naturally very large. It was a double hammer. The hammerhead of the double hammers was much larger than the second axe. It looked very heavy. It was obvious that these 3 huge items were prepared for people with strong physical strength. Compared to the 3 huge weapons, the 3 items on the stone shelf were much smaller. They were a pair of thin, broken finger gloves, something that looked like a folding fan, a black ruler, and 2 rows of black iron arm rings. There were also 6 items, but compared to the ones in the first level of the ancient castle, these 6 items were much more unconventional and strange. Upon seeing the 6 items, Zichun's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't stop and walked forward step by step. However, as he advanced, he would turn his head to take a look to prevent the perfect body from catching up from behind. What followed next was a relatively slow chase and contest. In the hall, the competition was based on physical strength. All other strengths were suppressed. The only thing that could compare to Zichun was the perfect body. The perfect body gritted his teeth and endured the scorching pain from his body. He advanced again and again. Especially after seeing the 6 unique items, he was even more determined to advance. Due to Zichun's previous move, even if he couldn't obtain the black token, he had to obtain the 6 items. The perfect body walked behind, but as he constantly moved forward, he passed one cultivator after another. He surpassed the Buddhist Ming Xian and smiled smugly at him. "Monk, why aren't you reciting your scripture of mercy? Why are you here to join in the fun?" Ba. It was originally a joke, but to his surprise, Ming Xian stopped fighting after chanting a Buddhist proclamation. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the spot. "Monk, you sure know what's good for you." The perfect body stepped forward smugly and quickly passed the ape dragon. He said, "Forget it. Your physical strength is just a little lacking. You're destined not to reach the end." The ape dragon glared fiercely at the perfect body and took another step forward. The smugness on the perfect body's face intensified. He would always say something when he passed one cultivator after another. Soon, he reached 3rd place. He was only 2 steps away from the demonic ape in front of him and only 6 steps away from Zichun. The perfect body's forehead was already covered in sweat, but his expression was very relaxed. After a few steps, he was shoulder to shoulder with the demonic ape. He smiled at the demonic ape and said, "So what if you play tricks? I still caught up to you. Zichun is almost done for. His perfect body is acquired after all, unlike my natural perfect body. Haha, even if you play tricks, you can't beat me. The entire hall echoed with the perfect body's smug and infuriating voice. He walked forward confidently, preparing to surpass the demonic ape and chase after Zichun. However, once he took a step forward, he couldn't take a second step. Chapter 11:11. The demonic ape's hand that grabbed the perfect body's clothes was like a clamp. It had long been strangled and couldn't break free. The perfect body stared at the demonic ape with widened eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He had already seen Zichun's shamelessness, but he never expected the demonic ape to be so shameless. It actually wanted to use such a retarded and inferior method to stop him like Zichun. However, he tried to break free a few times and realized that he couldn't. It was obvious that the demonic ape had used all its strength. Therefore, he shouted angrily, "Demonic ape, let go!" However, the original one hand suddenly turned into two hands. The demonic ape's calm face gradually had a hint of mockery. He didn't say a word, but his expression was mocking the perfect body as though he was saying, "Idiot, continue being smug. Continue walking." Be it the people inside or outside the castle, they were somewhat dumbfounded when they saw this scene. All of them thought that in order to obtain the items here, Zichun was truly unscrupulous. He could think of all kinds of shameless tricks and use them. After failing to break free after a few attempts, Zichun had already taken a second step. The distance between the two of them would only increase. Whoosh! The perfect body was already furious. He couldn't be bothered to scold these shameless fellows. He swiped with one hand, and a golden beam flashed. His sleeve shattered as a smug look appeared on his face again. As long as Zichun didn't reach the end, he had a chance. He was very confident in his physical strength. As his essence force was weak, he specialized in physical strength. However, his smugness vanished the next moment. This was because the fiend ape's hands quickly grabbed him like black lightning. It grabbed the perfect body tightly and said with a smile, "Continue. Let's see if you can tear all your clothes apart." Shameless. The perfect body began to glow as a resplendent golden light illuminated the surroundings. A powerful force appeared from his body before forming a force tide that surged towards the demonic ape in a bid to blast it away. However, the demonic ape grabbed him tightly and refused to let go, allowing the powerful forces to strike his body. Pong! The energy tide surged towards the demonic ape like a huge wave. After more than 10 times, the demonic ape finally couldn't hold on any longer and couldn't help but retreat. The demonic ape took a few steps back as it grabbed the corner of his clothes. Humph! Perfect body snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and walked forward again. The devil ape had only stopped him for a short moment, but he was already 9 steps away from Zichun. Although it was difficult for him to take even one step forward, 9 steps was still a huge gap. I never expected you people from the Infinity sect to be so shameless. You are weak, but you are thinking of such crooked methods, the perfect body said with extreme dissatisfaction as it advanced. It doesn't matter if it's crooked or evil, as long as it succeeds in the end. Zichun's indifferent voice rang out. By now, almost everyone had given up and were waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two of them. Humph! Shameless, truly shameless. The perfect body continued forward, but all he could do was grumble. He was angry, but he didn't harbor any resentment. This was because if it were him, he would have done the same. Unfortunately, none of the ancients who came this time had the strength of Demon Ape. As the pressure increased, the subsequent journey became difficult. Zichun's speed slowed down, and the gap between the two of them narrowed. Zichun's perfect body technique continued to circulate. Wave after wave of powerful energy surged out from every part of his body. It surged out from his blood and filled his entire body to resist the pressure. He then took large strides forward. When he was still 10 steps away from the stone table, the perfect body was only 5 steps away from him. However, after resting, Zichun took another step forward. The scorching heat emitted from his body made his robes drenched in sweat. The perfect body wasn't any better, but as long as he advanced, he would put immense pressure on Zichun. Hee, let's see if you take the token or the weapon. Looking at Zichun in front of him, the perfect body chuckled. Zichun was somewhat exhausted, but he still replied, "What if I take both?" The perfect body laughed out loud. "That's exactly what I want, as long as you have the ability. However, I still have to advise you to think it through. Don't end up with nothing when the time comes." Indeed, Zichun was hesitating as he advanced. The 6 special weapons were indeed extraordinary, but they were ultimately far inferior to the ancient castle. No matter how he looked at it, he should choose to obtain the token first. And Zichun was indeed thinking so. He didn't hesitate to make up his mind. Therefore, he walked unswervingly towards the token. His goal was very clear. The perfect body laughed smugly as he walked towards the weapons in front of him. Without looking at the situation, just from the sound, those who didn't know would think that the perfect body had obtained the greatest victory. The demonic ape took a deep look at the perfect body before looking at Zhang Haoyan, who wasn't far away. It also walked forward. Seeing the demonic ape begin to move again, the perfect body said disdainfully, "Demonic ape, what does this have to do with you?" The demonic ape sneered. "Can I train my body?" The perfect body nodded solemnly and said seriously, "That's right. Your body does need training because it's too weak." The demonic ape sneered again. Zichun, who was walking forward step by step, was finally about to approach the token. As the perfect body was chasing after him, he also performed exceptionally. Finally, he walked to the stone table. The perfect body was still 3 steps away from Zichun. Zichun panted heavily as he looked at the perfect body from behind and said, "You won't have a chance." The perfect body said disdainfully, "Do you think I care about a crappy token? These 6 weapons aren't bad, so I'll reluctantly accept them. By the way, don't ask for them from me in the future because I'm in a bad mood. I won't give them to you." Zichun took a deep look at the perfect body but didn't say a word. At the same time, he half squatted there and kept panting as sweat dripped down. After waiting for Zichun to take the token, the perfect body said unhappily, "Hey, can you hurry up?" Zichun waved his hand and said, "Wait, I'll catch my breath and wait for you." Shameless. If you really wanted to wait for me, you wouldn't have stopped me just now. Hurry up. Take the token and I'll take the weapons. I can't wait any longer, the perfect body urged. Zichun looked at the perfect body and said seriously, "What if I want them all?" The perfect body laughed out loud. "As long as you have the ability, you can take them all. However, this is clearly unrealistic because I'm unwilling." Zichun shook his head and sighed softly. Thinking back to the first level, you only managed to take 5 steps despite rolling and crawling. Back then, your pathetic appearance was really amusing. However, back then, your actions were only rather funny. Now, you look so detestable. Zichun could have reached out to take the token, but he didn't move. No one knew why. Zichun waited there. Logically speaking, the perfect body should have had a chance, but he didn't move. The only one still moving was the demonic ape, but it had clearly exhausted its strength and was unable to approach. This is called detestable. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Look carefully. This is detestable. This is confidence, all right? The perfect body said loudly. I can still distinguish between confidence and detestable. Humph, cut the crap. Quickly take away the token. Zichun's panting gradually calmed down. Although his body felt like it was on fire, he still persisted. He took a deep breath and said, "All right then, I want the token. You have to be prepared. Don't worry. I promise I won't let you." Without waiting for the perfect body to finish its sentence, Zichun grabbed the token and immediately acknowledged it as its owner. The process only took an instant. After the acknowledgement, the pressure in the hall instantly disappeared. With the pressure gone, everyone regained their mobility. They rushed towards the 6 weapons at extreme speed. The perfect body was the closest to the 6 weapons and was the fastest. He should have been able to succeed. However, the truth was that just as the pressure disappeared, black beams of light suddenly appeared on the perfect body's body. These black beams were like chains that wrapped around the perfect body. The powerful force that had just been released in his body instantly receded like a tidal wave. As a result, just as his body leaped up, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground due to inertia. Just as the perfect body's body was about to fall, a crazy killing intent suddenly appeared in the hall. This killing intent chilled one's heart and left one trembling. A cold wind swept past everyone like a cold blade, bringing with it a hurricane that rushed towards a weapon rack. The cold wind swept through the weapon rack before sweeping away the 3 weapons on it. Following that, the cold wind transformed into a beam of light. It was Zhang Haoyin. At that moment, the perfect body's body fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Zhang Haoyin took away 3 weapons. As for the other 3, they were naturally taken away by Zichun, who was nearby. The change happened instantly as the 6 weapons instantly had owners. Demonic ape, how dare you plot against me? The perfect body broke free from the black light on its body and jumped up from the ground, glaring at demonic ape. However, everything was over. The ancient castle had recognized its owner, and the 6 weapons belonged to Zichun. It was all over. The hall was filled with an oppressive aura. This aura was released by the enraged perfect body. It left one trembling. Although it was over, he was indignant. He was originally the person with the highest chance of obtaining the ancient castle, but under Zichun's repeated schemes, he didn't even obtain an ancient weapon, much less the ancient castle. Hence, he was enraged. A powerful aura swept through the hall like a storm. Seeing that the situation was amiss, the others immediately walked out. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left in the hall. They were Zichun, demonic ape, Zhang Haoyin, and the perfect body. Boom. After everyone came out, the hall door closed. It was like 2 small worlds inside and outside. No one knew what was happening inside. Zichun has 3 people inside. He won't kill the perfect body, right? If he really wants to attack, the perfect body will definitely die. However, Zichun has always been on good terms with the ancient race. He probably won't really kill the perfect body, right? Why not? Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Hee. If he really kills the perfect body, Zichun will lose a powerful backer. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 11-12. The hall was closed, and there were only 4 people in it. The perfect body had been schemed against several times. He had gone from being the strongest competitor to nothing. He was so angry that he wanted to kill. A violent aura surged around him and filled the entire hall. Seeing that a battle was about to begin, everyone immediately came out when they saw that the situation wasn't looking good. In their imaginations, the hall's door was closed. The atmosphere in the hall was already tense, ready to erupt at any moment. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was indeed oppressive. The perfect body, who had been schemed against, really wanted to kill, but there was Zichun and company in front of him. It didn't seem like he could kill them, so he settled for the next best thing. Who dares to fight me? The perfect body's voice exploded in the hall like thunder. However, no one helped him fulfill this wish. He released his strongest realm aura and was fully prepared to fight with all his might. However, no one fought with him. No one paid him any attention. No one even looked at him. The perfect body was directly ignored. Do you dare fight me? The perfect body was filled with fighting spirit as his thunderous voice sounded again. Come, let's see the effects of this hall first. The perfect body's words echoed in the empty hall like thunderclaps. However, the 3 of them didn't seem to hear him and ignored him. Zichun gestured for the 2 of them to come over. Then, he took out the black token and activated his spiritual perception to control it. The next moment, the token began to glow. The patterns in it lit up and rumbling sounds came from the hall. The flat ground suddenly cracked open in an extremely regular pattern. Stone walls appeared from the cracks. These stone walls divided the hall before regrouping, forming 99 small rooms. The scene in front of them was the same as the first floor's hall. However, the effects of the 99 rooms were different. One was for strength training, while the other was for body training. Seeing so many rooms appear in the empty hall in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were very satisfied, although there was still no sign of life inside. The rumbling sounds affected the perfect body's fighting spirit. The 99 rooms that appeared also blocked the reverberation of his thunderous voice. He tried his best to control his fighting spirit and shouted coldly at Zichun and company, "Do you dare fight me?" He was ignored again. After looking through the haul that it was satisfied with, the demon ape said, "Take out the ancient weapon and take a look. I think that armband suits me quite well. Why don't we just split it like this?" Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking." Of the 6 weapons, Zichen and Zhang Haoyan each took 3. Zichen took the small ones while Zhang Haoyan took the 3 large ones. The 6 ancient armaments were all taken out. The 3 huge ones were naturally ignored and handed over to Zhang Haoyan. The devil ape looked at the black armbands. There were a total of 18 of them. The black armbands were engraved with flame patterns. The devil ape did not stand on ceremony and put them on its arm. As soon as he put it on, he felt a force coming from the black armband, and his arm instantly sank. That's right, it does suppress one's strength. It's extremely helpful for body transformation. It's a good thing. The devil ape clenched its fists tightly before waving its arms vigorously. Its speed wasn't as fast as before, but it was filled with strength. When its arms fell, a strong wind whistled. After carefully sensing it, the devil ape's face lit up. It was very satisfied with the armbands. With 1 out of the 3, there were only 2 left. Zichen looked at Zhang Haoyan and gestured for him to choose first. Zhang Haoyan spread out his hands and said, "My physical strength is too weak. This thing is a burden to me at the moment. It affects my flexibility." Zhang Haoyan didn't choose, but Zichen didn't stand on ceremony and took the black boxing gloves. When he put them on, he immediately felt a heavy force. Furthermore, his originally powerful body was suppressed, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The gloves were relatively light, but Zichen could feel the pressure from them. This pressure hindered the circulation of his perfect strength, making it difficult for him to circulate his power smoothly, but this was a good thing. Zichen believed that once he smoothed out this discomfort, his body's strength would change again. Zichen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. In the future, I can wear boxing gloves and hold a halberd. As long as I walk around, my strength and essence energy will increase. I never expected that there would be such a magical thing in this world." After confirming that he was ignored, the fighting spirit around the perfect body finally began to decline. During this period, he shouted a few more times, but no one paid him any attention. Helpless, he could only accept the fact that he was ignored. The 3rd item was a folding fan. A folding fan that could suppress one's physical strength was definitely a rare item among ancient armaments. Unfortunately, Zhang Haoyan was a killer. He was very cold and liked to hide in the dark. Although the folding fan was a weapon, he liked to use swords. Seeing Zhang Haoyan shake his head, Zichen was about to put away the folding fan when a voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, can you give me that folding fan?" The fighting spirit on the perfect body had long vanished without a trace. The powerful aura had also been completely restrained. At that moment, there was no longer any anger in his eyes. All he saw was the bright light emitted from the folding fan. This was because he realized that the folding fan was extremely suitable for him. Be it acting cool or using it as a weapon, it was extremely suitable for him. It was as though it was tailor-made. The perfect body stopped shouting, and only then did the trio's attention land on him. The demonic ape said teasingly, "Here you go. Sorry, we're in a bad mood today. We don't want to give anything to others." This was what the perfect body had said with a smug expression when he was confident that he could obtain an ancient armament. Back then, his expression was asking for a beating. Now that the demonic ape said it, a hint of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. However, they had still underestimated the thickness of the perfect body's skin. Embarrassment flashed across his face as he strode forward and wrapped his arm around the demonic ape's shoulder. He said as though they were close friends, "Demonic ape, don't stand on ceremony. We are brothers. It's just a folding fan. It's nothing." The demonic ape turned its head and continued ignoring the other party. The perfect body looked at Zhang Haoyan again, but seeing his cold expression, he probably couldn't get anything useful out of him. Therefore, he directly spoke to Zichen. "Zichen, we went through thick and thin together back then. We killed spirit bodies and experienced many life and death situations. We can be considered brothers, right?" Looking at the perfect body's appearance, Zichen nodded seriously and almost laughed out loud. "It's good that you admit that we're brothers. Besides, When you were trapped by the array formation, didn't I bring people to rescue you without a word? Furthermore, during that rescue, I was injured because I exerted too much strength. I haven't recovered yet. Zhang Haoyin and the demonic ape immediately had looks of contempt on their faces. They felt that this person was actually so shameless. However, Zichen nodded and said, "That's right. I'll remember your kindness." The perfect body glared and pointed at the folding fan. "What's the use of remembering my kindness? Repay me now. The opportunity is right in front of you. The item is also in front of you. Don't miss it." Zichun said, "Didn't I give you an ancient weapon previously? Isn't that considered repayment?" The perfect body said unhappily, "That was a long time ago. Yet you still want to mention it to me. All right, let's do the math again. Back in the Infinity Sect, Wang Shan swindled a folding fan from me. Did I give it to you? That's a soul spirit weapon. It's a soul spirit weapon that hasn't recognized a master. It should have been mine. Don't deny it. I've already seen you use it, so you have to make it up to me." Upon hearing the perfect body's shameless words, the few of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Their smiles were filled with smugness. Both sides knew each other very well, so a battle naturally wouldn't happen. Just like before, Zichen naturally didn't care about a mere fan. The tightly shut door opened again. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the people inside. They wanted to see if 3 or 4 people came out. Were their heads bleeding, or if they were missing an arm or a leg? 4 people came out. None of them were missing, nor were there any bleeding heads or missing arms or legs. They saw the perfect body, who had originally wanted to die, come out with Zichen and company. Furthermore, the way they appeared was with their arms around each other's shoulders like good brothers. The 4 of them chatted and laughed. They didn't look like they were about to fight to the death. Upon seeing this, everyone sighed. "Boring," Su Mingyao said indifferently. Clearly, she had long known that a fight wouldn't break out. The scene from before was at most a prank. After walking out of the ancient castle and looking at everyone with strange expressions, the perfect body coughed lightly. A folding fan appeared in his hand, and he opened it with a snap. He was handsome to begin with and was extremely perfect. At this moment, with the smug look on his face, countless people wanted to slap him in the face with the soles of their shoes. Everyone came out and stood outside the ancient castle. Zichun held the token, and with a thought, a mysterious force emitted from the token and landed on the ancient castle. In the next moment, the ancient castle began to tremble. Then, it rumbled like an earthquake as the ground trembled continuously. The huge ancient castle shrank as it trembled until it was the size of a palm. Zichun waved his hand, and the ancient castle flew into his hand. He held it in his palm. With the ancient castle taken away, the treasure hunting trip on this level was over. Next was the 3rd level. There were good things on the first 2 levels. No one believed that the 3rd level would be empty. Therefore, after seeing that it was over, they rushed to the 3rd level. In the sky above the 2nd level of the heavenly realm, 2 demon supremacies, the prince, and a demon quietly watched everything that happened below. They were somewhat puzzled that Zichun had given the princess a haul. At the same time, they cursed Zichun for being an idiot. He actually gave such a good thing away. However, it didn't matter. In the end, it would be theirs anyway. At this moment, seeing Zichun obtain another haul, the demon supremacy only sneered and led his men to the 3rd level. Along the way, one of the demon sovereigns said, "This world has 3 layers. There are 3 ancient castles that represent the pinnacle of power. They are respectively force, origin, and will. When the 3rd ancient castle appears, we will kill everyone here and then challenge the higher level existences." The demon supremacy disappeared, and the youth appeared the next moment. He looked at the departing figures of the demon supremacy and company and muttered, "It's really boring and boring." With that said, he waved his sleeve forward. A force passed through the 2nd level and landed on the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the heavenly realm was also the last level. Chapter 11:13. The aura of the 3rd layer heaven realm was very unusual and made people feel dangerous. The heavenly beasts here were much stronger and more dangerous than the previous 2 layers. However, there were almost no weaklings who could successfully reach the 3rd layer. As for rogue cultivators, there were even fewer. Every time they set out, they formed a team, so under everyone's joint efforts, the heavenly beasts were killed one by one. At the same time, everyone's thoughts were all on the mysterious castle. If they found it early, there was still hope for them to obtain it. The spirit-devouring rat showed everyone its keen sense of treasure hunting. As a result, as the spirit-devouring rat moved forward, there would always be some cultivators following behind it, either in the open or in the dark. Wherever the spirit-devouring rat passed, they would release energy attacks. Idiots! Seeing the despicable actions of the people behind it, the spirit-devouring rat's face showed a disdainful expression. After cursing inwardly, it sped up. In the third-layer heaven realm, killing heavenly beasts was secondary. Most people were concerned about the castle, but according to the experience of the previous 2 layers, the journey to find the castle would be very time-consuming. Because even the spirit-devouring rat, who was a natural treasure hunter, was not sure if it could find it in a short time, let alone others. So in the entire third-layer heaven realm, although many people were looking for the castle, they were relatively not in a hurry. Zichen and the others also entered the third-layer heaven realm after a long time. However, a strange change happened when everyone stepped into the third-layer heaven realm. In this world, a hurricane suddenly appeared. This hurricane was like a tornado, raging from one end of the world to the other. The appearance of the storm caused the entire world to shake, as if it was welcoming a great earthquake, rumbling. The spirit chi in the world became extremely chaotic, and spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Some of the powerhouses in the sky were instantly torn apart by the cracks, dying before they could even scream. An oppressive and dangerous aura filled the entire world, as if a peerless evil was about to appear. Then, a loud cry resounded in this world, and a flame ripple appeared from the depths of this world, spreading to the outer world. Zichen and the others were very familiar with this flame ripple. In the past, when the everlasting sect was in danger, this flame ripple appeared and killed several Earth Origin Realm cultivators, saving the everlasting sect. At that time, a similar powerful cry resounded in the world. A loud and powerful cry rang out, and the expressions of the 2 demon lords in the void immediately changed. The faces of the prince and the devil beside him were incomparably pale. There was a strong vibration force in the cry just now. The 2 of them were in the void, and their souls were almost destroyed. The prince looked at the devil and asked, "What a terrifying sound. What is it?" "This voice has never sounded when we were sealed. It only appeared once recently, and this is the second time. I think it should be the saint's pet. After so many years, it was revived because it was extraordinary. Of course, it could also be that it broke the seal," the demon lord said in a low voice. "Then do you have the confidence to deal with the demon sovereign?" The demon lord shook his head. "I'm not sure. We only fought with the saint back then and were sealed by him. As for that pet, its strength shouldn't exceed a saint's. However, judging from its loud voice, I wonder how much of its strength it has recovered." "Then what should we do?" The prince looked worried. A cold light flashed across the demon lord's face. He said coldly, "If we want to control this place, we have to kill this pet. Now that things have come to this, we can only kill everyone here and use their essence blood to recover our strength. At first, I wanted to watch the show slowly. Now that the saint's pet has been revived, we don't have much time. Let the castle appear in advance." With that, the demon lord waved his sleeves forward. The flame ripple spread out into the distance and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The whole world fell into silence again, but the oppressive aura from before became stronger. The change happened in the depths. As the change stopped, everyone looked toward the depths. After a slight hesitation, they flew toward the depths. Zichen, the castle suddenly appeared for some reason. As soon as the flame ripples disappeared, the spirit-devouring rat sent a message. Zichen's expression changed when he heard it. What happened? Everyone saw the change in Zichen's expression. The castle on this level suddenly appeared. Zichen said, his expression uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. What? The castle suddenly appeared. Then let's go quickly. What are you still standing here for? Perfect Body, who was with Zichen, shouted. Then, he put away his folding fan and rushed to the castle as fast as he could. Why did the castle suddenly appear? Zhang Haoyan asked with a frown. Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Then, are we going? Seeing Zichen not moving, the demon ape asked. Zichen shook his head and said, I keep feeling that something is wrong. It seems that we have overlooked something. Overlooked something? I'm not sure. Mengyao, you calculate. Hearing that the castle suddenly appeared, Su Mengyao began to deduce, but the road ahead was chaotic and she couldn't deduce anything at all. After a while, she shook her head and said nothing. Let's go. No matter what we have overlooked, we have to take a look first. The group walked toward the depths. After the change, the castle suddenly appeared in this world. Moreover, the castle that appeared this time didn't even have a restriction outside. Any random cultivator would be able to easily push open the ancient castle. It's opened. It's actually opened. It's the same as the original castle. The one who pushed open the castle's door was a monster. He shouted excitedly. Yes, it's exactly the same castle. I didn't expect that we would be the first to discover the castle. This is our opportunity. Let's hurry in and search for treasures before Zichun and the others arrive. Yes, let's go in quickly. This was a small team of monsters. There were a total of 8 people. Looking at the castle in front of them, their expressions became extremely excited. At this moment, they were so excited that they didn't know that there was a person in the distance. To be precise, a spirit-devouring rat was coldly looking at them. Seeing the 8 of them carefully enter the castle, the spirit-devouring rat said indifferently, I wonder how long you can last. The 8 of them entered one after another. The first person took 3 steps and his body suddenly exploded, turning into a broken corpse. Bang! Immediately after, the second person also took 3 steps and his body directly exploded. What happened next was like a chain reaction. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 demons who had entered the ancient castle all exploded and died. Their broken corpses scattered in the castle, and blood stained the castle's ground red. But in the next moment, these broken corpses began to burn, and the castle's door that had just been opened automatically closed. Seeing the 8 people die one after another, the spirit-devouring rat said coldly, the third wave. The sound of breaking air rang out again, and another group of cultivators arrived. Seeing the lonely castle in front of them, they were stunned, and then their faces were filled with excitement. After sending a voice transmission to their families, they landed in front of the castle and easily pushed it open. It's the same as the previous castle. I've seen it before. I didn't expect that we would be the first to arrive. This is our opportunity. Let's go in quickly. It was almost the same conversation as before. Then, this small team carefully entered the castle. In less than 5 steps, their bodies exploded. After all of them died, the castle's door closed again. The fourth wave. The spirit-devouring rat calculated indifferently. After a moment, it said again, the 5th wave. After the death of the 5 waves of cultivators, the sound of breaking air became much more intense. Many cultivators were rushing over. The 6th wave of cultivators died in front of the spirit-devouring rat, but their corpses did not disappear. There were no flames on the ground, and the castle's door did not close again. Soon after, many cultivators arrived and gathered outside the castle's door. Dead, they're all dead. After they arrived, the flames that hadn't appeared before appeared again. Then, they burned the corpses, and the ground became clean again. It seems that the difficulty this time is a bit high. The people who sent us the message are all dead. The people of the various factions guessed that their subordinates had died, but they didn't care much. In this place, it was normal for a few people to die. They looked around and didn't see Zichun. Their hearts were at ease, and there was almost no need for discussion. They led their people into the castle. Everyone had the same idea in their hearts, and that was to take advantage of Zichen's absence to quickly enter the castle and take the token that controlled the castle. Everyone began to move forward. The spirit-devouring rat hid in the distance and quietly watched this scene, watching them easily take more than 10 steps. The spirit-devouring rat, who was originally suspicious of the castle, was now even more certain that there was something strange about the castle. This was because the previous 6 waves of people had not taken more than 5 steps, but now, most of them had taken more than 10 steps. Bang! A moment later, someone had already taken more than 20 steps. Only then did an explosion sound come out. It was the body of a cultivator who had taken more than 10 steps that exploded. The crowd didn't care about this explosion. At this moment, they all gritted their teeth and tried to walk to the front of the hall. Bang! After a few breaths, the explosion sounded again. A few breaths of time, a few breaths of time. The number of cultivators entering the castle gradually decreased. As the number of deaths gradually increased, there were also some people who were about to reach the end and reach the main hall. This looked like a real test. Those who died were all weak, but for some reason, the spirit-devouring rat had an uneasy feeling in its heart. This uneasiness was as if someone was controlling the castle. Whoever he wanted to die would die. The leader of a faction finally approached the main hall. He took a step up the stairs and passed the test. Then, he exhaled heavily and his expression became extremely excited. This was because he was the first person to arrive at the main hall. Behind him, the explosions continued, much more frequent than before. However, he had already arrived here, so he didn't care how many people died. As for the people behind him, because they saw someone successfully walk to the front of the hall, they naturally had to give it a try. The leader of the faction walked up the stairs and came to the door of the hall. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door. The door opened, and the black stone table at the end of the hall reappeared. There was a token on it, and there were 6 weapons on both sides. He took a deep breath and entered the hall. Behind him, more people crazily rushed into the castle. As Zichen wasn't around, everyone had a chance. When the perfect body arrived, he shouted and rushed in. Moments later, Zichen and the others arrived. However, before they could approach the castle, the spirit-devouring rat appeared to stop them. Chapter 11:14. After stopping Zichen, the spirit-devouring rat told him what had just happened as quickly as possible. Looking at the hall in front of him, Zichen said, "You mean that this castle is controlled by someone? Although I'm not sure, this is the only explanation that makes sense," the spirit-devouring rat said. "Could it be him?" Zichen frowned. "Who?" "That young man. You've all seen him before. The last 2 times I entered the castle, I saw him. Have you seen him?" The devil ape and Zhang Haoyan shook their heads. "He's the master of this world and controls the rules. If there's really someone tampering with this castle, it can only be him. In this world, the young man was naturally the strongest." Zichen's guess was very reasonable. But if it's really him, why did he let so many people die? The spirit-devouring rat asked the question in its heart. "Maybe he was bored," Zichen said. "Bored?" Everyone was puzzled. Zichen explained, "A person has lived alone for countless years. It's inevitable that his temperament will become strange. Perhaps in his opinion, all of this is just for fun. Killing people for fun." This explanation didn't make sense, but some things couldn't be explained with reason. "So far, has anyone entered?" Zichen asked. The spirit-devouring rat nodded and said, "Yes, someone has already entered the hall." Zichen said, "Since someone has entered, I'll go in and take a look. You guys wait outside in case there's really a sudden change." Everyone nodded. Zichen's essence, energy, spirit, strength, essence, and mind were all perfect. As long as someone could enter, Zichen would naturally be able to enter. Zichen and the others came forward. Wherever they passed, others would make way. During this period of time, many cultivators had died on this part of the road in the castle, but the entire road was still clean and tidy. As soon as he entered the ancient castle, Zichen felt a wave of pressure that targeted his spiritual senses. It was as if thousands of sharp blades were stabbing into his spiritual senses, making Zichen feel uncomfortable. In his sea of consciousness, his spiritual senses trembled and then formed a tough defensive light shield. The defensive light shield was inside the sea of consciousness and couldn't be seen from the outside. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Zichen easily walked through these paths and reached the front of the hall. Seeing Zichen pass through, Devil Ape and the others didn't say anything, nor did they cheer. They just watched quietly. In the main hall, when the cultivators who were advancing saw Zichun, their expressions immediately changed. Oh no, Zichun is here. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, Zichun will take it away. The appearance of Zichun had caused a small disturbance among the cultivators in the hall. They deliberately sped up, causing their footsteps to become disorderly. Bang! A cultivator was moving forward when flames suddenly burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the flames covered his entire body and he began to scream. The flames exploded, and the cultivator's body was cut into countless pieces. Bang! Bang! Immediately after, the second and third cultivators were too excited and didn't adjust their footsteps properly. They were swallowed by the flames and their bodies exploded. The echoes of the explosions still echoed in the hall. The others all slowed down and focused on the test again. Before Zichun even entered, 3 people had already died. This was the first time people had died in the hall. Zichun stepped forward. His elemental energy and physical strength were all sealed, and a mysterious force suppressed his spiritual senses. Everything was as Zichun had guessed. The 3 halls each had their own specialization, which represented power, elemental energy, and spiritual sense. Zichun, you've already obtained 2 halls. Why are you still fighting with us for this one? A voice sounded from the front. It was a cultivator who spoke with dissatisfaction. He was so excited when Zichun entered that he almost died. Zichun asked, "There's a limit to the number of these things. Isn't it based on strength? Who gets who? That's true, but you should be content with what you have. You've already obtained 2 halls, and now you want to fight with us? Don't you think you're being too greedy?" Another voice sounded. Zichun didn't stop. He continued forward and said mockingly, "Then what are you saying? Go back and don't touch this hall again. Even though we're being a bit too harsh, you can't just take all the good stuff and not leave anything for us." That's right. You should know that the Boundless Sect isn't the only one here. You can't not leave anything for us. When he heard these voices, the smile on Zichun's face gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, "What you're saying isn't just a bit harsh, it's extremely harsh. Opportunities in the cultivation world have always been based on strength. Whoever has the strength gets it." That's true, but there should be a limit. Limit? What do you mean by limit? If I give up, then it's limit. Even if I give up, can you guarantee that you'll be able to reach the stone table? Zichun sneered. Everyone was stunned, but they couldn't say anything. Because what Zichun said was right. Even if he gave up, they wouldn't be able to reach the stone table. Seeing that no one was speaking, Zichun said mockingly, "You can't reach the stone table, but you want me to give up? You can't get it, but you don't want me to get it. Do you want this hall to disappear on its own? Or do you think that it's better that no one gets it?" No one said anything. Everyone continued to remain silent. Zichun said again, "If you don't say anything, then it means that you're agreeing. Is that what you're thinking? Or do you think that I can take out the items and let you distribute them as you please? That way, you'll remember me as a favor." Everyone fell silent again. No matter how shameless they were, they couldn't say this out loud. At most, they could only think about it. However, some people wanted to agree. They felt that this was a good idea. At most, they just owe him a favor. Not just anyone can owe me, Zichun, a favor. Furthermore, you all already owe me a favor for being able to come here. Zichun said coldly, "Strength is the foundation of everything. Even if I give you the items, can you guarantee that you can take them out alive? Therefore, since you don't have the strength, the best choice is to shut up." Zichun's expression turned increasingly cold as he stepped forward. Many of the people here had entered early, but they only walked a few dozen steps in the hall before stopping. This was because they had already used all their strength and reached the limit of what their spiritual senses could bear. If they continued, they would die. Zichun withstood the pressure and walked forward step by step, appearing extremely relaxed. There were less than 5 people present who could continue forward. The perfect body's spiritual senses weren't weak, but he stopped when he was about 10 steps away from the stone table. He was sweating profusely and his mind was weak. He was unable to continue forward. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." The perfect body panted heavily as he sat down, announcing his failure. Zichen walked past him and said with a smile, "You happen to have time now. You can take a look at the 6 weapons." The perfect body's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked, "You still want to give them to me?" Zichen said, "Give me something of equivalent value in exchange." At that moment, he was clearly extremely confident in obtaining the haul in front of him. The perfect body had already seen the 6 ancient armaments. Upon hearing Zichen's words, he looked at the 6 ancient armaments again. These 6 ancient armaments were very strange and small. The first one on the left was a bracelet that flickered with pure light like black jade. The second was a pair of earrings that were half the size of the bracelet. They were also pure black and shone like black gemstones. The third item was a black ribbon, but it wasn't tied around the waist. Instead, it was tied to the forehead. It was also black and extraordinary. It was a rare item. As for the 3 ancient armaments on the other side, they were also 3 strange accessories. However, one could tell from the surface that they couldn't be used to attack. Strictly speaking, they were no longer ancient armaments. They were accessories used to suppress spiritual senses. They were considered mystical items. Such mystical items were extremely precious because spiritual senses were the most special kind of power. In the world, there were at least 10,000 or even 100,000 techniques for strength and essence energy. However, there were less than 10,000 techniques that used spiritual senses to activate them. Something that could suppress and strengthen spiritual senses was something that even large factions couldn't create. It was extremely rare. Just as the perfect body was thinking about which item to ask for, Zichen surpassed another person. It was the Dragon Man. The latter nodded when he saw Zichen. Then, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat cross-legged, no longer moving forward. Of the 3 halls, Zichen advanced the easiest. This was because he had perfect spiritual senses. As for the spiritual senses test, it was clearly less difficult than the other 2. Following that, Zichen surpassed Ape Dragon. The one walking at the front was actually Monk Ming Xian. However, he was clearly about to reach his limit. Every step he took appeared very difficult. Behind him, the cultivators who had made Zichen stop had long reached their limits. Although they were unwilling, they could only watch helplessly as Zichen surpassed Monk Ming Xian and became first. Ba. From the looks of it, this penniless monk isn't fated with this item. Monk Ming Xian pressed his palms together. Zichen returned the gesture. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, master." Monk Ming Xian shook his head and smiled. In Zichen's eyes, Monk Ming Xian was clearly more of a benevolent monk than monk good and evil. Everyone stopped advancing, leaving only Zichen. Clearly, this haul belonged to Zichen. It was already in the bag, so Zichen should be relieved. However, the truth was that after Zichen surpassed Monk Ming Xian, he suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Apart from the pressure, there was also an inexplicable dangerous aura. This level suppressed spiritual senses. He could extend his spiritual senses. After sensing the inexplicable dangerous aura, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Demon Ape and Company, indicating for them to be careful. Zichen's voice transmission was very solemn. Su Mingyao and Company looked at each other and began retreating. Zichen began moving forward. Regardless of where the dangerous aura came from, he had to make the hall recognize him as its master. Although the rest of the journey was stressful, it wasn't difficult for Zichen. Soon, he arrived in front of the stone table. Chapter 11:15. A powerful force descended, bringing with it the unique power of this world's laws. Under this force, everyone seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. Zichen's movements also became sluggish because of this. Finally, he stopped. At this moment, he was only a finger away from the black token. One finger in the horizon. How does it feel to be so close to getting it and then losing it? A cold voice sounded in the hall. Like teleportation, 4 demons suddenly appeared in the hall. 2 of them were demon sovereigns. Hearing the voice, Zichen knew who it was. His expression changed instantly. At the same time, he finally understood what he had forgotten. It was the 2 demon sovereigns. They did not leave. Instead, they used some unknown method to avoid the young man. Now that they appeared, they were definitely going to cause trouble. Zichun and the others could not move, but the prince was not affected at all. He strode forward, passing cultivators one by one, and walked toward the token. With the suppression of the laws, the test power in the hall disappeared. The prince walked to the token easily, but he did not take it. Instead, he turned around and stared at Zichun. His expression was proud and arrogant. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a sinister smile. Zichun, we meet again. Yes, we meet again. Zichun could not move, but he could speak. His voice was indifferent. Meeting in this way is probably beyond your expectations. How is it? How does it feel to get everything and lose everything in the blink of an eye, including your life? I'm not dead yet. Don't worry, we will fulfill your wish soon. Smiling coldly at Zichun, the prince turned around and looked at the two demon sovereigns again. He bowed respectfully and said, Lord Demon Sovereigns, how should we deal with these people? The demon sovereigns said coldly, naturally, they will die. As soon as they finished speaking, a powerful force wreaked havoc in the hall. This force formed a powerful attack, like thousands of sharp blades, sweeping across the entire hall. Bang! Bang! As this force fell, explosions sounded in the hall. Facing this level of attack, some cultivators could not withstand it. Their bodies exploded, and they died. In the blink of an eye, 60% of the cultivators in the hall died. At the same time, all the cultivators in the passage outside the hall died. An uproar came from the outside world, and many cultivators shouted as they frantically retreated. Demon Sovereign, it's those two demon sovereigns. They didn't die. They actually made it here. Hurry up and leave. The group of cultivators retreated in fear, preparing to flee. Back then, when the two demon sovereigns appeared, they had beaten the group of spirits like dogs. Only Zichun could resist them. Now that they had appeared, they were naturally no match for them. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the sky. No one can leave today. Everyone will die. A powerful aura descended, covering the surroundings. Everyone felt their movements become restricted, and their speed dropped by 50%. Following this, a massive black palm descended from the sky, slamming downwards. This single palm strike encompassed more than 10 humans. Among them, there were even a few demons. However, the demon lord did not care at all. As the palm print descended, a powerful energy exploded out, and the pitch-black palm print instantly turned into a destructive storm. All of the humans and demons within the range of the palm print were annihilated. Of the two demon sovereigns, one stayed in the hall, while the other went to the outside world and began to kill crazily. In the hall, just as the powerful energy was wreaking havoc, Zichun's body suddenly flashed with a bright golden light. He seized this opportunity to forcefully break through the restriction of the rules, and then grabbed the black token in front of him. Stop! You're courting death. The power and aura on Zichun's body alarmed the prince and the demon sovereign. The two of them shouted one after another. Then, the demon sovereign pointed at Zichun, and the prince grabbed the token. Another binding energy appeared on Zichun's body. It contained the power of the rules. This energy was purely binding and did not have any destructive power. Scram! Zichun was less than a finger's distance from the black token. Naturally, he was much closer than the prince. Unfortunately, his body was bound, and his speed was greatly reduced. The prince was much faster than him, so he shouted. The prince looked at Zichun with sarcasm on his face. At a glance, he saw the extremely dense murderous intent in Zichun's eyes. This murderous intent was like two sharp blades, fiercely stabbing at his eyes. This stab seemed to pierce through his eyes into the depths of his sea of consciousness. The prince's heart immediately turned cold. Then, a sense of danger appeared from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Zichun's glare could kill him. His heart turned cold, and his body trembled. His hand that was grabbing the token involuntarily slowed down. Bang! At this moment, another tremor was heard. Zichun, who was emitting a bright golden light, actually forcefully broke through the binding energy and then grabbed the black token. After grabbing the black token, it immediately recognized him as its master. Zichen already had the experience of having the black token recognize him as its master twice. This time, with deliberate preparation, the black token recognized him as its master even faster. At the moment when the black token recognized him as its master, Zichen's eyes turned cold. The token in his hand also bloomed with a bright light in the next moment. Flames suddenly spewed out from the surface of the hall. The flames were like agile fire serpents, entangling the three demons. The fire serpents were mobilized by Zichen's control of the token. The moment they appeared, Zichen activated the function of the token, so that the demon's demonic power was instantly sealed, and he could only use his spiritual thoughts. Mere spiritual thoughts were unable to resist the fire serpents. Therefore, his body was hit by the fire serpents, and in the next moment, he was burned along with the fire serpents. The demon's body was ignited by the flames. The blazing heat was also filled with powerful destructive power. The demon's body was quickly melting under the flames like ice, and his vitality was quickly draining away. To be able to follow the prince and be responsible for protecting him, his true strength was at the Earth Origin realm. Moreover, he had gone a long way in the Earth Origin realm, so he could be considered a powerhouse in the Earth Origin realm. If it was outside, he could kill Zichen with just a finger. However, in this place, his realm was forcibly suppressed, and he could not use the power of the rules. He could not do anything to these flames. He let out a painful howl. His body, which had been ignited by the flames, suddenly released an aura that caused one to tremble. His eyes were completely red and his entire being seemed extremely crazy. The moment he appeared, his powerful and tyrannical aura locked onto Zichen. This was the aura of the Earth Origin realm. In the face of a life and death crisis, he no longer suppressed his realm. After his realm was unsealed, the first person he wanted to kill was Zichen. However, as soon as he released his aura, the power of the rules in the hall began to surge. The surging power of the rules instantly turned into a long sword, and then the long sword slashed towards the demon. A thin white line rushed towards the demon, and then it swept past the demon and disappeared after a few meters. The flames on the demon dissipated instantly, and so did the powerful aura in his body. The crazy expression on his face froze, and his body fell to the ground behind him. With a bang, his body was split into two, and his internal organs flowed out from his body. With one dead, the fire serpent rushed towards the other two. The demon had the power of the rules, and the fire serpent could not pass through it. It could only wreak havoc on the surface of the demon, but it could not do anything to the demon. The prince's body was also ignited in the next moment, and he let out a shrill scream. The demon flashed to the prince's side, grabbed him, and retreated. As they retreated, the power of the rules appeared, and forcibly expelled the flames on the prince's body. Facing Zichen's counterattack, one died, and two retreated. In the outside world, the slaughter was still going on. Facing the demon who controlled the power of the rules, they could not muster up any fighting spirit. They could only run and wait for death. The demon ape and the others slowed down. Knowing that they could not escape, they gathered together to ensure that they had the strongest combat power. Perhaps it was because the demon felt threatened, or for some other reason, but in any case, it did not attack them. I wonder how Zichen is doing. This demon can control the power of the rules. I'm afraid this is not good. Their faces were filled with worry. While they were on guard against the demon, they also looked at the ancient castle from time to time. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the ancient castle. The sound was like thunder, and in the next moment, two figures flew out of the ancient castle. To be precise, they flew out backward, and in the process of flying, there was a line of blood in the air. That is, seeing the two people flying backward, the demon ape and the others were surprised. But soon, they were pleasantly surprised, because the ones who flew out were the demon and the prince. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the land, attracting everyone's attention. When they saw the demon king being sent flying, their faces were clearly filled with shock. The demon outside stopped killing. He turned to look at the demon who was crawling up from the ground and asked, "What happened?" The demon who crawled up had blood at the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he was injured. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "This person is very strong." Strong? How strong? Could it be that he can break through the power of the rules? The demon took a large step forward and the two of them fought side by side. The ancient castle in front of them suddenly shrank before disappearing. Zichun and company appeared where the ancient castle was. Previously, the demon had already launched an attack. More than 60% of the cultivators in the hall had died, but those who survived were all experts, such as Ming Xian, the perfect body, and the others. At that moment, they were led by Zichun. Their faces were clearly filled with shock. This was because Zichun had broken through the power of the rules on the demon's body with a single finger and sent him flying out of the ancient castle. I never expected an anomaly like you to exist among humans. However, you will definitely die today, the injured demon said coldly. Zichun said confidently, I'm invincible among those of the same level. Humph, let's see if you're invincible in a battle. The second demon shouted as a defense formed by the power of the rules surged around his body. Then, he launched a sharp attack at Zichun. Zichun's response was very simple. He only tapped his finger. Of course, it was the most powerful lightning god's finger. The finger bone appeared and fused with the sky finger as it pointed at the demon. Pong! The demon's attack was instantly dispersed by the finger. The might of the lightning god's finger didn't decrease as it shattered the law barrier on the other party's body before tapping the demon's chest. Pfft! A bloody hole appeared in the demon's chest. The powerful force sent the demon flying. Chapter 11:16. Breaking the rules with one finger and defeating the demon lord. Zichun's powerful combat power shocked everyone. The demon lord had been killing everyone in seconds, but now he was injured by Zichun's finger. He flew hundreds of meters away, blood gushing out from the hole in his chest. What is that? He stared at the bone that seemed to be eroding, but actually contained incredible power. Light flashed in his eyes. He is stronger than before. The second demon lord stepped forward, and the two stood side by side again. He represents the strongest combat power of the human race. Even in our era, such a figure was the best among the same level. There were few who could match him. Today, it seems that we have to work together to kill him. He is very strong, but he will die if he meets us here. I am just curious about the bone he used just now. It looks like something from back then. After we kill him, we can take it back and study it carefully. In the distance, everyone looked over and saw the two demon lords standing side by side. After a short exchange, the hole in the demon lord's chest had stopped bleeding and recovered. Then, the two joined forces to attack Zichun. Billowing demon chi surged in the sky like black clouds, and the surroundings turned pitch black in an instant. This was the magic that everyone in the demon race knew, demon swallowing the world. Now that the demon lord was using it, its power was even stronger. The black clouds of demon chi not only blocked vision and suppressed spiritual thoughts, but there was also a devouring power in the black clouds, which could devour life. Zichun released a bright golden light from his body like a god of war, illuminating an area of 10 meters. Within these 10 meters, it was his space. The black clouds of demon chi could not enter at all. Once they touched the golden light, the black clouds of demon chi would naturally melt. The two demon lords rushed into the black clouds of demon chi one after another, displaying their powerful attacks. Two pitch-black sharp blades slashed at Zichun like blades that could split the sky. The sharp blades were powerful and brutal, with a murderous aura. Boom! Zichun's eyes flashed, and the yin-yang eye appeared. He formed a thunder seal in his hand and sent it forward. The thunder seal left his control and suddenly enlarged into a mountain. It hit the two sharp blades, shattering them at the same time. Using the destructive force of the lightning seal's explosion, Zichun flapped his lightning wings and retreated. Then, he made another seal with his hands. The light of yin and yang flashed, and the power of yin and yang appeared. A golden sun and a half-moon appeared one after another and rushed towards the two demon venerables. With the yin-yang eye, the devil swallow the world was useless against Zichun. He could clearly see the demon lord's every move and attack within the devil chi. Thus, he could counter it and counterattack. Within the black clouds of demonic chi, explosions rang out continuously as wave after wave of energy shook the black clouds. The entire black clouds began to boil, and occasionally, rays of light would pierce through the black clouds. Everyone nervously looked at He Yun. Zichen's victory or defeat directly affected their life and death, so no matter whether they had any grudges with Zichun or not, they all hoped that Zichun would win. How is it? Su Mingyao and the others were undoubtedly the most concerned about Zichun. At this moment, they all turned their gazes to the devil ape. The devil ape had been staring at the battlefield, watching every move of the two sides. Although they have been retreating, they have not lost yet. I think they are looking for an opportunity to use the Thunder God's finger. As soon as the devil ape's voice faded, a tyrannical aura was emitted from the black clouds of demonic chi. The endless black clouds began to tremble as rays of light escaped from the black clouds. It was like a pitch-black ball that was suddenly pierced by thousands of rays of sword light. Boom! The black clouds of demonic chi directly exploded. Powerful energy waves raged in the sky, causing the void to tremble and space to distort. The two demon venerables figures flew out from the tyrannical energy like kites with broken strings. The two of them were constantly coughing out blood, and there were many wounds on their bodies. They looked extremely miserable. Die! A loud roar came from the energy. The energy vibrated as Zichun took a step forward. His eyes were cold, and they were like sharp blades that constantly cut the two demon venerables. He pointed his finger, and the Thunder God's finger appeared again. The void trembled as the Thunder God's finger appeared. Terrifying divine power appeared from the sky, raging on the earth, and merged with the finger bone. The Thunder God's finger contained a trace of divine power and became extremely terrifying. The rule light shield on the demon venerables was instantly shattered. Another bloody hole appeared in his chest. This time, the bloody hole completely penetrated his heart. After the attack, before the finger bone flew back, Zichun formed another seal with his hand, and the second finger was pointed out by him. Immediately after, as the finger seal fell, the second demon venerable's chest was also pierced by the finger seal. A bloody hole appeared in the body of a demon venerables with just one finger. Zichun's actions at this moment were no different from a god in the eyes of the crowd. Deafening cries of surprise rang out like waves, wave after wave. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichun had won this battle, and Zichun's victory indicated that they had won. However, in Zichun's eyes, the battle had just begun. The two demon venerables were able to mobilize the rule power and evade the young man's perception. How could their means be limited to this? The devil ape and the others were also not optimistic. The other party could mobilize the rule power, but only used it for defense and not attack. Once they attacked, the power was simply unimaginable. They were already strong, and if they were to add the rule power, they would undoubtedly be a powerful Earth Yuan realm cultivator. In the distance, the prince looked at the scene coldly. He was indifferent to the demon venerable's loss because he knew that the loss was only temporary. The two demon venerables soared into the sky, and their eyes became extremely cold as they looked at Zichun. I admit that you are strong, but this is the end, said one of the demon venerables coldly. Then, he pointed at Zichun with one hand. The power of the rules of the world fluctuated as he pointed his finger. The power of the rules of the world was like thousands of threads that came from all directions, gathering and condensing in front of his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, a long sword formed by the rule power appeared in front of the demon venerables. As the finger trembled, the rule longsword rushed towards Zichun. The longsword was not fast, but its power was unimaginable. Facing this rule sword light, Zichun's expression became extremely serious. He pointed his finger again and blocked it with the Thunder God's finger. Boom! The Thunder God's finger hit the rule longsword, and the two collided violently. Under the raging power, the Thunder God's finger exploded, but the rule longsword also shattered at the same time. Zichun had unexpectedly blocked the attack. But just as he blocked the attack, another rule longsword appeared and slashed towards Zichun. The sword light flashed, and Zichun's defense was instantly broken. At the same time, a bloody wound appeared on his powerful body. If he had not used his extreme speed to dodge at the critical moment, Zichun would have been cut in half by this attack. You can even block the rule power. It seems that your finger bone is extraordinary. If we were alone, we would not be able to do anything to you. But with the two of us together, you will die for sure. The demon venerables sneered. They looked at Zichun with increasingly cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead man. Zichun did not say anything. He continued to use his cultivation method to heal his injuries. Although he was injured by the rule power, fortunately, the rule power did not attach to the wound, so the injury could be healed easily. Go to hell. However, the two demon lords clearly did not give him any time to recover. They controlled the power of rules to launch another attack. This time, there was not only the sword light of rules, but there was also the power of rules that landed on Zichun in advance. It was like a large net that bound him, greatly reducing his speed and slowing his reactions. Piffed, piffed, the sword light fell, and two more wounds appeared on Zichun's body. He was also sent flying far away. Facing the joint attack of the two, Zichun no longer had the power to fight back. Get lost. Seeing Zichun flying, the demon venerables chased after him. The demon ape roared and flew into the sky with the black rod. The runes on the black rod flashed, and a powerful and terrifying aura began to fluctuate. Zhang Haoyan also took out the stone sword and launched a sure kill attack at the other demon venerables. The two demon venerables stopped and looked coldly at the two approaching people. Then, they controlled the rule power to attack. In an instant, many rule blades appeared between heaven and earth, shooting towards the two at extreme speed. The two rushed forward quickly, but flew back even faster. In the face of the rule power, the two could only block a few of them. The rest of the rule power fell on their bodies, and then there were several bloody holes on their bodies. Controlling the rule power means that you are invincible. All counterattacks are useless. Just wait to die. The demon venerable's cold eyes fell on Zichun and said, "Of course, before killing everyone, we will kill you first." As soon as they finished speaking, the rule blades appeared again and slashed towards Zichun. The two demon venerables mobilized more and more rule power, and Zichun could not block them all. With a sound, the thunder god's finger was broken by the rule power, and several bloody holes appeared on Zichun's body. Zichun coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying again. Facing such an attack, he only had one chance to counterattack, or rather, one chance to defend. Once the finger seal was shattered, Zichun would suffer other attacks. Controlling the rule power means that you are invincible. The demon venerable's proud voice sounded again. That was right. Everyone agreed that those who controlled the rule power could easily kill those who didn't. This was the most fundamental difference between the Earth Essence Realm and the Human Essence Realm. This difference was comparable to the heavens and the earth. It was impossible to cross. Zichun, who was severely injured time and time again, confirmed this point. The perfect body and company also rushed forward, but it was useless. If they didn't use the rule power, they would still be a threat to the demon venerables. But once they used the rule power, the demon venerables were invincible. The perfect body and company went forward to help. Only Longhu remained standing in his spot, staring coldly at the demon venerables without stepping forward. He seemed to be deep in thought. Zichun was sent flying time and time again, vomiting blood. He didn't step forward to help, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a light flashed through Longhu's mind. He said loudly, "Controlling the rule power is indeed an invincible existence, but you can't kill Zichun. This proves that you are only using the rule power and not truly controlling it." The demon venerables glanced at Longhu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although using the rule power and controlling the rule power were different and the meaning was very different, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could tell. No one present could understand this, but Longhu's sovereign suddenly pointed it out. "That's right. We are only using the rule power. Although we can't control all the rule power, it's enough to kill you people." Chapter 11:17. Longhu said that borrowing the power of laws didn't make one truly invincible. That was very reasonable. Just like the Earth Origin Realm experts of the Tianwu continent, they also borrowed the power of laws. Once their power reached a certain limit, they would be able to break the laws they borrowed and kill Earth Origin Realm experts. However, understanding this principle didn't mean that they had the power to break the laws. The demon sovereign sneered, "That's right. However, where are you going to find something to break the laws? That bone? It's possible to use it, but how many of those do you have?" Everyone was speechless. They knew the method, but without power, everything was useless. "Today, all of you will die. No one will live." With that, the demon venerable pointed a finger at Zichun again. The sword light of laws shot toward Zichun's forehead. The demon sovereign was clearly going for the kill. Furthermore, there were many threads of laws around Zichun, which greatly slowed him down. Dodging the attack of laws was impossible. The only way was to block it. "Huh!" Zichun roared and raised his finger with difficulty. Finally, before the power of laws approached, he released the finger bone once more. The finger bone wasn't able to fuse with the lightning god's finger in time. It could only block the attack of laws. Pung! The attack of laws hit the finger bone. With a loud bang, the finger bone was sent flying out of Zichun's control. As for the power of laws, it also dissipated after the finger bone was sent flying for dozens of meters. Zichun blocked another attack, but there was no joy on his face. At the same time, the devil ape and the others weren't happy at all. On the contrary, they desperately charged toward the demon sovereign, wanting to stop him from attacking again. This was because everyone could see that Zichun had lost his phalanx. Now that he was seriously injured and had to face a nomological attack again, there was only death waiting for him. The devil ape and the others charged forward. One of the demon sovereigns merely waved his sleeve at them. It looked like he was swatting away flies. The power of laws formed a storm around the demon sovereign. A powerful force wreaked havoc around him. The devil ape and the others were just about to charge forward when they were attacked by the storm of laws. In the next moment, they coughed up blood and were sent flying. As for the second demon sovereign, he calmly pointed a finger at Zichun. The power of laws condensed again, turning into sword light that shot towards Zichun's forehead. In fact, the difference between the first sword light and the second sword light was less than a breath's worth of time. Even if the devil ape and the others all rushed forward, they did not cause any trouble for the demon lord. The finger bone lost control and flew far away. Zichun was also heavily injured. In the eyes of the crowd, there was no chance for him to survive against the sword light. The demon ape and the others let out roars of unwillingness. The prince stood in the distance and sneered. The princess and the middle-aged demon also stood in the distance, watching all of this with indifferent expressions. The others had complicated expressions on their faces. Some were frightened, some were unwilling, some were in despair, but there seemed to be a trace of happiness in their hearts. In the face of impending death, Zichun's expression was strangely calm. At the same time, he was thinking of all kinds of ways to resist. It looked like he was making a final struggle. In such a short time, Zichun did not have the time to think of a better way. In fact, Zichun did not have any other way at the moment. He mobilized all the power in his body. His arms seemed to be holding up two divine mountains. He raised them with great difficulty, then crossed his hands and blocked the area between his eyebrows before the sword light of laws arrived. This was not an effective way of defense, nor was it carefully calculated. It was a subconscious way of saving himself in the face of a life-and-death threat. At the moment, Zichun blocked the area between his eyebrows with both hands. If the sword light of laws suddenly changed direction and stabbed or slashed at Zichun's neck, it would easily pierce a bloody hole in Zichun's neck. Or, it would directly cut off Zichun's head. It seemed that the demon sovereign disdained to change the way of attack, or perhaps he was very confident in his attack. The sword light of laws pierced Zichun's hands. Pong! As imagined, the sword light of laws would pierce through Zichun's hands and then pierce through the area between his eyebrows. Instead, the sword light of laws seemed to have pierced something hard. It actually caused a tremor and then collapsed. As for Zichun, he was also sent flying by a powerful force. As he flew, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. This was caused by the powerful shock wave, but it was not a fatal wound. To be more precise, Zichun had blocked the attack and was still alive. Whether it was his hand or the space between his eyebrows, there were no wounds. Zichun was not dead. He had blocked the attack. However, no one knew how he had blocked the attack. After flying hundreds of meters, Zichun's face was also full of doubts. He put down his hands and looked at his palms. At the moment, there was only a black boxing glove that had hastily appeared on his hands. There were also some white marks on the black boxing glove, which seemed to be caused by the swordlight of laws just now. In the face of certain death, Zichun had not died and was not injured. This surprised the two demon sovereigns, but they did not care too much. This was because they could still launch attacks like the one before many times. Zichun was lucky enough to be able to avoid it once, but it was impossible to avoid it every time. Therefore, another attack appeared and shot toward Zichun's glabella again. Zichun still did not understand how he had dodged the previous attack. A new round of attacks arrived. Similarly, this attack was also a life-or-death attack. As the finger bone had not been retracted, he raised his hand again and defended like before. Of course, the black boxing glove, which was the most likely to defend against the swordlight of laws, was still there. Bang! The swordlight of laws hit Zichun's hands again. Then, the power of laws began to wreak havoc and destroy. The black boxing glove was the first to face the power of laws. The flame patterns on the glove suddenly lit up as if the flames were completely burning. As soon as the power of laws came into contact with the burning flame patterns, it seemed to have met its nemesis and instantly dissipated. After the tremor, Zichun was sent flying again, but he was still alive. Just like before, there was not a single wound on his body. If the first time was a coincidence, then the second time was obviously out of the realm of coincidence. Zichun dodged the two attacks as if he had the help of God. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable, but Zichun felt that he had understood something. The two demon sovereigns did not understand why. Suddenly, Longhu's excited voice sounded, "Ancient weapon. It's an ancient weapon. It's a product of this world. It's tough enough to withstand the power of laws without breaking. Naturally, it can also break through the power of laws." As someone who could control the ancient battlefield's power of laws when he was in the Zephyr realm, Longhu naturally had a very clear understanding of the power of laws. Back then, he could use the power of laws to kill ancient beasts 2 levels higher than him with just a thought. At that moment, the demon sovereigns were at the same level as Zichun, but they could not control the power of laws to kill each other. It was obvious that they could only rely on the power of laws. However, the ancient weapon was very similar to this world. It was a product of this world to begin with. Moreover, it could withstand the power of laws of this world without breaking. Naturally, it was unusual. Being unusual meant that it had the ability to resist the power of laws. Therefore, Longhu concluded that the ancient weapon could break through the power of laws. Zichun had experienced it personally and had a guess in his heart. Now that he heard Longhu's affirmative answer, he was naturally convinced. He was sure that the ancient weapon could break through the power of laws. Time did not allow Zichun to hesitate. A light flashed in his hand, and the heavenly halberd appeared. He held the halberd with one hand and swung it in the air, slashing at the power of laws around him. Like a tight thread being cut, as the halberd passed through, popping sounds could be heard continuously. The power of laws around Zichun were all slashed apart, and he regained his freedom. How could this be? The two demon sovereigns opened their eyes wide as they watched everything in disbelief. It was just an ancient weapon. How could it break through the power of laws? Zichun held the halberd in the air. With him as the center, a storm was formed out of nowhere. He was like the eye of the storm, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions kept converging toward him. Zichun activated his divine ability to recover from his injuries. The power of laws has been broken. You should be the ones to die now. Zichun's cold voice came from the storm. He did not wait for his injuries to recover, and he charged toward the demon sovereigns. As soon as he moved, the storm moved with him, and thunderous sounds could be heard. The demon sovereign's expression was uncertain. They controlled the power of laws again and slashed forward. The storm that Zichun had turned into was slashed apart by the power of laws, revealing Zichun in the middle. Zichun held the halberd and slashed at the power of laws. The two forces collided, and a loud sound was heard. The power of laws was shattered by the halberd. The energy shockwaves scattered in all directions, dispersing the storm. Zichen's injuries happened to recover at this moment. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and his figure flashed as he charged at the demon sovereigns at extreme speed. Wherever he passed, he shattered several law threads that wanted to wrap around him again. Pung! He arrived beside the demon sovereigns and brandished his halberd at a demon sovereign. The nomological defense on the demon sovereign's body instantly shattered as he was sent flying. Damn it! How did this happen? After being easily sent flying by Zichen twice, the two demon sovereigns' faces were filled with horror. Go up and fight. Just as the demon sovereigns were sent flying, the demon ape below roared. He put away his original black rod and took out the ancient weapon he had obtained on the first level before charging at the demon sovereigns. As for the perfect body, he took out his black axe and soared into the sky. The stone sword in Zhang Haoyan's hand was replaced by a black sword. Then, he hid in the void and approached the demon sovereigns in front of him. The scene instantly turned chaotic. With the ancient weapon in hand, the nomological power of the demon sovereigns no longer posed a threat to them. This was equivalent to a tiger that had lost its fangs. Although they had strength, the danger factor was much lower. Zhang Haoyan and company joined forces to suppress a demon sovereign, causing him to jump up and down as he roared angrily. Zichen's phalanx returned to its original position. He used the halberd to break the laws and injured the demon sovereigns with the phalanx. Originally, it was Zichen and company who vomited blood, but now it was the demon sovereigns and company. Everyone was delighted to see this. They shouted loudly as hope reignited in their eyes. The prince looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the powerful demon sovereigns were suppressed and beaten up. Chapter 11:18. Pung. The black axe smashed down and struck the fiend supremacy's head. It was as though it had struck a metal rock as a loud bang sounded. The perfect body was sent retreating by a powerful force. The fiend ape swept forward with the ancient armament black pole. Pole shadows filled the sky and finally, the pole shadows transformed into a single strike that struck the fiend supremacy. When the fiend supremacy was sent flying, the fiend ape was also sent retreating. The fiend supremacy's nomological powers were no longer a threat to them, but the fiend supremacy's combat strength was comparable to Zichen's. Zhang Haoyan constantly used assassination techniques, but the effects weren't obvious. The fiend's supremacy seemed to be able to sense his existence in advance and always dodge fatal attacks. How can this be? Outside the arena, everyone cheered with excited expressions. Only the prince, who was hiding in the distance, had a look of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the two fiend supremacies who controlled the nomological powers were so easily suppressed. Puffed, blood splattered as another bloody hole appeared on the fiend supremacy's body. At that moment, the fiend supremacy was no longer just suppressed. His life was in danger. If this battle continued for a while longer, one of the fiend supremacies would eventually be killed by Zichen. Zichen's expression was indifferent. The halberd in his hand was only used to break the laws. His true killer move was his finger bone because it was impossible to kill the other party with the halberd. The fiend supremacy said that he has very powerful means that can easily crush Zichen, but why is he being suppressed? The prince couldn't believe what he was seeing. Of the two fiend supremacies, one retreated while the other rushed out of the encirclement of the fiend ape and company. The two stood together with their backs against each other. Both of them were in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were many bloody holes on their bodies. A fiend supremacy had a self-deprecating smile on his face. It looks like we have encountered a powerful team. That's right. Longhu Sovereign, Sky-Splitting Battle Ape, and Perfect Body. Such a team can also create endless glory in our era. At a moment of life and death, the two fiend supremacies were still in the mood to talk about this. Was it despair from knowing that they would die, or was there some other reason? Zichen and company surrounded the two fiend supremacies, but they didn't immediately step forward. This was because no one was foolish enough to believe that the two fiend supremacies who could use the laws would show despair before death. His calm gaze and self-deprecating smile made it seem like he didn't care about the people in front of him. It's fine if he's a perfect body, but look at what he is. The fiend's supremacy pointed at Zichun. Another demon supremacy said, "Do you think I didn't notice that not only does he have a perfect body, but he also has perfect essence energy and perfect spiritual sense? Other than that, what's even more surprising is that he has two types of yin and yang essence energy." That's right. What would have happened if we had met such a person back then? How is it? It's already very heaven-defying that you didn't run away with your tail between your legs. What else can you do? Just like that, the two demon sovereigns started chatting as if there was no one else around. Zichun and the others frowned, and the people in the distance were even more puzzled. The previously nervous prince had a confident smile on his face again. That's why I'm saying that our luck is very good to actually encounter such an existence in such a situation. Furthermore, it just so happens that we have the ability to kill it. So, another demon venerable continued, so we have to kill him, kill them. A sense of unease rose in the hearts of Zichun and the others. They clenched their ancient weapons tightly and suddenly felt nervous. Let's kill. Let the final battle come early. A demon venerable closed his eyes and opened his hands. A wisp of soul consciousness spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the soul consciousness reached dozens of miles away. No one knew why the demon sovereign suddenly extended his soul remembrance, but everyone had a bad feeling about it. Demon, devour, heaven, earth. The demon venerable suddenly opened his eyes and shouted out loud, emphasizing each word. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless demonic chi appeared in the place where his soul consciousness had spread out. The moment this demonic chi appeared, it enveloped an area of dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, the world turned dark as if night had descended. All the cultivators who had arrived in this world were enveloped by the black clouds at this moment. Their eyes could only see a few meters away, and their spiritual senses had lost their function. At the same time, there was a powerful suction force in the black clouds. This suction force was actually absorbing their essence energy and vitality. Panic spread. Angry roars rang out in the demonic chi, followed by a few energy explosions. These black clouds posed no threat to Zichun and the others. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two demon venerables in front of them. The second demon venerable also closed his eyes. He stretched out his hands and released his divine soul. In the next moment, his divine soul reached dozens of miles away. However, this time, the divine soul didn't trigger the demonic chi, but the laws. Thousands of law threads appeared above this world like sharp blades, appearing in the demonic chi. Not good. They want to kill everyone. Zichun's pupil shrank. The long halberd in his hand trembled as he rushed forward. Kill. The devil ape and the others also rushed toward the demon venerable with their ancient weapons. In an instant, Zichun and the others all moved. However, the two demon venerables didn't move. They were still standing in front of everyone. Go to hell. Zichun flashed in front of the demon venerable and smashed the long halberd in his hand at the latter's head. This attack naturally couldn't kill the demon venerable. Zichun didn't expect to kill the demon venerable. He just wanted to interrupt him. The devil ape was the second to appear. He waved the black rod in his hand and hit the second demon venerable. Zhang Haoyin and the perfect body appeared almost at the same time and displayed powerful attacks. Longhu, Ming Xian, the ape dragon, and the others also arrived and attacked the demon venerable together. More than a dozen people appeared beside the demon venerable in an instant. They attacked the demon venerable from all directions. All kinds of lights flashed, and powerful auras filled the world. They stirred the black clouds and shook the laws. However, the two demon sovereigns did not attempt to dodge or defend. Their eyes were still as calm as before. There was a trace of disdain and indifference within that calmness. It was as if a human was looking at an ant and seeing that the ant was waving its sharp teeth at them. Boom, boom. When the attacks were only an inch away from the top of the two demon venerables' heads, time seemed to stop. Two earth-shattering explosions sounded in everyone's ears like thunder. These two thunderous sounds represented the breaking of the laws and the increase in strength. The two demon venerables released a powerful aura that belonged to the earthly origin realm. This aura was violent like angry waves in a raging sea, and it surged in all directions. The attacks from Zichun and the others were instantly disintegrated under the impact of the angry waves. At the same time, a powerful rebounding force landed on the ancient weapons. The ancient weapons were instantly bounced back and hit their original owners. The sound of people vomiting blood was heard. Zichun and the others' joint attacks were easily neutralized. At the same time, they were also sent flying. Earthly origin realm. How can it be the earthly origin realm? Zichun and the others were shocked. The demon venerable had broken the laws and reached the earthly origin realm. However, this realm was just the beginning. As the aura of the earthly origin realm erupted, the powerful aura wreaked havoc in the world. The threads formed by the power of the laws were filled with a terrifying destructive aura. After that, the threads of the laws began to wreak havoc in the black clouds. They were like thousands of sharp blades, stabbing back and forth in the black clouds. Poof, 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 poof. The sound of the sharp blades slicing through flesh was heard continuously in the black clouds. Desperate roars and screams were heard in the next moment. In an instant, the black clouds turned into a hell of azura. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew in the air. In just one round of attacks, more than 60% of the cultivators were killed. However, it was not over yet. The power of the laws was still stabbing back and forth, and the screams were still heard. The two demon venerables opened their arms and closed their eyes, as if they were ready to embrace the black sky. On the ground, the blood of the dead cultivators was instantly drained. The blood mixed with vitality formed a red blood river, flowing towards the two demon venerables through the channels of the laws. The bodies of the two demon venerables were like a sea, and the sea was like 100 rivers. As the vitality blood flowed into the bodies of the two, the aura around them rose rapidly. It was like sitting on a rocket. It was a straight line. In an instant, the powerful aura around them had turned into a terrifying aura, and soon, it became a dangerous aura. In the end, the aura of a heavenly origin realm expert was emitted from the two demon venerables. In just a short moment, they had reached the heavenly origin realm. What kind of speed was that? Zichun and the others were horrified. If they were in the earth origin realm, they might be able to put up a fight. But now, they were in the heavenly origin realm. How could they fight? Not to mention moving a finger, they could kill them easily with just a thought. After reaching the heavenly origin realm, the speed of the two demon venerables' aura had slowed down. In the black clouds, the screams gradually disappeared. It was unknown if it was because the cultivators were all dead. In the sky, the blood river had dried up. The two demon venerables opened their eyes. In their eyes, there seemed to be the sun, the moon, Xingchun, the sky, the earth, the fire, and the wind. The whole world was disappearing. The demonic aura in the sky dissipated, and the demon swallows the world ended. The ground was covered with layers of corpses. None of them were intact. The corpses were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. In just a short moment, more than 90% of the thousands of cultivators had died. There were less than 100 survivors, including those who came with the princess. At this moment, there was not a trace of blood on their faces. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The two demon venerables looked at Zichun. Zichun was the strongest among them, and Zichun had pierced many bloody holes on the demon venerables. How do you feel? The demon venerables looked at Zichun and asked. Zichun stood up from the ground, holding the halberd in his hand. He said indifferently, I don't feel anything. Facing the heavenly origin realm demon venerables, there was no anger or unwillingness on his face. There was only calmness. Indeed, you are not the one who died. The demon venerable said coldly, I wanted to pierce 10 bloody holes on your body, but there is not enough time. I might as well give you a quick death. Chapter 11:19. If there was enough time, Fiend Supremacy wouldn't mind continuing his nonsense. This was because the person he wanted to kill was extraordinary. This was because once Zichen matured, the entire world would tremble. He felt a sense of accomplishment and smugness by killing an existence like Zichen. Unfortunately, time didn't allow for it. They had broken the rules of this world and displayed powerful strength that exceeded what this world allowed. The world overseer would definitely sense it and appear immediately. Apart from that, there would also be other possible trouble. Therefore, they had to kill Zichen first. This was because Zichen was too much of a threat to them. As soon as Fiend Supremacy finished speaking, he pointed his finger. The void began to tremble as space shattered because of this finger. A pitch-black line appeared in the sky and shot towards Zichen. The Demon Supremacy's finger pierced through space, forming a straight black line as it passed through space. At a speed comparable to teleportation, the finger instantly arrived in front of Zichen and reached Zichen's glabella. As for Zichen, he felt danger appear in his heart. At the same time, he also saw the finger imprint approaching, but he didn't subconsciously move. It wasn't that Zichen wasn't willing to dodge, nor was it because of the nomological suppression, but that Zichen was unable to dodge in time. The finger imprint instantly reached his glabella. The powerful aura of the heavenly essence realm suppressed him to the point that he couldn't move. Facing this strike, Zichen could only wait for death. Not far away, Fiend Ape and company didn't have time to react. Just as they picked up the ancient weapons in their hands, the finger imprint reached Zichen's glabella. Die! Fiend Supremacy's indifferent voice echoed in the world. Fiend Ape raised the black rod in its hand, but it didn't strike down because it was too late. The perfect body wanted to throw the black axe in its hand, but before it could leave its hand, just as the tall phantom behind Longhu appeared, a mysterious force left Su Mengyao's body. Ming Xian's body began to emit golden light as the violent aura around Ape Dragon appeared. These people didn't have the time to react or save Zichen. Even if they did, it would be useless. Just as they subconsciously moved, the finger imprint was already between Zichen's eyebrows. In the next moment, it would pierce through his forehead. The demonic ape's angry expression suddenly froze. The black rod in its hand didn't smash down for a long time. The black axe in the perfect body's hand didn't fly out either. The expression on its face seemed to become extremely stiff. The mysterious power in front of Su Mengyao no longer moved forward. It was in a static state. The light on Ming Xian's body was still dim. The tyrannical aura on the ape dragon was also in a state of hiding. Time froze at this moment. Everything stopped in an instant. The fingerprints were still an inch away from Zichen's glabella, but they also stopped moving forward. Death. In this world, life and death should be up to me. A tender but cold voice suddenly sounded in the still space, and a young man appeared between heaven and earth. His entire body emitted a resplendent light. This light was composed of the power of laws. It was as if he was wearing clothes made of laws. The world was still in a state of stillness. Everyone's expressions and actions were frozen. Only he could move, and he was the overseer of this world. He slowly walked over from afar. Every step he took in the air would stir up ripples. It was as though he was walking on the veins of time and space. You are the overseer of this world. The two demon supremacies easily broke free from the restraints of the still space and looked up at the youth. A red light appeared in one of the demon supremacy's eyes. He was sizing up the youth with the delusion breaker eye. That's right, the youth answered. The demon supremacies retracted the delusion breaker eye as a hint of mockery appeared on their solemn expressions. You are only an overseer, not a controller. This world isn't yours. You are the same as us. At most, you can be considered to be using the laws. However, you only have the strength of the mortal Yuan realm. Do you think you can kill the two of us alone? The youth looked at the two demon supremacies and said seriously, Of course I can't kill you. Furthermore, I didn't appear to kill you. I'm just here to save someone. I believe that with my status as an overseer, it shouldn't be a problem to save someone. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth lowered his head and glanced at Zichen. The still world was restored because of the youth's glance and began to move again. The power on the demon ape's black rod suddenly disappeared. The black rod in his hand seemed to have suddenly become much heavier. The weight actually caused his arm to ache. He immediately put down the black rod. The The perfect body's black axe finally flew out of his hand. However, there was no power attached to it. As soon as it left his hand, the black axe fell in a straight line and smashed into his foot. The excruciating pain caused him to howl in pain. The mysterious power that Su Mingyao struck out suddenly disappeared. The phantom behind Long Hu slowly dimmed and finally disappeared. The surging auras of Ming Xian and the ape dragon were also instantly restrained. They looked very weak, as though they had exhausted too much energy. During the stillness of time, everyone felt as though all their strength had been sucked away. After time recovered, all their offensive means lost their strength. At the same time, they felt extremely exhausted. Many people even slumped to the ground. However, the demon's supremacy wasn't affected. The power in his body still existed, and it was even stronger than before. The finger mark he struck out also had an aura that could destroy everything. The demon's supremacy was the same as before. The only difference was that Zichen's glabella was only an inch away from the finger mark. However, layers of barriers appeared in this inch. From the space between his eyebrows to an inch of his fingerprints, tens of thousands of barriers appeared. Moreover, these barriers were formed purely from the laws of nature. The finger mark charged forward and collided head-on with the nomological barrier. Under such circumstances, the power between both parties was compressed to the extreme. There was no excess force colliding. In an instant, more than half of the nomological barrier was penetrated. It was as though the nomological barrier would be completely penetrated in the next instant. Then, the finger mark would reach Zichen's glabella. As soon as these barriers of law disappeared, more barriers of law appeared and once again protected Zichen's glabella, layer by layer. These barriers were formed in an instant. They were not slower than the finger mark's destruction. The finger mark was still advancing in a straight line, breaking through one light barrier after another. However, more and more barriers appeared at Zichen's glabella. This was a battle between the laws of this world and the power of Tianyuan. The victor had yet to be determined. This battle lasted for a few breaths. During this time, the finger mark broke through at least hundreds of thousands of nomological barriers. Finally, the powerful aura of the finger mark began to weaken. It was the first to be unable to hold on. Its luster dimmed. From dimming to disappearing in the end, the nomological barrier blocked the attack for Zichen. Zichen had been unable to move previously. After the finger mark disappeared, he felt that he could move again. He looked at the young man in the air gratefully. However, he realized that the light on the young man's body had become extremely dim. At the same time, his face was snow-white. "You are only borrowing the power of the rules to block one of my attacks. You have used up too much of your power. However, you can only block one of my attacks. I can hit you thousands of times." The demon sovereign looked at the pale-faced young man and said coldly. The light on the young man's body brightened again. His pale face had a tinge of redness. He was recovering. However, the speed was not fast. He first nodded at Zichen. Then, he looked at the two demon lords and said, "The combat power of the two of you has exceeded the limits of this world. You can say that you've broken the laws here. I can only block one attack even if I use all my strength. However, I'm here to block one attack from you." In the air, both parties were talking. Everyone below held their breaths and looked up at the young man. Their hope was on the young man. The demon lords laughed when they heard this. "Blocking one attack is enough. So you mean that someone will appear later and block our attacks?" "That's right. However, to be precise, you won't have the chance to attack anymore." The young man's solemn voice sounded like a promise. The demon lord's laughter grew louder. It shook the heavens and earth. "Who is it? Who is so arrogant? Is it a saint? Or is it a saint's pet?" The light around the young man gradually faded. His face regained its redness. He seemed to have recovered in a short time. He was only in the mortal origin realm. After the nomological barrier was removed, he looked no different from an ordinary origin realm cultivator. Now that he was facing the powerful auras of the two demon lords, he looked very lonely like everyone else. However, the young man's eyes were incomparably calm. "Why aren't you talking? Didn't you hear what we asked you?" The demon lords stopped laughing. Their voices grew colder. The young man said, "I'm waiting." The demon lords asked, Waiting for what? The young man said. Waiting for you to stop laughing and talking. You've been sealed for countless years. You've been muddle-headed for countless years. You can't even think properly. You can't even speak. You're very pitiful. You've seen a sliver of the nomological barrier and arrogantly thought that you've seen the entire world. That's very sad. You think that you can become the true ruler of this world just because you've broken through. The demon lord's expression darkened. You call us pitiful, sad, and laughable. The young man took a deep breath and said sincerely, yes, very pitiful, sad, and laughable. You're not afraid of death. I am, but you can't kill me. Very well. You've successfully angered me. I've decided to kill everyone here first, and then I'll rule this world. The young man replied, very well. I'll make way for you now. However, it's been so long. I think you won't have the chance anymore. With that, the young man turned sideways, as if to avoid them. However, after turning sideways, he bowed again, as if he was saluting someone. Of course it's very good, because we've completely refined the essence blood. Not to mention a mere pet, even a saint would die if they came in person. The auras of the two demon lords were released to the limit again. This time, it was much stronger than before. Facing this aura, everyone felt like they were in a small boat in a raging sea. The boat could break at any time and they could die. Chapter 11:20. Time came to a standstill without any warning. Time had stopped too many times today, and everyone was already a little tired. However, the time stop this time was undoubtedly the most shocking, because this time stop was only targeted at the two demon lords. How can this be? What's going on? Below, everyone was confused. They touched their faces, touched the faces of the people around them, and even hit them. They could feel pain, which meant that everything was real, and their movements were not hindered. However, after the two demon sovereigns in the air released their auras to the maximum, they did not move at all. In fact, even the suffocating aura on their bodies did not go berserk. The young man was still standing in the air, bowing and looking humble. Just when everyone thought that time stop would continue, they felt the world tremble. The two demon lords started to resist, but it was as if they were fighting against the entire world. Because of the intense resistance, rays of light appeared around the two demon lords. These rays were all made up of the power of rules. Rules. They were the same rules used by the young man, but the effect was much stronger than when the young man used them. How can the rules stop the demon lord? The prince hid in the distance, looking at the scene in shock. At the same time, Zichun and the rest were confused. Not to mention the demon lords in Heavenly Origin Realm. Even Zichun could break the rules without fear. Mere rules can't stop me. The demon lord's angry roar came from under the siege of the rules. We have already broken the rules of this world. What can these mere rules do to us? The second demon lord roared. Breaking the rules doesn't mean that you are not controlled by them. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the world. The voice was cold and old. It did not mean that the voice was old, but it meant that it was ancient, and eternal. Who was this voice? The saint or the pet of the demon lord, as the demon lord had said? But wasn't this the saint burial ground? Wasn't the saint dead? Zichen's expression changed. He thought back to everything he saw when he entered the saint burial ground. He and Elder Hiroshi guessed that the saint burial ground existed because the saint would be resurrected from death. Thinking back to the few everlasting lamps that he had seen in the past that used bone grinding as a tool and magic oil as a guide, it seemed that the saint had really been resurrected. Once we break the rules of this world, the rules here will no longer be able to trap us. We will break the rules, break this world, and become the rulers of this world. The demon lords were still resisting unwillingly, but there was almost no effect at all. They had just broken through the rules, but the rules had suppressed them once again, and this time, they were completely suppressed. The term rule is as broad and profound as the sea. Wanting to break through is easier said than done. Everyone knows that when one pursues the rule and borrows the power of the rule, one's body already has an inseparable connection with the rule. Wanting to sever it and break free from it to become the ruler is extremely difficult. The ancient voice sounded once again, indifferent and emotionless. Who are you? The ruler of this world, the saint, or the pet of the saint? The demon lord shouted. You don't deserve to know. The reason I'm here today is because I want to borrow something from you. Who do you think you are? Why should we lend it to you? You have no other choice. Right now, the two demon lords were completely suppressed by the rules and could not move at all. Therefore, they decided to compromise and asked, what do you want to borrow? Your power. In your dreams. Don't even think about it. The two demon lords were completely enraged. You have no other choice. As soon as the words were spoken, the rules began to tighten like a rope. The rampaging demon lords were suppressed to the point that they could not move at all. Then, the power in their bodies began to drain away. During this time, the demon lords kept resisting and tried to break the rules, but it was useless. The difference between them was like the difference between them and Zichun when they were in the Sky Origin realm. Shameless, you are shameless. There are arrays under the ground of this world that specialize in collecting blood and life force. This is what you wanted to use. Your original intention was to kill everyone here and then devour their essence and life force to recover. Your actions are very shameless. I wonder if you were the shameless saint from back then. As their power continued to drain away, the two demon lords understood everything. When they were devouring, the overseer did not appear. This unknown existence did not appear either. It was not that the other party did not notice, but that they were intentionally indulging. Everything was for the sake of this moment. They killed humans, absorbed their life force, and then refined it. But now, they were helping someone else. They were being used as a tool, and they were being schemed against again. It was laughable that they thought they had escaped the detection of the rules. The two demon lords who realized what was going on cursed loudly. The young man bowed in the air, his attitude respectful. After hearing the demon lord's curses, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Shameless. If this was considered shameless, then what was a Sky Origin Realm cultivator killing a human Origin Realm cultivator? The two Sky Origin Realm demon lords were subdued just like that. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began to discuss in secret, but they did not dare to speak out loud, for fear of interrupting this exchange of power. I see, Your Highness. The middle-aged demon lord's voice was filled with bitterness. Being schemed against by others is very helpless, the princess transmitted, but her expression was still calm. Then what about the prince? The middle-aged demon lord asked. Do you think anyone will let him go in this situation? But he's still a prince. We have to fight for him. The princess glanced at the middle-aged demon lord. How? The middle-aged demon lord glanced at Zichun from afar. At this moment, Zichun's attention was focused on the demon lords. Zichun has the final say among these people. If we can convince Zichun, as long as he agrees, I think it won't be a problem to save the prince. Is Zichun that easy to talk to? We can give up some of our benefits. The princess looked deeply at the middle-aged demon lord. Do you think a prince's life is more important, or an ancient castle? Your Highness, please calm down. This subordinate doesn't mean to exchange the castle. This subordinate means that we can try to negotiate with Zichun using demon brilliance crystals. Then go ahead and try. Under the suppression of the rules, the two demon lords' strength was rapidly draining. Their cultivation had already dropped from the Sky Origin Realm to the Earth Origin Realm. At the same time, their mouths were dry, and they no longer had the strength to curse. Even the Sky Origin Demon Lords couldn't escape from the suppression of the rules. A mere Earth Origin Realm Demon Lord couldn't do anything. The trip to the Saint Burial Ground was coming to an end. There were more than 10,000 human Origin Realm cultivators when they came, but now there were less than 100 left. When the crowd heard the Demon Lord's curses, they obviously knew that this was a world of battle. No matter what, someone would die, because the existence of this place required the vitality of dead cultivators. The 100 people on the battlefield were obviously the most powerful ones. At the same time, they also benefited the most. They carefully cleaned up the battlefield, trying not to disturb the borrowing of power in the air. The Demon Lords returned to the human origin realm. At the same time, they became weaker, because they weren't just losing strength, but also vitality. The prince's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he was surrounded by the demon ape and the others. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the demon lords to die, and then everything would end. Of course, some people were worried. They were afraid that the powerful existence who hadn't shown up would borrow power from them after borrowing power from the demon lords. Two shrill screams sounded between heaven and earth. The two powerful demon lords announced the end of their lives. The power of the rules in the air dissipated, and two shriveled bodies fell down. Everything was over. Everyone, including Zichun, looked at the sky anxiously. They couldn't see the powerful existence, so they all looked at the young man. The young man leaned in, as if he was listening to some secret words. Then, he nodded repeatedly. Finally, he straightened up, turned around, and looked down at the crowd. The nervousness on the crowd's faces intensified. The young man smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. Everything is over. If you want to leave this place, you can leave now." With that, the young man waved his hand, and a light door appeared in front of the crowd. Seeing this light door, the crowd rushed toward it without hesitation. If the young man wanted to kill them, he only needed to think about it. There was no need for him to do this. Sect leader Zichun. Zichun and the others walked to the front of the prince, ready to kill him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "There's a matter." The newcomer was a middle-aged demon, an earthly origin realm cultivator who had suppressed his cultivation base. He could easily crush Zichun in the outside world, but in here, Zichun could easily kill him. "I'm here on behalf of the princess. I beg sect leader Zichun to spare the prince's life." Zichun sneered, "Do you think I'll spare him?" "Of course not. But he's the prince of the Power Demon Clan. He has an extraordinary status in the Demon Clan." Zichun interrupted the middle-aged demon. "You know that I'm not afraid of threats." Yes. The middle-aged demon nodded. We'll ransom him. We'll ransom him with resources." "What resources?" "Brilliant devil crystals." "Saint Brilliant devil crystals?" Zichun asked. "I wonder if the prince's life is worth dozens of Saint Brilliant devil crystals?" The middle-aged demon almost vomited blood when he heard that. Dozens of Saint Brilliant devil crystals? What a joke. Sect leader Zichun, you must be joking. Saint Brilliant devil crystals are called Saint Brilliant devil crystals because they're very valuable and rare. Get to the point. 3 Saint Brilliant devil crystals. Devil ape, kill. Sect leader Zichun, 5. Zhang Haoyin, kill. 8. Sect leader Zichun, 8 at most. If you don't agree, I'll kill you. The middle-aged demon gritted his teeth. Chapter 11:21. Sect leader Zichun, Saint-grade brilliant demon crystals are not like cabbages. They are priceless even in our demon clan. If it weren't for the fact that Her Highness might be involved in this matter, we wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all, the middle-aged demon clan member said firmly. Listening to the two sides bargaining like animals, the prince's expression changed a few times, but he didn't say anything in the end. As a prince, he could be arrogant and look down on the world, but he couldn't be stupid. Especially at such a critical moment, he had to be patient. He was afraid that if he said anything more, he would anger Zichun. Zichun looked at the middle-aged demon, and the latter looked at Zichun. Zichun had a faint smile on his face, while the middle-aged demon looked firm. Seeing that the other side wouldn't back down, Zichun nodded. Okay, deal, but... Sect leader Zichun, but what? Zichun pointed at the prince and said, but you have to leave his ring to me. The prince was wearing a ring on his finger. It was obviously a spiritual ring, and it contained the prince's wealth. Hearing this, the prince's expression changed. Even if he knew how to endure, he couldn't help but want to shout. However, the middle-aged demon's reaction was much calmer. He was afraid that Zichun would go back on his word, so he immediately said, okay, deal? Buffed. In the end, the prince couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell down and fainted. The middle-aged demon took out the Saint-grade brilliant demon crystals he prepared and gave them to Zichun. Then, he supported the prince and left. Many demons had come this time, but only the two princes and him had survived. Before leaving, the princess turned around and glanced at Zichun. Zichun led the demon ape and the others to the young man and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." The young man smiled. "Everyone is afraid of me and left one by one. You're the one who came to thank me." "Of course I have to thank you for saving my life." Zichun smiled. "Not bad. It's rare for you to be so considerate. Senior, may I ask if the one who showed off his power was a saint?" The young man smiled but did not say anything. Zichun's mind was greatly shaken. Sure enough, the saint had really come back to life. It was a miracle to revive someone who had been dead for so many years. Moreover, the one who was still alive was a saint. This should have shocked the world. But the revival of the saints did not cause any waves. The expressions of Zichun and the others all became cautious. "The saint has already left. You all should relax a little." The young man said. "He left? Where did he go?" "Of course we're going to that world filled with experts. Could it be that we're still here?" "Senior is talking about the Sky Martial Continent." The young man rolled his eyes and said, "What Sky Martial Continent?" "That broken place can easily break through a human origin stage cultivator. An Earth origin stage cultivator is like a god in that place. Furthermore, that world's Ling Qi is not abundant. So how can it accommodate an Earth origin stage cultivator? The world of the strong is a completely different world." "A completely different world? Is it the same as the Sky Martial Continent?" Zichun and the others were puzzled. At the same time, they were filled with curiosity about that world. To be precise, that place can also be considered the Sky Martial Continent, but it's a higher-level world. Forget it. It's hard to explain. When you reach that realm, you'll naturally understand. The young man looked at Zichun and said, "The saint left a message for you before he left. Do you want to hear it now?" "The saint left a message for me." Zichun felt overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. "That's right. Originally, it was for you alone. But since you're all here, there's no harm in hearing it. When you make a choice in the future, think carefully." Zichun and the others put on a respectful expression. The young man's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. He said, "The laws are a path that must be walked in the Earth origin stage, but it doesn't mean that you have to comprehend the power of the laws on this path. You should know that the laws can make us stronger, but they also bind us." The young man imitated the saint's tone, but Zichun and the others did not understand what he meant. "What does this mean?" Zichun asked curiously. The young man said, "The meaning is very simple. Don't casually comprehend the laws, don't casually break through. It's best if you don't comprehend the laws." "If you don't comprehend the laws, can you break through to the Earth origin stage?" "Of course not. Since you can't break through, why don't you let me comprehend the laws?" "I didn't say that you can't comprehend the laws, I just don't want you to. It's best if you don't comprehend the laws." "That's not right. If you don't comprehend the laws, you won't break through." "Sorry, actually I don't understand the true meaning of this sentence." The young man's true strength should be at the heavenly origin stage. If even he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, Zichun and the others naturally wouldn't. Therefore, after memorizing this sentence, he prepared to leave. "You're leaving already?" the young man suddenly asked. "I'm done here." "Of course I'm leaving," Zichun said. "Then you don't want the big gift I prepared for you." "Big gift? What big gift?" The young man looked at Zichun seriously. After realizing that he wasn't doing it on purpose, he directly asked, "Did you not refine the token I gave you?" "I don't know what use it has, so I naturally didn't refine it." As soon as this was said, Zichun guessed the young man's meaning. He hurriedly took out the thing that looked like a scale or a token to refine it. The refining process was very simple. It was as simple as the 3 tokens from before. As the token recognized him as its master, Zichun looked into the distance, his face filled with disbelief. "How is it? It's a big gift, right?" the young man said smugly. Zichun nodded and said, "That's right. It's a big gift." With that said, he bowed to the young man again, feeling very grateful. "What gift?" the perfect body asked in puzzlement. He hadn't left with the others previously. Zichun looked ahead, his emotions fluctuating greatly. He said, A castle of time. Time castle. Everyone looked at Zichun as though they were looking at a fool. This was because there was nothing ahead. Even the spirit-devouring rats didn't sense anything amiss. This is the masterpiece of a saint. Zichun pointed ahead. A nomological light appeared between his fingers and landed in front of him. As though a curtain had been pulled open, a huge castle appeared in front of them. The main style of the castle was still black, but compared to the original 3 castles, this castle was even more magnificent. Through the token, Zichun already knew all the uses of the castle. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, follow me to visit this time castle." He was very agitated. To be able to cause such a stir in Zichun's emotions, this castle was clearly extremely extraordinary. Everyone couldn't help but follow him forward. The castle's simple door naturally opened as an ancient aura assaulted them. Zichun and company walked up the stairs and entered the castle through the passageway. The castle was huge and luxuriously decorated. Colorful lights swirled around it. The hall was no longer empty. There were all kinds of facilities. Other than that, there were also many rooms in the castle. Zichun pointed at the hall and said, "This is the reception hall. Everyone can drink tea and chat here. The flow of time here is the same as the outside world." He pointed at the rooms and said, "Those rooms are used for rest or seclusion. The flow of time there can be adjusted on its own. The slowest is 100 times and the fastest is 1,000 times." Upon hearing Zichun's introduction, the eyes of the devil ape and the others widened in disbelief. The flow of time could be adjusted by 100 or 1,000 times. Didn't that mean that a year had passed in the outside world, and 100 years or even 1,000 years had passed in the world inside the room? As though he had guessed everyone's thoughts, Zichun smiled and said, "That's right. A year in the outside world would be 1,000 years in the room." Everyone shouted excitedly when they heard this. Right now, they didn't lack anything but time. Of course, time is only one aspect. If you need it, not only can time be accelerated, but the pressure in the room can also be changed according to your requirements. This pressure is mainly targeted at force, psyche, and essence. The perfect body said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean that this castle is an upgraded version of the original 3 castles? Furthermore, it has the characteristics of time." "That's right." This time, it was the youth who answered. He said, "The 3 ancient castles were the boring works of saints, but this time castle is a proud work. The difference between the 2 is like heaven and earth, but it can be considered an upgraded version." The perfect body was extremely excited when he heard that. He wished he could kick Zichun to the ground and replace him to snatch it. However, such an immature idea was clearly only a thought. It couldn't be put into practice. Jealousy and bitterness inevitably arose in his heart. The perfect body curled his lips and said, "It's indeed good stuff, but it's a pity that there are only a few rooms in such a huge castle. Furthermore, it's obvious that this is only prepared for an individual. It can only increase the strength of an individual. To large sects, it's not of much use. It's even inferior to the 3 ancient castles." Zichun naturally knew what the perfect body's mentality was. This fellow was somewhat similar to a monk. Su Mingyao and company chuckled. No matter how many flaws the perfect body said about the castle, they couldn't ignore the tempting advantages. Just the fact that time was accelerated was enough to cover up all the flaws. Zichun knew the perfect body's mentality and immediately said with a smile, "What you said makes sense, but how can the great saints not think of the problems you can think of? These things are originally prepared for an individual. It's very heartwarming. If you want everyone in a sect to use it, then I'm sorry. The door isn't here, but somewhere else. There are 3 separate doors there. There are 3 spaces inside that allow people with 3 powers to cultivate. The time acceleration there is also at least 100 times." The perfect body's heart twitched violently. Demon Ape and company were even more shocked, but they quickly laughed out loud. This way, the castle didn't have any flaws. "Everyone, don't stand here. It's best you choose your own room and enter seclusion for a period of time," Zichun said with a smile. "I want to temper my body." The perfect body shouted and ignored everyone as he rushed into a room. Ba. This penniless monk feels that the Buddhist powers aren't pure. This penniless monk needs to enter seclusion to cultivate. Ming Xian also walked into a room. Zichen looked at the two of them in a daze and said, "Shouldn't the two of them leave? Only a fool would leave after seeing such good things. I'll temper my body first, then cultivate my essence energy, and finally cultivate my mind." Demon Ape also found a room. After that, everyone entered their rooms. Finally, only Su Mingyao, Zichun, and the youth were left. Zichen asked, "Mingyao, which room do you want to enter?" An imperceptible blush flashed across Su Mengyao's face as she lowered her head and said, "I don't have anything I need to cultivate for the time being. I'll go wherever you go." Chapter 11:22. Within the time castle, Ziqian and the others were using the acceleration of time to cultivate. Knowing that he wasn't strong enough, he naturally had to cultivate his yuan energy, and will. Time passed quietly. A day outside was 100 days in the castle. The exploration of the saint burial ground had ended. The saints had successfully left after absorbing enough energy. The red light no longer had any meaning. The youth looked at the time castle and said, "Forget it. I'll help you one more time. I'll give you one more year." A year outside was 100 years in the castle. Although they weren't familiar with the time castle, Zichen's room was still 100 times faster. Zichen hadn't lived for 100 years since he was born, but the youth had bought him a few hundred years. Clearly, he had enough time. The red light didn't disappear. So the experts who had been sent out could only walk out. "Sect Master, the people who went to the saint burial ground have come out," reported a subordinate of the everlasting sect. "Where's Zichun? Has he come out?" Wang Qiong walked out of the palace. "Sect Master Zichun hasn't come out yet. Come, let's go take a look." Wang Qiong led them to the saint burial ground. Wang Xian Shangguan Yu and the others followed. They quickly encountered the 100 or so experts who had returned. More than 10,000 of them had gone in, but less than 100 had returned. The high death rate made their expressions ugly. Wang Qiong quickly found an ancient race expert among the survivors and asked him what had happened inside. The ancient race expert told him the truth. The intense battle inside made Wang Qiong and the others extremely nervous. The forbidden killing formation had infuriated them, and killing all the cultivators from the major powers had been delightful. But the final eruption of the archdevil had made them nervous. Fortunately, everything was over. Those powers are really shameless. They clearly said that they wouldn't care about the past, but they secretly schemed against Zichun again. Shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how their family became one of the strongest powers in the martial heaven continent. Fortunately, Zichun and the others are fine. Otherwise, they would have attacked the everlasting sect. Killing everyone was the right thing to do. Let them know that we have a temper. Shangguanyu, and the others were extremely disdainful of the actions of the major powers, and were extremely angry at their assassination attempts. "Where's Zichun? Why isn't he out yet?" Wang Qiong asked when he didn't see Zichun. "The exit has been opened. Sect Master Zichun should be coming out soon," the ancient cultivator said respectfully. Wang Qiong nodded and thanked him. After that, Wang Qiong and the rest waited outside the ancient castle, waiting for Zichun to appear. During this time, Shangguanyu and the rest were extremely angry, because those major powers had almost killed Zichun. Several days passed quickly as they waited, but none of Zichen's group showed up. "Didn't you say that you would be out soon? Why haven't you come out yet? Did something happen along the way?" The cultivators of the Wuji sect were all confused. Wang Xian and the others already looked anxious and worried. The perfect body and monk Ming Xian haven't come out either. If something really happens, Zichun and the others should be able to deal with it. "Let's wait," Wang Qiong said. They waited for more than 10 days, but Zichun and the others still didn't appear. Anxiety, uneasiness, and fear appeared on the women. Without Su Mingyao around, they didn't know how to make deductions, so they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. The rippling red light in the sky hasn't dissipated, which means that the expedition isn't over yet. Zichun and the others haven't appeared yet. Perhaps the spirit-devouring rats made another major discovery along the way and Zichun and the others went to search for treasures. Wang Qiong comforted them. "How about this? You guys continue to guard here, and wait for Zichun to appear. I'll go back and arrange some things. Zichun's absence made Wang Qiong's expression unnatural. He was also worried about Zichun and the others, but he couldn't show it on his face. He looked up at the sky. The rippling red light was still there. This thing was currently the main barrier for the Wuji sect to resist the large factions. As long as it existed, the Wuji sect wouldn't be breached by external forces. Send people out to investigate. If they find traces of foreign cultivators, report it immediately. Wang Qiong arranged everything. At the same time, he went back to get people to prepare for the battle. This time, the grudge between them and the large factions could no longer be resolved. Next, it was naturally war. Zichun didn't come out, so the commander of this war was naturally Wang Qiong. As long as the Earth Origin Realm cultivators couldn't enter, Wang Qiong was confident that they would win. The holy burial ground opened, and all the factions' attention was on it. Moreover, they had been paying attention. Almost as soon as these survivors came out, they were quickly taken away by their own experts. The 7 major factions, who had been waiting for good news, realized that none of their cultivators had appeared. Just as they were surprised and puzzled, news of what had happened in the holy burial ground spread. The 7 major factions had cooperated with the Shaji clan to set up a forbidden killing formation to kill Zichun. Not only had they failed to kill Zichun, but Zichun had used his flame of life to break the formation. Then, in a rage, he killed them all. Many cultivators from the 7 major factions, from spiritual body cultivators to heaven realm cultivators, were killed. Not a single one was left alive. When this news spread, it caused an uproar in the entire Tianwu continent. For some reason, the scene of the chaotic battle between the major factions was concealed or deliberately forgotten. It was only said that Zichun had led the Wuji sect's experts to kill the people of the major factions. This time, the major factions had suffered a double loss. Not only had they lost a lot of resources, but they had also lost a lot of cultivators. Furthermore, each faction had lost 2 spiritual body cultivators and several Xintian cultivators. This huge loss caused them to feel heartache. While they were feeling heartache, they couldn't help but feel endless anger. Whether it was to protect their dignity or to protect the 2 ancient castles that Zichun had obtained, they had to take the initiative to express their stance. Thus, the major factions once again joined forces and sent out experts to destroy the Wuji sect. This time, they gritted their teeth and made a ruthless decision. They no longer underestimated Zichun and placed Zichun and the Wuji sect in an extremely important position. They sent out a total of more than 20 earthly origin stage cultivators. Although these people had just broken through to the earthly origin stage and had just touched upon the laws, killing Zichun and destroying the Wuji sect was not a problem at all. A few days later, the group of earthly origin stage cultivators arrived at the outskirts of the Savage Lands. They were very puzzled when they saw that the rippling red light had not yet dissipated. The group of earthly origin stage cultivators sent back a message. Soon, another message came, telling them to wait for the rippling red light to disappear so that they could attack the Wuji sect in one fell swoop, kill Zichun, and steal the resources. Just as the major factions were taking action, the ancients also received the news. They naturally knew what had happened in the holy burial ground. Thus, they quickly sent out earthly origin stage cultivators. Although the number was not as many as the major factions, it was still enough to serve as a deterrent. So far, this was the only faction that dared to take the initiative to help Zichun. Many years ago, the ancients had declared that they would protect Zichun. Because of the rippling red light, the earthly origin stage cultivators did not enter the Savage Lands. The ancients did not do anything either. The 2 sides were in a standoff. When the major factions found out that the ancients had interfered, they were naturally furious. Although they did not continue to send out earthly origin stage cultivators, they sent out several human origin stage cultivators. These troops were not necessarily useful, but they were a way for the major factions to show their attitude in order to destroy the Wuji sect. Then, the human origin stage cultivators of the ancients arrived. Their attitude was also very clear. These people all came from the ancient road. They had been walking on the ancient road since they were young, so they were relatively stronger. The Wuji sect naturally received the news that earthly origin stage cultivators and several armies had appeared. This was obviously going to be another big battle. Thus, Wang Qiong took control of the entire savage lands and forbade everyone from entering or leaving. The entire Wuji sect was in a state of alert. A big battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. However, those who were observant knew that a big battle would never happen as long as the rippling red light remained. This was because in the present world, no faction could invade the Wuji sect and destroy it under such circumstances. The Wuji sect was not afraid of anyone at the same level. However, once the rippling red light disappeared, what awaited them would be the destruction of the Wuji sect. Damn it! Why do they have the initiative? I don't accept this. Wang Shan was burning with anger. He led a human-origin stage cultivator out of the rippling red light. As soon as they reached the outside world, they encountered a group from a major faction. Bastard, do you dare to fight? Wang Shan stood in the air and pointed at the leading cultivator as he scolded. His scolding stunned the people in front of him. Bastard, I'm asking you a question. Do you dare to fight with me? Wang Shan put his hands on his hips and spat everywhere. The team at the front looked at Wang Shan with a strange expression. Then, they looked around but didn't find anything suspicious. Bastard, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Do you dare to fight? Wang Shan said again. The leading cultivator was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air and pointed at his own nose. Are you sure you're talking to me? You want to fight with the ancient race? Of course. I'm from the ancient race. The anger on Wang Shan's face froze and disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by embarrassment. His expression changed again, and he quickly smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding. I thought you were the bastards from the 5 elements. Kid, look carefully. Do those bastards from the 5 elements have such strong bodies? We're ancient race body cultivators, the man said. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. So you're an ally. May I ask where those bastards from the 5 elements are? I'm bored and want to find them to practice, Wang Shan said. I heard that you people from the Wuji sect are all daring. Today, I see that it's true. Your door is blocked, but you still dare to come out and challenge us. However, I like the way you call them bastards. Those bastards are temperamental. Come with me, brother. I'll take you to them. The two sides became familiar with each other because of the words brother and grandson. The ancient race invited Wang Shan to meet with the ancient race and then find the people from the 5 elements. Brother Wang Shan, you're quite brave. There are many Earth origin stage cultivators outside. Aren't you afraid of being killed by them? Chapter 11:23. Wang Shan's carefree attitude made Gu Tai feel a sense of respect for him. He said in admiration, as expected of a place that even the major factions fear. Just a random person can see through life and death. I'm impressed. Wang Shan admired Gu Tai a lot. However, Wang Shan did not like what he said. He immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression and said, Gu Tai, you're looking down on me. What do you mean by random person? Am I a random person? I have a very high status in the Wuji sect. Let me tell you, I'm Zichen's brother-in-law. Do you know what brother-in-law means? It means that even the sect master of the Wuji sect, Zichen, has to call me brother-in-law when he sees me. Wang Shan's face was full of pride, and he looked very proud. Everyone's expression immediately changed when they looked at Wang Shan. Gu Tai said in surprise, So it's Zichen's brother-in-law. I'm sorry for the disrespect. No wonder you have such awareness. It turns out that you're the person closest to Zichen. Wang Shan said proudly, of course. However, I have to keep a low profile. Wang Shan was so proud that his molars were almost showing. He actually said that he had to keep a low profile. The disciples of the Wuji sect who knew his character were speechless. For the rest of the journey, they only heard Wang Shan bragging. He bragged about how Zichen was when he wasn't strong and how he tricked the ancient race's perfect body. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the people of the body cultivator lineage were stunned. At the same time, they felt admiration for him. Beside Gu Tai, an ancient race member looked at Wang Shan with admiration. At the same time, he pulled Gu Tai over and asked softly, Brother Gu Tai, do you think what Wang Shan said is true? He's Ziqin's brother-in-law and the younger brother of Deputy Pavilion Master Wang Qiong. Gutai pondered for a moment and said seriously, I heard that one of Ziqin's confidants is called Wang Xian. Although I have never heard of Wang Shan before, it should be true from what he said. The cultivator continued, if that's really the case, then this brother Wang Shan is truly an extraordinary existence. Since he dared to come out, he must be very strong. Even if he can't compare to sect master Zichun, I don't think he's any weaker than the generals besides Zichun. Gutai nodded and said, it's very possible. The Mu family is not far from here. We will meet them soon. Then we will know the truth. While they were bragging, they met a group of people. It was the Mu clan of the 5 elements. The leader was a young man who was a Xiantian realm martial artist. Gutai pointed at the young man and said, he's from the Mu family. His name is Mu Wei, and he's a Khanate warrior. Wang Shan nodded and waved his hand arrogantly, signaling for everyone to stop. He then took a few steps forward and pointed at Mu Wei, saying, grandson, you're Mu Wei from the Mu family. Facing Wang Shan's blatant provocation, Mu Wei was stunned at first. However, he reacted quickly and asked angrily, who are you calling? Of course it's Mu Wei, grandson. Are you? Do you dare to fight with me? Mu Wei suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Wang Shan carefully and asked, you want to fight with me? Of course. Do you dare to fight? How? Mu Wei asked. However, he was already thinking of ways to kill Wang Shan. Idiot. Of course it's a magnificent battle to the death. Wang Shan mocked. All right, let's fight. Whoever doesn't fight is a grandson. Mu Wei was furious. He flew into the air, and the aura around him started to surge. Wang Shan glanced at Mu Wei indifferently. Then, he turned around and said to the aboriginals, I have some time before the battle. Let me give everyone a brief explanation of what a magnificent battle to the death is. As the name suggests, it is a magnificent battle to the death. However, as for how magnificent it is impossible to describe it with words. You have to see it with your own eyes and experience it with your own eyes. Obviously, what I mean is that I will put on a magnificent battle to the death for everyone. Hearing Wang Shan's eloquence and calmness in the face of a battle to the death, everyone's respect for Wang Shan was like a torrential river. Kid, are you done talking nonsense? Can we start now? Wang Shan's disregard angered Mu Wei again. Of course. If we don't start, how can I put on a magnificent battle to the death? Wang Shan's tone and attitude made Mu Wei very unhappy. He had already made up his mind that once they fought, he would beat his opponent into a pig's head. After humiliating him, he would kill him. Mu Wei's aura surged. As a Xiantian martial artist, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As he released his aura, everyone's expression turned solemn. Only Wang Shan still had a look of indifference. Brother Wang Shan, you have to be careful. Mu Wei is very unusual. It's said that his Xiantian technique, Withered Wood Chop, has been cultivated to an extremely high level. Gutai reminded Wang Shan as if he felt that Wang Shan was too arrogant. Wang Shan waved his hand. He still didn't care. Mu Wei shouted and rushed towards Wang Shan. He was like a stream of light and arrived in front of Wang Shan in a flash. At the same time, one of his arms was changing. His arm instantly withered like a piece of dead wood. However, it contained an extremely powerful aura. Mu Wei swung his arm in the air and slashed towards Wang Shan. This slash was already the strongest battle strength he could display so far. Wang Shan's expression didn't change. Although he didn't care, he naturally wouldn't be so indifferent. Just as Mu Wei approached him, he reached into his arms and took out a fluffy little thing. Then, he threw it towards Mu Wei's attack. The little thing looked like a pet. It looked like a white cat, but it had a pair of wings. At this moment, the white cat was facing Mu Wei's attack. No one thought that this little white cat would be able to block this attack. As for the ancient race, they had heard Wang Shan boasting about how powerful he was and how he had once suppressed Yichun. Now, they were all looking at him eagerly, waiting for him to show off his skills. But they didn't expect him to throw out a pet. When the little white cat collided with Mu Wei's attack, the scene where everyone thought that the little white cat would die in the next moment didn't happen. The little white cat stretched out its little paw, its eyes filled with disdain. Then, it gently slapped forward. This slap directly shattered Mu Wei's attack. At the same time, a claw mark passed through the attack, broke through Mu Wei's defense, and hit Mu Wei's head. As the second explosion rang out, Mu Wei's head directly exploded, and he could not be more dead than dead. Around them, everyone widened their eyes and looked at the little white cat who killed Mu Wei with a single strike. The little white cat curled its lips in a very human-like manner. It seemed to be very disdainful of such an opponent. With a flap of its wings, it returned to Wang Shan's side and stepped on his head. Before the crowd could react from this shocking scene, Wang Shan's smug voice woke them up. How is it? Now you've seen a magnificent life and death battle, right? Magnificent doesn't mean luxurious, but it means direct and simple. A magnificent life and death battle means a very direct and simple life and death battle. Wang Shan was very afraid of death. Since he dared to come out, he was naturally fully prepared, and his preparation was to trick the flying divine tiger into following him. He, who wasn't good at fighting, was only responsible for arguing and shouting. The one who actually attacked was the flying divine tiger. Just as Wang Shan was proudly looking for a life and death battle outside the rippling red light, in the distant western region, in a large desert, there was a Buddhist sect located here. Today, in the sacred land of the Buddhist sect, a violent wind suddenly blew. On the altar where they worshipped, the space began to distort violently, forming waves of destructive power. This scene alarmed the powerhouses of the Buddhist sect. An unforeseen event in the sacred land of the Buddhist sect was naturally unusual. In a short period of time, dozens of old monks gathered here. These old monks were all in the Earth origin realm. When these old monks saw the destructive distortion of space, their expressions didn't change much. Then, they all sat down cross-legged and began to chant. This distortion of the power of the rules appeared for a full 2 hours before it slowly stopped. Then, a distorted passage formed by the rules of space appeared on the altar of the sacred land. Amitabha, welcome back, Arhat. The moment the passage appeared, a group of old monks opened their eyes, put their palms together, and chanted, "Haha, Lord Buddha is finally out." An extremely excited voice came from the spatial tunnel. Then, a figure of light flew out from it. The light figure instantly turned into a monk. He was very excited. After he came out, he jumped up and down like a monkey. His laughter kept echoing. Below, dozens of old monks put their palms together, as if they didn't see this monk's unusual behavior. They just silently chanted. Finally, the unusual monk stopped jumping. He looked at the old monks below and said unhappily, "Hey, you old farts, can't you see that I'm out? Welcome back, Arhat." Amitabha. The group of old monks said in unison, "What Arhat? You said before that if I came out alive, you would let me be the sect leader." The unusual monk protested, "Welcome back, sect leader." Amitabha. The group of old monks said again, "You all know?" The unusual monk had a weird expression on his face. Amitabha. The old monks shouted in unison. The unusual monk was finally angry. He shouted, "Is there anyone here who can speak normally?" "Arhat, sect leader, what orders do you have?" An old monk stood up. He was the Buddhist sect leader. Among the group of old monks present, his seniority was naturally the lowest. "You acknowledge my identity as sect leader?" the monk asked. "Greetings, sect leader." The old monk bowed. "Good. It's good that you acknowledge it. My words are the sect leader's words. Now, listen to my orders. Go and find over 100 Earth Yuan realm cultivators and 20 Heaven Yuan realm cultivators. Then, follow me." "Where to?" the sect leader asked. "Of course to show off. I've been in seclusion for hundreds of years and am only one step away from Earth Yuan realm. Now that I've become the Buddhist sect leader, I have countless underlings. Earth Yuan realm cultivators are as common as dogs and Heaven Yuan realm cultivators are everywhere. Of course, I have to show off to Zichun." Chapter 11:24. The monk was naturally the evil good monk. Back then, he had entered the Buddhist sect's ruins with Zichun. Zichun had been chased out by an old monk, and the monk had been cultivating in seclusion. After so many years, He had finally come out of seclusion. The moment he appeared, his attitude was extremely arrogant. There were as many Earth-level experts as there were dogs, and heaven-level experts were everywhere. He was clearly talking about these old monks, but they didn't seem to have heard him. They didn't react at all. There wasn't even the slightest expression on their faces. The old monks didn't express their anger, but they didn't move either. The proud monk felt like he was being ignored, and his face immediately showed dissatisfaction. He said, "Hurry up and gather people. What are you doing here?" The old monk's expression became very awkward. He explained, reporting to sect master, "There are no longer any heaven-level elders in the Buddhist sect." The evil good monk glared at him. "Liar. Don't think I don't know your background. Hurry up and call them out. Don't send too many, just 20 will do." Encountering the current sect leader, the old monk had the urge to cry, but no tears came out. There were more than 20 of them in the heaven origin realm. Even if they went to steal or rob, they wouldn't be able to get that many. The old monk's face was filled with compassion. He said, "Sect master, let alone our Buddhist sect, even in the entire Tianwu continent, there aren't 20 heaven-level experts. What's going on?" When the lightning divine hall appeared, some heaven-level experts died. Later on, someone divined that the timing wasn't right, so they gave up on attacking. Thus, the heaven-level experts left one after another. Let alone heaven-level experts, even some earth-level experts left. Most of the people left were those who had just come into contact with the rules and were afraid that their lives would be threatened. The evil good monk didn't ask which world they went to. He probably found out through some channels. The monk rubbed his nose. He was very dissatisfied that he couldn't bring the heaven-level experts to Zichun to show off. The old monk paused for a moment, then said, "Sect master, actually, I don't recommend you go to the everlasting sect right now." "Why?" "I heard that Zichun killed thousands of human origin stage cultivators and more than 10 spiritual body cultivators in the holy burial ground. Now, he's waiting at their gate, waiting for the restriction to disappear so he can kill his way in," the old monk said. "Tell me more about the holy burial ground." Hence, the old monk told the monk everything he knew. Tyrant was infuriated. "Those damnable bastards, they're shameless to the extreme. Only by killing them all will they know that the martial heaven continent doesn't only have 7 great powers." The old monk asked cautiously, "Sect leader, what do you mean?" "Gather 200 Earth origin stage warriors for me. I want the 7 forces to never leave this place alive. These bastards, I have to kill them." The old monk said with a sad face, "Sect leader, the Earth origin realm cultivators of the Buddhist sect are all here. Look, they are all my martial uncles and grandmasters. They are so old, they can't travel long distances. Cut the crap. I'll leave a few of you to guard the door. The rest of you, come with me." The good and evil monk looked at the group of old monks and said, "You are all a bunch of old men. The more you don't move, the more you don't want to move. Follow me." After saying that, the monk seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "My words are useful, right?" The group of old monks opened their eyes again and said in unison, "Yes, sect leader." The good and evil monk led 23 Earth origin stage cultivators to the southern region, heading straight for the barbarian land. On the way, he was unusually low-key, or even very low-key. They first used the teleportation formation to reach the Yao race, then secretly reached the chaotic land through negotiations. After that, they went from the chaotic land to the barbarian land. He saw the rippling red light from afar. The good and evil monk didn't feel anything, but the expressions of the group of old monks changed. Like the Earth origin stage cultivators, they felt a destructive aura from it. "Suppress your cultivation and follow me," the monk ordered. Everyone suppressed their cultivation and entered the rippling light, heading straight for the Wuji sect. Along the way, the patrolling cultivators of the Wuji sect naturally didn't stop the monk. In the Wuji sect, the good and evil monk was as famous as the demon ape, Zhang Haoyan, and Longhu. His combat strength was only weaker than Zichen's. Of course, Tyrant would never admit to this. In his opinion, even if he couldn't suppress Zichen and beat him until he was looking for his teeth on the ground, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be on the same level. Outside the Wuji sect, the Vice Pavilion Master Wang Qiong personally came out to welcome them. Behind him was a group of Wuji sect elders. The welcoming party wasn't small, but the monk was a little dissatisfied. He felt that it was the same as his status. He immediately frowned and asked, "Where is Zichun and the demon ape? Why didn't they come out to welcome us?" Wang Qiong smiled and said, "Zichun hasn't returned yet, so I came on behalf of Zichun. This is definitely the highest level of welcoming ceremony." The monk was very pleased with Wang Qiong's words. Thinking about his current status, he couldn't help but feel proud. But then, another voice sounded, causing the pride on the monk's face to disappear instantly. "I don't understand. You're a damned monk who has seen through the world of mortals and doesn't have any emotions. Why do you have to care about pomp and face? Are you trying to beat up Butterball?" The one who spoke was Wang Xian, and her tone was very rude. "Wang Xian, although we're familiar with each other, please mind your status." At the same time, "Please mind my status," the monk said seriously. The monk's words made Wang Xian curl her lips, while Shang Guanyu and the others chuckled. The monk coughed lightly and said, "Even if you don't mind my status, you should mind your status as a member of the Wuji sect. I'm here to help on behalf of the Buddhist sect." "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm now the sect leader of the Buddhist sect, and these are the reinforcements I brought." "Monk, why are you so young? Why did you bring a bunch of old guys? Don't tell me you brought them here to eat and drink?" Lin Shui laughed, not giving the sect leader of the Buddhist sect any face. "Lin Shui, don't be rude to the masters." Wang Qiong glared at Lin Shui, and the latter stuck out her tongue at Wang Qiong. "Listen and see, the vice sect leader is still the most knowledgeable." The monk's face was filled with pride again. He said, "These are the fighters I brought to help the Wuji sect. As for their names, I won't introduce them one by one. You just have to remember that when the red ripples above their heads disappear, they will instantly reach the Earth origin realm." The expressions of Wang Xian, Lin Shui, and the others immediately changed. Wild Wolf and the others also looked at the old monks in disbelief. At the same time, they were naturally shocked. The Earth origin realm, these old monks were all in the Earth origin realm. The monk enjoyed seeing everyone's shocked expressions. At the same time, he sighed and said, "Sigh, as the sect leader of the Buddhist sect, I have as many Earth origin realm experts as dogs. I originally wanted to bring more than 200 people here, but I got the news that the 7 big powers didn't help and only brought 20. Besides, we Buddhists emphasize compassion, equality, and benevolence, so I didn't bring so many people to beat them up. One-on-one is enough." Tyrant was very smug at this moment, but no one wanted to beat him up because they were all shocked. They finally recognized Tyrant's extraordinary status as a Buddhist sect master, not to mention whether he could bring more than 200 earthly origin warriors with him. Just the fact that he could bring more than 20 earthly origin warriors was already extraordinary. After that, the monk waved his hand and said, "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Wang Qiong said seriously, "Keep it a secret, keep it a secret." Wang Qiong brought them back to the Wuji sect and arranged for them to live in the best rooms. They were originally very worried about the Earth origin realm experts, but because of the arrival of the monk with a group of Earth origin realm experts, they were relieved. Even if this battle really happened, the Wuji sect would no longer be passive. In the ancient time castle, Zichun already knew that the young man had fought for him for a year in the real world. He didn't say any more words of gratitude, but focused on cultivating. He was so focused that he didn't care even if there was a beauty beside him. The two of them had been together for hundreds of years, but nothing happened. It could be seen that Zichun was really focused and hardworking, but he also seemed to be very silly. Zichun first used 100 years to cultivate his perfect body under pressure. This time, because the pressure was too great, Zichun cultivated with the help of the heavenly book. During this time, the heavenly book squeezed out a mysterious force several times, causing Zichun's body to change again. After 100 years and the help of the heavenly book, Zichun's physical strength reached a real limit, or a bottleneck. In short, he couldn't improve anymore. In the following time, Zichun began to cultivate his perfect spiritual sense. Just like 100 years ago, under the pressure of the heavenly book, his spiritual sense changed qualitatively again. This cultivation also took 100 years. Time passed quickly, and 200 years had passed. In the room where time was accelerated more than 300 times, there were still more than 100 years left. In these 100 years, Zichun mainly used it to cultivate his yin and yang yuan qi. Not only did it transform his yin and yang yuan qi, but it also improved his realm. Zichun didn't expect to break through to the earth yuan realm, but it would be good as long as he could reach the perfection of the mortal yuan realm. Because at that time, Zichun was absolutely confident that he could kill those who had just stepped into the earth yuan realm and had just touched the rules. In these hundreds of years, Su Mingyao had been cultivating with Zichun. She cultivated whatever Zichun cultivated. Zichun's body emitted a golden light for hundreds of years, and her body emitted a mysterious light for hundreds of years. Her innate deduction became more profound, and at the same time, her realm was also constantly improving in these hundreds of years. Finally, after hundreds of years, she, who had the lowest realm, caught up with the others and reached the perfection of the mortal yuan realm. After more than 100 years, the devil ape and the others had also improved greatly. Their strength, mind, and essence were also constantly transforming. Although they couldn't compare to the body that Zichun had transformed with the heavenly book, they were definitely not much worse than the perfect body. After a year, everyone came out of seclusion. Everyone had undergone a lot of changes. Everyone's realm had reached the perfection of the mortal yuan realm. The true combat strength of these people was not weaker than the earth yuan realm. Chapter 11:25. In a year, Wang Shan had only killed a few people from the major forces before he was chased into the red light by an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. He cursed inside but didn't dare to come out again. In a year, the 7 major forces were extremely impatient. The clan that usually wouldn't act unless there was a rabbit actually sent an Earth Origin Realm cultivator to help. Thus, the 7 major forces became 8 major forces. After a year, the red light that they were so afraid of finally disappeared. It disappeared so suddenly. When the red light disappeared, the major forces began to gather. They were led by an Earth Origin Realm cultivator and went straight to the Wuji sect. Along the way, they saw empty cities. There were no traces of humans in the cities, not even a dog or a bird. The entire city was dead silent. There was no sign of life. Moreover, the ground was covered in dust. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. A year ago, Wang Qiong let the Wuji sect take over the entire Savage Land and forbade outsiders from entering. No one knew what had happened in the Savage Land. Today, seeing the empty cities, they felt very strange. Since the cities are empty, then let's just destroy them. As a cold voice sounded, many palm prints appeared in the sky. The palm prints fell, destroying the city walls and destroying the cities below. Everywhere it passed, it didn't matter if it was an empty village, a small town, or a big city, they were all destroyed. Destruction was their only style. But other than destruction, they didn't see a single human. It was as if this area had become a dead zone. They didn't see any living humans until they reached the Wuji sect. More than 20 Earth Origin Realm cultivators coldly looked down at the Wuji sect. They saw the humans through the transparent formation. Zichun, come out and die. An Earth Origin Realm cultivator said coldly. Come out and die. Then, all the cultivators said coldly. You said that you would forget about the grudge with the Wuji sect. Today, you came here to cause trouble. Don't you feel shameless? A cold voice came from the Wuji sect. You killed thousands of our people in the Saint Burial Ground and now you say we are shameless. An Earth Origin Realm cultivator said mockingly. That's because you schemed and attacked first. Wang Qiong said again. Everyone knows how to make sense, but it still depends on strength. You don't have the right to ask Zichun to come out and talk to me. Sect leader Zichun isn't here. Not here? Did you run away in fear? That's fine. I'll kill you all first, and then destroy the Wuji sect. Then, I'll kill my way into those small worlds. Don't worry, I promise not to leave a single one alive. In midair, as soon as Earth Origin finished speaking, he raised his hand, as if he was about to break the formation and kill. That's enough. Humans can be shameless. However, when one is shameless to such an extent, one is truly excessively shameless. An ice-cold voice sounded from afar. It was the arrival of the ancient race army. They were led by 7 Earth Origin Realm cultivators, followed by the Human Origin army. Gu Xiu, are you here on behalf of your ancient race? Jin Lingqi, I think there should be a limit to your shamelessness. Don't be so shameless. What did you say when you entered the Saint Burial Ground, and what did you do? People were killed because they weren't strong enough. They deserved it. Now, you're here for revenge. What is this? Gu Xiu said angrily. The leader of the 7 forces was Jin Lingqi of the Jin clan. Hearing Gu Xiu's accusation, his expression didn't change. There was even a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He said, "In this world, if you don't have strength, you won't have reason. Today, we want to destroy the Wuji sect only because we are happy, not because of the hatred between us." "You can kill whoever you want because you're happy," Gu Xiu said coldly. Jin Lingqi smiled and said, "Of course. Just like now. If I'm happy, I can let you all go. But if I'm not happy, then I'm sorry, but you all have to stay." "I really don't understand. Your ancient race only has a few Earth Origin Realm cultivators. Who gave you the courage to stop us and go against us?" Facing Jin Lingqi's mockery, Gu Xiu's expression turned ugly. However, the ancient race really couldn't transfer more Earth Origin Realm cultivators. "You just said that as long as you're happy, you can kill whoever you want." An even colder voice came from the Wuji sect. "That's right. As long as you're happy," Jin Lingqi said. "You still say that you don't understand why the ancient race only has a few Earth Origin Realm cultivators, and they dare to go against you?" The cold voice sounded again. "That's right. I'm very confused," Jin Lingqi said again. The cold voice said, "I'm also confused. You're clearly a bunch of idiots. Why do you dare to come to the Wuji sect and behave so atrociously? Who gave you the courage to kill people in the Wuji sect just because you're in a bad mood? Is your confidence coming from the Earth Origin Realm cultivators, or your extremely stupid brains?" Facing such mockery, Jin Lingqi's face immediately turned angry. Beside him, the Earth Origin Realm cultivators also began to emit killing intent. The Wuji sect's protective formation suddenly opened. A group of people walked out. Vice sect leader Wang Qiong and evil good monk stood side by side. Behind them were the Wuji sect's senior elders and a group of old monks. Just a bunch of human origin realm cultivators. Just as Jin Lingqi's mocking expression appeared, his expression froze before he could finish speaking. From the back of the group, powerful auras emerged one after another. These auras were all Earth Origin Realm cultivators. There were a total of 30 Earth Origin Realm cultivators. Apart from the 23 old monks, there were 6 more from the Floating Mist sect and the Moon Pavilion. 30 Earth Origin Realm cultivators and 7 from the ancient race made a total of 37 people. The number of Earth Origin Realm cultivators was far greater than the 7 major forces. Even if the Wuji sect's assassins were included, it was still more than enough. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, evil good monk continued to mock. "If numbers could represent one's mood, shouldn't I be very happy right now? Because I have more Earth Origin Realm cultivators than you, and more Human Origin Realm cultivators than you." As soon as he finished speaking, roars and roars came from the Wuji sect. Then, an army of strange beasts rushed out and surrounded the Human Origin Realm cultivators from the 7 major forces. Everyone's expression turned ugly. They could ignore the army of strange beasts, but they couldn't ignore the 37 Earth Origin Realm cultivators. He didn't understand why the Wuji sect, which didn't have a single Earth Origin Realm cultivator, suddenly had 30 Earth Origin Realm cultivators. After seeing the appearance of the Earth Origin Realm cultivators, they seemed to have understood everything. Jin Lingqi said to an old monk, "You are from the Buddhist sect. Now that you are standing in front of us, are you going to openly go against our alliance?" Hearing Jin Lingqi's words, the old monk didn't say anything. His mission today was to release the aura of the Earth Origin Realm cultivators. Although the headmaster didn't tell him not to speak, he had a vague idea of the headmaster's personality after spending some time with him. He knew that in this situation, he shouldn't speak, because it would steal the headmaster's limelight and make the headmaster unhappy. Sure enough, the next moment, the monk pointed at Jin Lingqi's nose and said, "I say, are you blind? Where are you looking?" Motherf***, You don't even know who you are, and you still dare to threaten people." Then, the monk pointed at his own nose and said, Oh no, I, Lord Zhang, am the steward of the Buddhist sect, the new leader. Damn it, you didn't even find the right person to threaten. How dare you imitate others to threaten me? Let me tell you, I, Lord Zhang, have long been displeased with you, so I brought people here." The monk pointed at the old monks and said, "They all listen to me. As long as I am happy, they will be happy and can let you go. But if I am unhappy and want to beat you into a pig's head, then sorry, not only will you become a pig's head, you idiots will also become a pig's head." You. Jean Lingqi was furious. The monk's expression became extremely disdainful. He said, "It's not that I look down on you, but you don't have the advantage in terms of numbers. Besides, I am unhappy. I will kill you today if I want to." At this moment, the monk's appearance was seen by more than 100,000 people. Of course, most of them were from the Wuji sect. Their worship of the monks had reached the level of a torrential river. Gutai was the leader of an inconspicuous team among the aboriginals. Their team had seen Wang Shan's arrogance and pride before. They admired Wang Shan from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they saw Evil Good and Evil Monk again today, they suddenly felt that the two of them were not on the same level. Compared to the monk's arrogance, Wang Shan was simply a small shrimp jumping around in a small ditch. He is so handsome, even more handsome than Headmaster Zichun. So handsome, so handsome. A monk can be so handsome. So cool, so satisfying. The cultivators of the everlasting sect felt very happy. Jean Lingqi's unreasonable words just now made them feel very sullen. But now, not only did the monk return those words to him, he even gave him a few extra slaps on the face. So satisfying, so satisfying. This was even better than when Headmaster Zichun killed an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. No, it was 100 times better. Jean Lingqi's expression changed several times. The situation today was very unfavorable for them, so he couldn't get angry. He had to think of a way to resolve the situation. He suppressed the urge to slap Evil Good and Evil Monk to death. At the same time, he looked at the old monk from before and said, "It's still what we said before. If you really want to attack, you're going against the Alliance. Once this is over, the next Alliance army will enter the Western Desert and become Buddhists." The old monk was still silent. All the old monks were silent. Jean Lingqi's hope for the old monk to be calm and know the severity of the situation was lost again. The monk was so angry that his body shook. He pointed at Jean Lingqi's nose and was about to curse. But at this moment, a cold voice spread from the distance. "The Alliance army might step into the Western Desert, but I don't think you will be there. None of you will be there." Chapter 11:26. An entire year passed in the outside world. At a certain time, Zichun and company ended their seclusion and walked out of the room. They had been in seclusion for more than 100 years. Zichun and Su Mingyao had been in seclusion for more than 300 years. Everyone had gained a lot. When they came out, everyone's faces were filled with satisfied smiles. When they saw the young man, they all bowed to him to express their gratitude. The young man waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. But before they left, he once again solemnly warned Zichun about the saint's words about breaking through to the earthly yuan stage. Only when Zichun expressed that he had memorized every word did the youth nod and open the passageway in relief. Then, Zichun put away the time castle amidst the wailing of the perfect body. Everyone left the holy burial ground. When they arrived outside, they saw that there was no longer a rippling light barrier in the sky. At the same time, there were many Earth Essence Realm auras in this area. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they felt that something was amiss. Therefore, they accelerated. When they arrived, they happened to hear Jean Lingqi threaten the old monk. Of course, Zichun had also seen the monk's arrogant look. As soon as his cold words fell, Zichun walked over from afar. Behind him, the perfect body, demon ape, and company followed closely. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Zichun's essence, vitality, and spirit had transformed once again. Even his realm had risen to the perfected human essence realm. What he needed to consider next was how to come into contact with the rules and advance to the earth essence realm. Zichen's aura was already different from before. It was unknown if it was because he had gained a lot from his seclusion, but at this moment, he was like an unsheathed sword that emitted a cold light. When everyone's gazes landed on Zichen, they had two feelings. One was that they felt a stabbing pain and discomfort, as though they were being pricked by needles. The other was that he was breathtaking, so breathtaking that it shook their minds. Although it wasn't appropriate to describe a man as stunning, Zichen's current getup was indeed stunning. His appearance wasn't bad to begin with, and now that he was deliberately keeping a straight face, coupled with the thin black clothes he was wearing, his body exuded a unique aura of arrogance. In addition, Zichen was also wearing a pair of pitch-black knuckles that looked like black clouds. He was holding a very unusual black halberd in his hand, and a black headband was tied around his forehead. In between his eyebrows, there was a vivid image of a black flame. Zichen, who was dressed in pure black, combined with Zichen's current aura, could be considered stunning. Even Perfect Body, who was known to be perfect in appearance, became an inconspicuous foil to Zichen's unique aura. In the Everlasting Sect, all the female cultivators' eyes lit up after seeing Zichen. They couldn't help but be attracted to Zichen's temperament. Sect Leader. It's the Sect Leader. Sect Leader is back. Finally, someone woke up from the shock and let out a cry of surprise. Then, more and more cries of surprise rang out. Welcome back, Sect Leader. A thunderous voice rang out. When all the disciples of the Everlasting Sect saw Zichen, it was as if they had seen their backbone. Their hearts were completely at ease, and their expressions became extremely excited. Some of them were so excited that they cried tears of joy. The monk turned around and saw Zichen approaching. He should have been happy, but at this moment, his expression was a bit bitter. This was because he was the one who had created the atmosphere here. His arrogance before had earned everyone's admiration. Although the monk didn't need everyone's admiration to repay him with their bodies, it was good to accumulate some popularity and raise his prestige in the Everlasting Sect. Perhaps one day, because his popularity would explode, everyone would feel that Zichen wasn't worthy of being the sect leader, and Zichen might be kicked out of the sect leader's position. However, just as this little bit of popularity accumulated, it was crushed by Zichen's cool and stunning entrance. Everyone's popularity was crushed, and Zichen won even more support and trust. Zichen stepped forward and nodded at Wang Qiong and the others. Then, he looked at the monk and smiled. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion. The monk snorted and said, Same. Zichen then looked at the old monks of the Earth Origin realm. To be honest, although the aura of the Earth Origin realm was very frightening and shocking, their old appearance was really not flattering. Zichen asked, You brought them here? Thinking about his identity, the monk felt that he had to be proud, so he raised his head like a proud rooster and said proudly, Of course. Not bad. Zichen nodded and patted the monk's shoulder. Zichen's imperceptible attitude of a superior speaking to his subordinate made the monk unhappy and extremely uncomfortable. So he raised his head again, his eyes already looking at the sky, and said, Of course, I am now. Without waiting for the monk to finish, Zichen said, Not bad at all. But this kind of fighting and killing, it's better not to trouble an old man. This kind of thing is what hot-blooded youth should do. The monk didn't manage to catch his breath and almost died from anger. What did Zichen mean by this? It was because the person he had brought was too old, and too ugly. I said, I'm here to help, okay? You came like a pug and thanked me. You even dared to pick on my faults. Zichen didn't know about the monk's thoughts. He turned to look at the ancient forces and nodded at Guxiao. Zichen had a deep impression of this Earth Origin realm cultivator who had saved his life many times. Nodding his head in acknowledgement, Zichen's gaze landed on the various large factions. His gaze swept across them before he discovered the leader, Jin Lingqi. Involuntarily furrowing his brows, he asked, Why are you all here? Jin Lingqi didn't like Zichen's attitude because Zichen would inadvertently reveal the aura of a superior who was used to giving orders. When he spoke, it was more like he was questioning him. Therefore, he clearly felt pressure from Zichun, but in order to protect his face, he still said indifferently, "Of course it's Tu Zong, killing people." Tu Zong, killing people. Zichun frowned again and asked, "Is there a reason?" Jin Lingqi nodded. "Yes, because I'm happy." Zichun nodded and said, "Good, that's a good reason. You're smart. You didn't threaten me directly. I think you know what I said in the Saint Burial Ground. From now on, I, Zichun, will never be threatened again. I won't compromise, and I will fight you to the death." There was confusion in Jin Lingqi's eyes, and his heart was in chaos. "What do you mean I heard you? When did I hear you? I was proudly saying that my reason for killing people was good. What does it have to do with you?" More than 100,000 people looked at Zichun. They were moved by his aura, and were even more convinced by the confidence in his words. "Do you see that? This is a real boss. He doesn't need to put on an arrogant look, and doesn't need to use words to attack people. The aura he naturally exudes is the aura of a boss." Gu Tai looked at Zichun from afar. He worshipped this legendary figure more and more. Beside him, the others kept nodding. Their worship of Zichun had reached the peak. The focus of the scene fell on Zichun. It had nothing to do with Tyrant. Tyrant was very angry, but there were no serious consequences. As Zichun said before, he didn't bring these old people here to kill, but to intimidate. Zichun looked at Jin Lingqi and said, "You want to kill me, and I want to kill all of you. How about we fight now?" Jin Lingqi's face turned pale. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. How could they fight? Their battle strength was indeed extraordinary. They came from great forces, but the other party's background was not so low. Zichun directly threatened to fight because he had the advantage in numbers. In Jin Lingqi's eyes, it was too shameless. Jin Lingqi didn't know that just now, he had the same idea of fighting with numbers. "You want to kill us, but you don't make a move. Are you waiting for us to make the first move?" Zichun asked again. Jin Lingqi didn't answer, because he didn't know how to answer. Today's matter was their miscalculation. If they said the wrong thing or rashly started a fight, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. The Earth Origin stage cultivator who was full of killing intent had already restrained his aura. He didn't say a word and chose to remain silent. Zichun looked at Jin Lingqi and sneered. "I often heard people say that silence means consent. Since you are waiting for us to make the first move, I will fulfill your wish." After saying that, Zichun began to release his aura. In a flash, his aura rose to the peak of the human origin stage. Although he didn't break through to the Earth origin stage, the peak aura still shocked those who knew Zichun. Because Zichun hadn't broken through to the late stage of the human origin stage for long. It had only been a little over a year. But in a little over a year, his strength had broken through again, reaching the peak of the human origin stage. He was only a small step away from the Earth origin stage. Under normal circumstances, it would take a cultivator of the human origin stage at least 100 years to take this step. Just as everyone was shocked, Zichun rushed forward, toward Jin Lingqi. He was the only one who rushed forward, while the devil ape and the others didn't move. Zichun held the long halberd in his hand tightly, urging the transformed power to strike at Jin Lingqi. Facing Zichun's attack, as an Earth origin stage cultivator, Zichun couldn't dodge. He reached out his hand and began to mobilize the power of the laws between heaven and earth. As the leader of this group, Jin Lingqi naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. The power of the laws took shape in the blink of an eye, and then it turned into a light sword. Then, a large amount of golden yuan power poured into the light sword, and the light sword formed by the laws instantly turned into a golden light sword. The golden light sword was the model of the laws, and the power of gold was the blade. The moment it took shape, it slashed at the long halberd in front of it. A violent power that contained the power of the laws rippled out from the blade. The terrifying aura stirred the void, and the space shattered and disappeared as the long sword moved forward. Boom! The long halberd and the golden sword collided, producing a loud sound. The void shattered from the collision, and a powerful force began to wreak havoc. Around them, everyone exclaimed and retreated. Chapter 11:27. The one who rushed out was Jin Lingqi. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Everyone retreated. After seeing Jinlinki rush out, their expressions immediately changed. Although they didn't believe that Zichun, who took the initiative to attack, would die under this attack, they couldn't help but feel nervous. The energy was still raging. Zichun took a step forward. His black robe fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. His expression was cold and indifferent. The flame patterns on the halberd in his hand faintly showed signs of glowing. Zichun walked out unscathed. The confrontation with Jinlinki just now was considered a draw. One had to know that Jinlinki's attack contained the power of laws. Those below the power of laws were like ants, but he didn't have the slightest advantage. From his expression, it could be seen how much Zichun had grown. "You, how can you be so strong?" Jinlinki completely lost his composure. The shock on his face didn't dissipate for a long time. His attack just now was broken by Zichun's brute force. Even the power of laws couldn't block this attack. Zichun didn't say anything. He held the halberd and flashed forward again. The lightning wings on his back began to vibrate, displaying his extreme speed. In a flash, Zichun arrived in front of Jinlinki. The halberd in his hand suddenly slammed down. Jinlinki pointed with both hands and summoned the power of laws again, forming a golden round shield in front of him. After seeing Zichun's strength, he began to choose to defend instead of taking the initiative to attack. Jinlinki's defensive posture caused an uproar. Swoosh! Zichun's halberd didn't land on the round shield. His figure disappeared in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was behind Jinlinki. The halberd in his hand was raised high, and he slammed it down again. Jinlinki immediately captured Zichun's movement trajectory and mobilized the power of laws to continue his defense. He flashed several times, but Jinlinki stood still. Zichun relied on his extreme speed to constantly appear around him, but he didn't make a single attack. In the sky, there were only flashes of light and shadows. The speed was fast, but there were no energy collisions. Many people were puzzled. Why isn't Zichun fighting? Sect leader, what are you hiding from? Why aren't you fighting? There were more than 100,000 people in the field. Naturally, there were many who did not understand. Because their cultivation levels were not high enough, they could not understand the meaning of this battle. However, those Earth Origin stage warriors understood. Looking at Zichun, who was constantly changing his position, they became more and more serious. Zichun hadn't launched that strike yet because he didn't want to make a reckless collision. He was looking for the right opportunity. Once he seized the opportunity, Jinlinki would either be killed or severely injured. He's only at the full circle of human yuan, but he's suppressing Jinlinki to the point where he can only defend himself. If Zichun breaks through to the Earth Yuan realm, wouldn't he be able to slaughter Jinlinki? They knew that Zichun had great potential. At this moment, after reaching the full circle of human yuan, although he was not at the Earth Yuan realm, he had the status of an Earth Yuan realm warrior. In this world, no one would dare to underestimate him anymore. Naturally, no one would underestimate the Wuji sect. Seeing Zichun's figure still flashing in the sky, Guxiu said, "Zichun, this is useless. An Earth Yuan realm warrior can manipulate the rules. Under the rules, everything can be seen clearly. Even if you have extreme speed, your movement path is still under the control of the rules." "That's right. If you want to use this method to fight me, you won't find a chance even if you tire yourself to death." Jinlinki laughed. Zichun's figure appeared. He looked coldly at Jinlinki and said, "It seems that the rules are indeed mysterious. But since that's the case, let's compete with real power." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun swung his halberd at Jinlinki. "Real power? No matter how strong you are, you're only at the human yuan realm. As long as I choose to defend, you won't be able to break through." Jinlinki laughed disdainfully and commanded the shield to block. Pong! The halberd fell. A powerful force exploded, but the shield shattered. Jinlinki's expression changed. He put away all the arrogance on his face and took the opportunity to retreat. Where the energy touched, another spatial black hole appeared. The terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. "You have some tricks, but so what? You can break through my defense, but you can't hurt me," Jinlinki shouted. Zichun strode out of the destructive energy. Without saying a word, He rushed forward and smashed with the halberd again. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The power of the halberd was actually stronger than before. Jin Lingqi took a few steps back and formed a seal with his hands. Although he said that he didn't care, when faced with Zichun's attack, he still had to defend with all his strength. The power of the rules gathered around him and formed a defense in front of him again. Boom! The halberd fell. The defense was shattered again, and Jin Lingqi was pushed back again. The two were fighting fiercely. Zichun seemed to be strong, forcing Jin Lingqi to retreat and suppress him. However, he couldn't kill him effectively. Everything was just as Jin Lingqi said. He had rules to defend himself. Zichun's attack could only break the rules, but it couldn't hurt him. If they continued fighting like this, Zichun's aura would become stronger and stronger. However, it didn't help him to kill. Zichun was used to fighting with his fists on the flesh. This kind of fighting style that couldn't kill people made him feel bored. However, he didn't know that at this moment, in the eyes of others, Zichun was suppressing Jin Lingqi. He was already a godlike existence, which shocked them to the extreme. Especially those Earth Yuan Realm warriors who weren't as strong as Jin Lingqi. Their faces were pale. Because Zichun could suppress Jin Lingqi to the point that he couldn't fight back, it meant that he could kill them with his own strength. Once they faced Zichun, they would definitely die. Huh! Zichun shouted. After attacking with all his strength, his essence, chi, and spirit had finally reached the peak. The power in his body was like a tide, crazily rushing towards the halberd. Then, the flame pattern on the halberd started to shine. Flowers lit up one after another. A violent power was emitted from the halberd. At the same time, when Zichun felt the power, he also felt that there was a critical point in his power. This was the barrier that one would encounter when one's strength had truly reached its limit. What formed this barrier was the loss. At this moment, Zichun could clearly feel that this was the most powerful attack he could unleash at his current level. If he wanted to increase his attack power further, he would have to break through the barrier of strength. And to break through the barrier of strength, he would have to comprehend the laws. At that time, it would naturally be the time for him to make a breakthrough. Zichun swung the halberd down. His attack was the same as before. However, in the eyes of the others, this attack had a natural feeling of perfection. Feeling this unusual attack, Jin Lingqi's expression changed greatly. He could actually feel the threat of death from this aura. Although he didn't believe that this attack could really kill him, he still trusted his intuition. He roared, and at the same time, activated the power of the rules to form layers of defense. Boom! This powerful attack landed, and all of Jin Lingqi's defenses were instantly shattered. However, this time, Zichun's attack was too powerful and too violent. Jin Lingqi didn't even have time to retreat or dodge. After the halberd shattered the rules, it landed on Jin Lingqi's chest. With a crack, Jin Lingqi's chest immediately caved in. At the same time, the crisp sound of breaking bones was heard. Jin Lingqi was sent flying, and he coughed up blood. There were pieces of his internal organs in the blood. This attack had caused great damage to Jin Lingqi. Terrifying. This is really terrifying. Is the miracle of a human origin killing an Earth origin going to happen today? This is unbelievable. He actually injured Jin Lingqi. Zichun's powerful attack caused exclamations. The cultivators of the Wuji sect were even more excited. That attack just now gave people a feeling of perfection. It even seemed to have touched the barrier of the rules. This Zichun is really terrifying. The Earth Origin Realm cultivators had the clearest feeling. They could feel the terror of Zichun's attack just now. Jin Lingqi's injury was also a clear indication of how terrifying that attack was. On the side of the Alliance, everyone's expression changed when they saw that Jin Lingqi was severely injured. After making such a powerful attack, Zichun was in a good mood. At the same time, his mental state was still rising. He was confident that his next attack would be even more terrifying than the previous one. However, as the power of the halberd was poured into it, and it encountered the barrier from before, it couldn't get any stronger. Bang! Increasing his speed with all his strength, Jin Lingqi once again endured this attack that had reached his limit. His chest was almost pierced through, but the powerful force passed through his body and crushed all of his internal organs. After being sent flying several hundred meters, he fell to the ground. Zichen's two perfect attacks played a critical role. The leader, Jin Lingqi, was completely defeated. If this continued, Jin Lingqi would die. "Stop, stop fighting," shouted the Earth Origin Realm cultivators from the Alliance. Two of them rushed towards Jin Lingqi. "Stop fighting? Why should we stop fighting? Are you the only ones allowed to kill as you please and not others?" As the cold voice sounded, the Devil Ape and the Perfect Body stepped forward and stopped the two Earth Origin Realm cultivators. The Perfect Body held the black axe and slashed at an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. The axe contained a lot of power. Every time it landed, it was like a mountain. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator was forced to retreat. As for the Devil Ape, it kept swinging its black rod and smashed forward again and again. The two Earth Origin Realm cultivators were forced to retreat by the repeated attacks. They couldn't step forward to help. Zhang Haoyan's figure had disappeared at some point. When everyone realized it, a crazy killing intent burst out from somewhere in the sky. He appeared with a stone sword and stabbed it into the void. The void was pierced through by his attack. The stone sword met a sharp blade. The two sides collided and a sonorous sound erupted. Then, Zhang Haoyan's figure disappeared. In an instant, three Earth Origin Realm cultivators attacked, but they were stopped by Zichen's trio. These three were only at the Mortal Origin Realm. After the three Earth Origin Realm cultivators were stopped, Zichen's third attack arrived. It was also a perfect attack. It passed through layers of defenses and landed on Jin Lingqi. Chapter 11:28. Under Zichen's perfect strike, the nomological energy was completely obliterated. The heavily injured Jin Lingqi was no longer able to resist. The powerful energy flowed through the halberd and into his body. Jin Lingqi's expression was one of shock and fear. He could feel death approaching him. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the halberd tightly, and struggled to pull it out. He wanted to prevent the energy from invading his body. He tried several times, but to no avail. The powerful energy drowned his consciousness. Then, his consciousness dissipated and he died. Jin Lingqi was killed by Zichen's perfect three strikes. Zichen shook the halberd in his hand, intending to shatter Jin Lingqi's body. A voice suddenly sounded, stopping Zichen's next move. "Don't destroy the body. I can still refine some nomological fragments." The voice came from Medicine Refining Peak. It came from Cauldron Spirit. With a flick of his hand, Zichen flicked the tip of his halberd, sending Jin Lingqi's corpse flying towards Alchemy Peak. The lid of the everlasting pill cauldron opened with a bang, and a ray of fire rushed out, enveloping Jin Lingqi. Then, it pulled him into the pill cauldron, and the lid of the pill cauldron closed with a bang. After keeping Jin Lingqi, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded again. "The nomological fragments will be of great use to you all in breaking through to the Earthly Origin Realm. Since there are so many Earthly Origin Realm experts here, it's best to get as many as you can." Jin Lingqi's death had already shocked the crowd. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zichen. But what Cauldron Spirit said next made their blood run cold. They wanted nothing more than to run for their lives. Zichen was only killing people, but Cauldron Spirit was refining people. These Earthly Origin Realm experts wanted to flee, but none of them could. 37 Earthly Origin Realm experts had already surrounded them. In addition, Demonic Ape, Perfect Body, and the others were also coldly looking at these Earthly Origin Realm experts. Tyrant did not move. He seemed to feel that his status as the sect master was too noble. Annihilating Earthly Origin Realm experts. Annihilating Earthly Origin Realm experts. As expected of a legendary figure, he has created another miracle today. This is unbelievable. This is too shocking. Sect Master is powerful. Long live Sect Master. The death of the Golden Zero Pond and the fact that it had been refined left everyone stunned. The Boundless Sect's cultivators even began to cheer loudly. Zichen swept his indifferent gaze across the 20 or so Earthly Origin Realm experts in front of him. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Since Cauldron Spirit says that you are useful, you may all stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen suddenly took 3 steps forward. Then, He swung his halberd at a certain spot in the air. Pong! With a loud bang, the air was shattered. A pitch-black energy blade was shattered into pieces. At the same time, an Earth Origin stage assassin was shaken out of the air. His face was covered by a black cloth, and his eyes were clearly filled with shock and surprise, as if he hadn't expected Zichun to be able to discover him. However, Zichun immediately followed up with another attack. It was a perfect attack. The powerful attack broke through the air and landed on the chest of the Earth Origin stage assassin. The defensive laws that he had just erected was instantly shattered. At the same time, his body was sent flying by Zichun. During the process, the assassin was coughing up blood nonstop. The black cloth covering his face was already soaked with blood. "I'll give it to you. Remember to catch it." Zichun's indifferent voice sounded as the assassin in black was sent flying. On Medicine Refinery Peak, the lid of the cauldron that had just been closed opened once again. Immediately after, 2 fire dragons rushed out from the cauldron and coiled around each other. The assassin's strength was clearly much weaker than Golden Zero Pawn's. After taking on Zichun's perfect attack, he was half dead. At this moment, he could no longer resist the fire dragons and was dragged into the cauldron. In less than a minute, the Alliance had lost 2 Earth Origin stage experts. Most importantly, Zichun was the only one who had attacked Zichun. Long live Zichun! Long live Sect Master! Sect Master, I love you! The surroundings were dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Zichun's strength. However, the everlasting sect members didn't care. They were the first to break the silence. They were so excited that they jumped up and down and shouted. Some of the female cultivators couldn't help but lose their composure. "Did you see that? What is a boss? This is a real boss." Gu Tai and the others' admiration for Zichun had reached a level where words couldn't express it. Following the waves of exclamations, the faces of the cultivators on the Alliance's side became even paler. They didn't expect the everlasting sect to have reinforcements. However, they didn't expect Zichun to grow so quickly. In just a year, he had the strength to kill an Earth Origin stage expert. Zichun's cold eyes fell on the Alliance. He said indifferently, "Today, no one can leave." An Earth Origin stage cultivator forced a smile and said, "Sect Master Zichun, this is a misunderstanding." "That's right. Sect Master Zichun, this is a misunderstanding." "It's really a misunderstanding," said the others. Zichun looked at them and said seriously, "I already said that I won't be threatened by you, and I won't compromise. Today, regardless of whether this is a misunderstanding or not, you will all die. Not only will you die, but as long as it's within my power, I will also visit your main forces and find some geniuses to test out their martial arts." His casual words were full of threat. Furthermore, this was the first human in the entire Martial Heaven continent who dared to threaten the 7 major powers. No one would feel good about being threatened like this, but at this moment, they didn't dare to refute because once they refuted to protect their dignity, they would definitely lose their lives. Although there were times when dignity was more precious than life and needed to be protected with one's life, it was obviously not the time now. "Zichun, Sect Master Zichun, everything can be discussed." The Earth Origin stage cultivator's smile was uglier than crying, but he had no choice but to smile in front of Zichun. "In all these years, you've caused trouble for me time and time again, and I've compromised with you time and time again. But in the end, you feel that killing me isn't enough, and you want to target my everlasting sect. If avoiding and compromising really can't solve the problem, then we might as well face it head-on. Let's see who will survive in the end." Zichun's voice was still cold. "That's why I won't compromise again. Naturally, I won't let you go back and bring more people here. The only thing I can do now is kill you. Every time I kill you, I'll have one less enemy in the future. Since you're my enemy, there's no reason for me to let you go." Zichun raised one hand and then slashed down. "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Kill. Kill these bastards. Kill these bastards of the 5 elements." Deafening shouts rang out as powerful auras began to be released. At this moment, the everlasting sect's beast army moved and charged towards the Alliance army. The perfect body, Devil Ape, and the others moved. They released powerful auras around their bodies. The dragon tiger, savage dragon, and flying divine tiger had already soared into the sky. A huge phantom appeared behind them, and a tyrannical aura began to spread between heaven and earth. Perhaps influenced by Zichen's words, or perhaps because of the monk's signal, the elderly monks also began to release the purest Buddhist light. Although they were old, their strength was not diminished in the slightest. The Buddhist experts released their auras. This was a sign that they were about to attack. The people from the Light Moon Pavilion and the Piao Miao sect also moved. The 7 ancient race experts also released powerful auras. A chaotic battle involving dozens of Earth origin stage cultivators was about to take place. The atmosphere became tense, and a battle was about to break out. The faces of the cultivators from the large factions were pale. Although the battle hadn't started yet, defeat was already a fact. However, in the next moment, a violent aura that covered all the powerful auras appeared. This aura was like an aura that only existed in heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Wherever the aura passed, everyone's heart palpitated and trembled. Under the envelopment of this aura, everyone, including the Earth origin stage cultivators, felt that their lives were threatened. It was as if this aura could kill them with just a thought. This is the Sky origin stage. Sky origin stage. It's the aura of the Sky origin stage. Why is there a Sky origin stage cultivator here? Under the envelopment of this aura, everyone's expression changed. No one could remain calm. Even Zichun, who had the intention to kill, felt his heart palpitate. At this moment, no one knew where this expert who released the aura of the Sky origin stage was from, so no one dared to move. I say, is it fun to fight and kill like this? An old voice came from afar. In the next moment, an old man appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was as if he had teleported. The old man was wearing a sackcloth. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were cloudy. He looked very ordinary, but this ordinary old man had the strength of the Sky origin stage. His aura alone was enough to stop the battle that was about to break out. When the old man appeared, everyone on the battlefield respectfully greeted him. Zichun and the others were very cautious. They were even a little scared. This Sky origin stage cultivator who appeared out of nowhere might be from a large faction. Just now, he didn't care about the large factions and could kill as he pleased. However, in front of a Sky origin stage cultivator, he didn't dare to move at all. He was as docile as a lamb. May I ask where you are from, senior? An Earth origin stage cultivator from a large faction bowed and asked excitedly. The Wuji sect didn't even have an Earth origin stage cultivator, so naturally, they wouldn't have a Sky origin stage cultivator. Therefore, the Earth origin stage cultivator guessed that this person was from their side. The old man looked at the Earth origin stage cultivator. In his old voice, there was a hint of indifference. He said, "Don't worry, I am not from your large faction." When the Earth origin stage cultivator heard the first sentence, he became even more excited. He wanted to jump up and point at Zichen's nose and curse him. However, when he heard the second sentence, his heart immediately turned cold. If you really want to know where I come from, I should be considered as someone from this area. If you really want to know where I come from, then I am also considered as someone from the Wuji sect. The old man said again. Chapter 11:29. Senior, are you from the Wuji sect? Zichen bowed to the old man and asked excitedly. His mood was similar to the Earth Yuan realm cultivators. Little guy, don't be too happy. I was only a member of the Wuji sect in the past, not the current Wuji sect. Back then, I was only an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. In the end, I was expelled from the sect. I never had a good impression of the Wuji sect. Zichen's excited expression immediately froze. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. His expression became very interesting. As for the Earth Yuan realm cultivators, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. However, they were still somewhat happy. After all, they were expelled from the sect. They didn't have a good impression of the Wuji sect. Thinking that the old man was here to seek revenge, they were also secretly shocked. An outer disciple who was expelled from the sect could reach the Heaven Yuan realm. Just how powerful was the Wuji sect in the past? I don't have any relationship with either of you. I'm just an old man waiting for death. However, your fighting and killing is too noisy. It affects my quality of life, so I had to stand up. In the field, only the old man spoke. Even if they guessed the meaning of his words, no one dared to speak rashly. The old man looked at the big powers and said, "Although your shamelessness has been known in the martial sky continent for many years, there should be a limit. Now that the demon race is invading, you little guys don't go kill demons to improve your strength. Instead, you spend your time fighting amongst yourselves. It's true that each generation is worse than the previous. If this continues, when the great chaos arrives, perhaps the overlords of the martial sky continent will face the danger of reshuffling." All the Earth Yuan realm cultivators lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. If these words were said by someone else, they would definitely snort disdainfully. They might even fight them to the death. However, these words came from a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator. No one dared to refute. Zichen suddenly raised his head and asked the old man, "Senior, are you here to stop this fight?" The old man looked at Zichen and said, "I know you're feeling wronged. You've been suppressed for a long time, and now you finally have the strength to show your might. However, what I want to say is that not only am I here to stop this fight, I'm also here to stop the fight that's about to happen. In other words, I'm here to mediate." Zichen's face was filled with dissatisfaction. "Senior, do you think that they're shameless enough to mediate? Of course, maybe now, but once they leave this place, they'll regret it. In a few days, a group of experts will come and sweep the Wuji sect." The old man didn't mind Zichen's impoliteness at all. He smiled and said, "That's all in the past. Now, I'm here to mediate. If I say I can mediate, then I can." This was the promise of a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator. Logically, everyone should believe it. However, Zichen didn't. He had seen many Heaven Yuan realm cultivators, and he had even seen them die with his own eyes. Therefore, when a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator appeared, he could respect and fear him, but he wouldn't be intimidated. Therefore, Zichen bowed to the old man again and said respectfully, "Senior, you might not know this, but there are Heaven Yuan realm cultivators in those forces." This sentence could be considered as a warning, but it could also be considered as disdain. It meant that the other side also had Heaven Yuan realm cultivators. "Who do you think you are to mediate just because you said so?" The old man laughed loudly. "Little guy, even you know about this, let alone me. Not only do I know that they have Earth Yuan realm cultivators, I also know that when you were imprisoned in the Thunder God Palace, you saw the appearance of the heaven-defying artifact with your own eyes. You saw the heaven-defying artifact kill a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator." Zichen's mind was greatly shaken, and he looked at the old man in shock. The old man said, "Don't worry. Even the few great forces in the past would give me some face, let alone now." After the Thunder God Palace disappeared once again, their Heaven Yuan realm cultivators have already left this world in search of a stronger force. Even the majority of Earth Yuan realm cultivators have left. Those who are left behind are those who are afraid of death. As if he felt that this statement wasn't right, the old man added, "Of course, there are also those who are retired." The group of old monks put their palms together, closed their eyes, and retracted the Buddha's light around their bodies. They didn't comment on whether this statement was right or wrong. Naturally, this statement wasn't completely correct, but no one dared to refute it at this moment. Everyone present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Zichen felt that it was unfair, and dared to speak to a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator in such a tone. After receiving another promise, Zichen cupped his fists and bowed, and said respectfully, "Since Senior is confident, then everything will be up to Senior. I will bet the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the everlasting sect on Senior. Little fellow, don't try to play tricks in front of me. Since this old man is willing to appear, I naturally won't harm you." Zichen smiled apologetically and said, "This matter concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Senior is a high and mighty figure, and I am only a human walking in the mortal world. Naturally, I can't ignore it." This flattery was very effective on the old man, and he laughed heartily. Zichen, who had just said that he wouldn't be threatened and wouldn't compromise, had now yielded. However, no one in the everlasting sect blamed Zichun. Instead, they worshipped Zichun even more and felt a greater sense of belonging to the everlasting sect. This was because Zichun was under great pressure to bargain with a Heaven Yuan realm cultivator for them. This proved that Zichun cared about every single person in the everlasting sect. Boss, as expected of boss. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He even thinks about all the disciples in the sect. No, I want to join the everlasting sect. Gu Tai and the other outsiders admired Zichun even more. All right, you all can leave now. Go back and find someone who can speak. Tell them that I, Li Daoxing, have called them here to discuss peace. As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. Don't, senior. They can't leave yet, Zichun hurriedly said. What? Do you think they won't come back if they leave? Or do you think this old man is lying to you? The old man was a little dissatisfied. Senior, you misunderstand. What I mean is that they can't leave yet. They are all hostages. Hostages? The old man looked at Zichun, puzzled. The others were also puzzled. Why were all these people hostages? Were they bargaining chips for the peace talks? Senior, you're a high and mighty existence. You can come and go as you please, but we can't. We're still humans, and humans need to live. Today, we're facing 7 factions and the Killer Clan. That's equivalent to being surrounded by 8 factions. Let's not talk about how heavy the losses are. Just mobilizing this army took a lot of effort and resources. Don't you think they shouldn't express their gratitude? Suddenly, Zichun heard a voice transmission. Oh, also, when they came, they destroyed all the buildings in this area to vent their anger and show their evil side. Now, the entire area is in ruins, and the resources needed to rebuild it are astronomical. This is not something a small everlasting sect like ours can support. Today, we also suffered heavy losses. Many cultivators are physically and mentally traumatized. They will need to consume resources for a long time to recover. Earlier, when they came, they used all their strength to break the formation. Countless disciples protected the formation and suffered unimaginable injuries. Just recovering from those injuries will require a huge amount of resources. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked up at Zichun, who was speaking with fervor and assurance in the sky, but his mouth was full of nonsense. It was as if he could make a dead person come back to life. They felt as if they were looking at a different person. Now, Zichun was like an unscrupulous merchant. He no longer had the arrogant aura of a sect leader or the arrogant aura that had swept away thousands of girls. There was only one aura on Zichun's body right now, and that was shamelessness. Shameless. Truly shameless. In terms of shamelessness, there were 3 people who were more famous. They were the perfect body, the good and evil monk, and Wang Shan. However, when the 3 of them looked at Zichun in the sky and heard the groundless losses and real compensation, they realized how low their realm was. Only then did they realize that shamelessness had such a profound realm. While they were blushing with shame, the people from the large factions had the urge to cry. We didn't do anything. All we did was say a few words, and we were called idiots and slapped in the face. That's a loss. We didn't even do anything. If you want to talk about fighting, it's you, Zichun, who did it. But look at the result. We lost 2 Earth origin stage cultivators. That's a big loss. You didn't lose a single person. What kind of loss do you have? That's right. Before we came, we destroyed some villages, but it wasn't as serious as you said. We destroyed so many cities in the entire region, and there are still many things waiting to be done. The people from the large factions felt wronged and wanted to cry. When the old man heard Zichun spouting nonsense, he was amused. He had lived for countless years, and it was rare to see someone as shameless as Zichun. He laughed and said, according to what you said, there are indeed some losses. But if I remember correctly, your Wuji sect is a big sect and has abundant resources. It's not inferior to some of the older factions. How can you not be able to take out such a small amount of resources? Zichun said with a bitter face, Senior, where did you hear this rumor? Not only is it untrue, it's also exaggerated. Look at our sect, It's been dozens of years since we built it, and it's time to rebuild it, but we don't have any resources, so we've been holding it back. Look at my disciples, even Origin Core Realm cultivators, and even Mortal Origin Realm cultivators have to work in the mines. They don't even have time to rest or cultivate. As for the weaker disciples, they work all day long. We don't have any resources, so we can only train them from a young age to prevent them from falling behind others. Didn't a very famous senior once say that stupid birds fly first? We don't have any resources, so we're just stupid birds. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.